Hello and welcome to a sunny ward in Stormont near Belfast for this morning's Rario Interprovincial Cup match between the Northern Knights and the Munster Reds. We're looking forward to bringing this game live streamed by HBV Studios, but before we bring you the action, let's go out and see how the toss went, where we can join Sean Hussey.
Well, we're down in Stormont for this IP50 clash between the Munster Reds and the Northern Knights. We're here for the toss with match referee Phil Thompson. Mark's got the coin and PJ's going to call. Fire away, Mark.
Heads the call. Tails it is.
So the home captain Mark Adair has won the toss. Mark, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a ball.
And what are some of the reasons behind that?
Yeah, I think it's always a good place to bowl first here at Stormont. Yeah, a little bit overcast, fresh pitch. I think that'll play a little bit into it and hopefully it flattens out.
And obviously you're coming back into the team having missed the opening game. How excited are you to get back amongst the lads?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing if I'm honest. I told the lads this morning I was really excited to be back. You know, I love playing for the Knights, I love playing with these guys, and I think they've worked really hard all winter, and the first game sort of showed that, and hopefully we can continue that form today. You
won the opening game. Are you hoping to get off to a better start than a perfect start?
Yeah, I would like to think that we're trying to win the game today, but again, you never know how it'll go. Munster are a good side, and we've had some good battles over the years, so fingers crossed we get the win today.
I know you're coming into the team, but any other changes?
Yes, Matthew Foster drops out from myself, and Prince James McCollum comes back in for John Match.
Perfect. Best of luck, PJ. If you step forward, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
We would have had a ball first as well, but you know, it's one of those things. It's only part of the game, so hopefully get a good score on the board and come out and defend it.
Have you had a look at the conditions? What do you think is going to be a good score for you?
It's very hard to say, but usually Stormont plays very well. We've had some good success here in the past chasing. I think Murray Commons got 100 here a couple of years ago, so yeah, it's hard to say what a good score is until we see how the wicket plays. But I'd like to think if we can get anything over sort of 250, 260, we're in the game.
And what about team news for yourself?
We're going with the same 11 as the last game. I beg your pardon, Matt Ford comes in, and yeah, besides that, it's the same side.
Okay, best of luck today. Well, that's the news from the middle, is that the Northern Knights have won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Well, it's a beautiful morning for cricket in the ward, and with me is Ali McCalmont, the voice of Northern Ireland cricket, or one of them anyway. And Ali, you must be really looking forward to this.
Yes, Stephen. Welcome along yourself to Belfast today. It is a beautiful morning here at the Ward Stormont, and the umpire's just heading out. I'm really looking forward to this game today. One of these teams will end up top of the table tonight, and the Knights with a great win last week in Leinster, similar to the Munster Reds. They also won in Leinster, so looking forward to this game today. Two good teams and a beautiful setting.
Of course, the toss won by the Knights, and they have elected to field, and that seems to be a pretty common theme at the moment, doesn't it?
It does. I could see last week, maybe early season, fielding first maybe was the way to go. It was a difficult call, I suppose, for Market there today, because the wicket probably will improve with the weather today, but they've elected to go in with the ball first as well, and it's been tried and tested, I suppose, so far.
One big change, of course, for the Northern Knights, the introduction of Mark Adair, who has come into the team in place of John Matchett, and James McCollum also in, Matt Foster dropping out.
Yeah, obviously with Mark Adair coming back and being available today, it's a huge fill-up for the Knights, their captain as well. The experience he has playing international cricket, obviously that'll give them a big fill-up, getting their international players back, one of them anyway. And James McCollum obviously opens the batting for Ireland in the test matches and whatnot, so he's a big pick back in again for them. That'll just bolster up their batting as well. A little unlucky for John Matchett. He's been pretty good at the start of the season, but yeah, so the Knights opening a bowling here. It's going to be Mark Adair from the Dundonald Road end who's going to open up. He's wearing number 32.
Pitch up here looks absolutely superb, considering early season, a lot of rain in recent months, but the outfield looks flat as a pancake. It looks like it's all set fair. We had a look at the strip earlier on, and looks like a pretty good wicket right in the middle of the square.
It is. It's right in the middle of the big ground. It is a big ground. It brought the boundaries in a little bit, but it's a big ground here. It's an international ground for Ireland here in Belfast. But we're all set here, and it's going to be, as I say, Mark Adair who's going to bowl first from the Dundonald Road end.
So here we go. First ball of this three matches in a week, starting today with this one between the Northern Knights and the Munster Reds, and tomorrow we'll be off to Breedy to bring you Northwest Warriors against the Leinster Lightning, and then on Thursday Northwest Warriors will host the Northern Knights, and by that stage we'll have reached the halfway point of this season's 50 over Interprovincial Championship, and we should have a better idea of exactly where we're heading. Big talking point, of course, last week was probably the defeat in both matches for the Leinster Lightning at home in their own ground in Pembroke. Bit of a surprise, perhaps.
I definitely think it was a bit of a surprise, especially given the fact that they were bolstered by their Irish internationals coming back in that middle order. And I don't know, maybe I could speak a little bit earlier for the Knights here, but it did seem a bit of a statement win for the Knights last week, going down to Dublin. It's not easy to win there, so they've started well in the competition.
Well, that one perhaps wrapping the pad. Certainly plenty of shouts from wicketkeeper and slips.
Looked a little high. Looked a little high, Stephen. Yeah, looked a little high. Did catch Murray Cummins on the back foot, but did look a little high. Bit of bounce. You can see it again here. Let's mark it there. Getting a little bit of lift from this end. Yeah, you can see just above the knee roll there. You can see him rubbing his leg. So probably going over the top.
Plenty of life in this wicket. Lovely, lovely day. This beautiful ground surrounded by beautiful trees. The pavilion away to the right. It's altogether a magnificent setting.
Yeah, it's a little bit different from yesterday. If people were watching the Evoke Super Series women's games at Oak Hill, it was right out in the countryside. We're not too far away from Belfast city centre here, just a few miles down the road, but it does feel a little bit away from the city.
Super opening over from Mark Adair, and so far Munster Reds just a little bit circumspect, but then there's plenty of life in the new ball.
There is, and Mark Adair, as I said earlier, just the Knights welcome back their captain, and he's using this new ball in the first over, excellently nipping it back, and that was just in between the gate there, and very unlucky. You could see with his head in his hands, he possibly could have got an inside edge, or indeed old Murray Cummins. So it's a good start from Adair.
And completing the maiden over, always rare indeed in 50 over cricket. It's a great start for Mark Adair and the Northern Knights, but all the wickets intact for the Munster Reds, and after one the scoreboard has yet to tick.
Yeah, and as we've sort of talked about in the first few games in this Rario IP50 tournament, it has been shaping about a bit more than maybe expected. It's held, the white ball maybe doesn't move around that often, you know, and maybe 4 or 5 overs really, but it has been holding its shape quite well in the first few games, and that's maybe why Mark Adair decided to bowl first.
Ruben Pretorius is going to open the bowling from the far end, the city end. Unusually in this ground, with the ropes brought in a little, the long boundaries are straight. 71 metres to the far end, the city end, 76 metres to this end, the Dundonald end, and just 60 metres at mid-wicket and cover.
Pretorius just losing his foot in there as he came through. You can see him scuffing up the wicket. Groundsman will not be too happy with that. Scuffing up his wicket, but just maybe a little bit of moisture still out there. And again, we could see the shape of that first delivery from Pretorius. He's bowling to Ali Frost, who's at this end.
Strong breeze blowing down the ground as well. It's a fresh day, not quite as warm as it looks, and that one full toss just squirts away to short third. First run of the match goes to Ali Frost.
So yeah, just looking at Pretorius there, that was just let that go a little bit early, and maybe got away with a waist tight no ball there possibly. But you can see he's not particularly happy with his run up at the minute. And obviously a bowler needs fairly confident of his run up and where he's putting his feet. And if he's thinking about what he's doing there, he's not really thinking about where he's bowling the ball. So just needs to get his run up sorted. Much better, much more confident there. So maybe he'll get into his rhythm now, Ruan Pretorius.
Of course, during the power play, just 2 players allowed outside the circle. The Knights choosing to have a long leg and a squarish third man. Again, nicely played, but straight to the fielder at cover. Runs as rare as hen's teeth in these opening balls.
Yeah, it's hard to get away there. Morgan topping at cover. Nice drive though from Commons. These two put on a good partnership in their last game against the Lightning. And Pretorius will be looking to break them early.
Little edge there, I think, onto the pads, which saved Murray Cummins on that occasion.
Again, head and hands from the Knights bowlers. Pretorius just swinging that back into Commons, and he did get that. Just the inside edge saved him there. Just targeting the stumps.
Well, Munster Reds had a pretty good week last week. Started off at home in the Mardyke against the Northwest Warriors and lost by 6 wickets, but came back brilliantly to beat Leinster in Pembroke, chasing 287 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, really good win for the Reds. That it was a good bounce back, as you say. Just first game of the season they played at home against the Warriors and just didn't really hit their straps. It was the first game of the tournament, and you know, although their bowlers did well at the start of the Warriors innings, partnership got the Warriors home, but then great comeback against the Lightning showed what they're about.
Good accurate bowling from Pretorius, which is what we've come to expect from him. And at the end of that over, 2 for no wicket after 2 overs, just 1 off the bat.
Yeah, really good start from the 2 Knights bowlers. As we mentioned there, Pretorius just not happy about his run up, but he just apart from that 1 ball in the over, which he sort of lost, it's still good accurate stuff, and the ball is doing a bit early. Market there, the skipper will be pretty pleased about that, having inserted the Reds rather, and but they do need, you know, as good a start as it is, wickets are key, and if they can pick up a couple early and win the power play, that'll go a long way to helping them in this game.
So it'll be Mark Adair to continue from the Dundonald end, with whatever breeze there is at his back.
Yeah, good swing there. You can see he's still swinging. I'll chuckle from Market there a little bit because he's going plenty. He's got 3 slips in there waiting, and you don't usually see 3 slips at the start of a one-day game, but it's clearly going, and they're looking at picking up that edge and having as many catchers in there as they can.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of grass on this wicket. Early season, of course. It's got a little bit of green in it. That one's squirting away off the inside of the bat down to long leg, and a slight misfield will give Munster Reds a couple of runs.
Yeah, misfield down there at long leg just gives them the extra run. Things like that just change momentum. It's got to be on it. This level of cricket, got to be on it in the field. Back up your bowlers.
Yeah, you think, oh, it's only the 3rd over, but it all comes back at the end of the piece.
It just sets a tone. It just sets a tone early, you know, and shows the bowlers that you're on it.
Shouldering arms again. They can afford to be a little circumspect, the Munster Reds. They showed last week that they have quite a lot of runs in them. Some fine performances by them against the Lightning.
They performed really well, as I said earlier. It's a big win down there in Pembroke. You don't get too many wins against the Lightning, and it was a big win for the Knights.
And that one turned off his legs quite nicely.
Just possibly striving for the magic ball there. Mark it there, just drifting on to the leg stump of Ali Frost there, looking for the big swing, but it stayed a little straight there. And let me just stay on that stump line and let the ball do the work.
A couple of games in Pembroke last week on a much harder pitch with a smaller outfield. Scoring was quite high. It'll be interesting to see what this Stormont pitch yields. There's something there for the bowlers. The batsmen are just looking a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, looking at the history of the ground, as we say, Ireland play quite a lot here, and scores aren't huge compared to other grounds. Like, as we talked about, Pembroke 300 was probably par last week. You know, it's probably a bigger ground, and our Senior Cup, the home side, Civil Service North, played on Saturday. They got chased down 248, nearly got there. So I'd say 270 would be a reasonable score. And you can probably see on the screen there the predicted total at the minute is 274, and I wouldn't say that would be far off. But it is early doors. That's the end of the third, and the Reds have moved on to 5 without loss.
Murray Cummins still to get off the mark after 12 deliveries. Starts to get into your head. It's really important for these batsmen to rotate the strike and make themselves feel like they're in at both ends.
Everybody likes to get off the mark, Stephen. Don't care what level of cricket you're playing at. Just that first run is crucial. And it'll be Pretorius again to Frost.
Just a little bit of movement in the air. He was thinking of turning it to the leg side, and it squirted off the outside edge into the covers.
Just 2 slips for Pretorius, just that extra little protection in the ring. But he started well, on the money.
And that goes straight to Cade Carmichael at point.
Yeah, busting action from Pretorius' shoulders. Maybe shuffles in. A quick arm, gets the ball through.
He had a very good game last week against Leinster with bat and ball.
Yeah, he's a key component for the Knights.
A bit of lift there.
Yeah, decent carry through. Weather hasn't been great in Belfast over the past certainly 2 weeks, but we've been lucky over the past 3 days maybe to have no rain, and the groundsman has been able to get a harder wicket in the carry there. And you can see now third slip has come in, and they've taken out the cover fielder on the leg side, so they're just revamping the slip cordon. Actually, it's now gone to gully, so they have 2 slips and a gully. Ian Van Verkrum's gone to gully, and in fact they're going to change again. They've got 3 slips, and would you believe it?
Turned into mid wicket, as you would expect.
There you go.
Just the single though.
And again, just maybe looking for that. Got 3 slips and looking for that magic ball moving from leg to off. Just strayed onto the leg side, and with the man coming off mid wicket, loads of space on the leg side, so an easy single for Frost. Brings Cummins back on strike.
And for him, just 1 wide slip, about third slip. And that one is pulled away just backward of square, and the first boundary of the innings off the bat of Ali Frost, which takes his score to 9.
Yeah, again, just the left-hand, right-hand thing there. It would have been a great ball. To the right-hander, probably moving away, but the left-hander, that's a bit of a gimme. Take a leg stump, half volley all day long to get off the mark, and made the most of it with the boundary.
Solid defensive stroke to mid-off. Pretorius's second over comes to a conclusion. 10 for no wicket, the score. Both batsmen now having felt some runs off the bat.
So 10 without loss. It's not been easy. And as I say, just the one boundary off that last over from Pretorius. And Commons will be delighted to have that. Half volley and leg stump. He's not going to miss out there. So the Knights will be looking to get back on that line and length again. Just let the ball do the work. It's definitely still swinging.
Right on the money. Good length, good line.
That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. If you just hit that line and length and let the ball do it early here, there is enough in the wicket for a dare here to start with, and just let the ball do it talking. You know, don't try and bowl the magic ball. Just stick to your lines and lengths.
Well, no better man than Mark Adair, one of the most experienced cricketers in the country. Lovely action. That one guided down to deep third.
Yeah, Mark Adair will be delighted to be back on home soil. He lives not too far away from here. Plays for a club maybe just 4 or 5 miles away from here, but he's been touring around Asia for the past 2-3 months with the national side, and he's back to skipper here today, and he'll be delighted to be back out on the field for his Northern Knights. Give them a helping hand in this IP50 tournament.
Flashed away, but not carrying to the man deep on the third boundary. Just the single that time to Murray Cummins.
Yeah, Cummins, expansive shot there. Didn't quite carry down to the man at third. He is quite wide. Went for a single. Adair won't be too disappointed with that. He's got plenty of catchers behind the wicket there for the nick. Brings Forrest, the right-hander, back on strike.
And 3 slips again for the right-hander. Beautiful delivery. Did you see how that one wobbled?
That's an absolute beauty from Adair. That is the perfect delivery.
Too good.
It was. You're really glad you're a little bit out of nick if you hit that one. You're banging nick, because that is pitched on, off stump, lifted and moved away from Frost and carried through to the keeper at chest height. Beautiful delivery from Adair, and that'll be in the batsman's mind now. Really unlucky not to pick up the first wicket there. It was a beautiful delivery.
That one just a little bit shorter, allowing the batsman to just rock back and see it off the wicket.
That's exactly right. Just a foot shorter, possibly, giving Frost a little bit more time to adjust and get on the back foot and get in behind that one. So it is just that length. Good from Adair, really good.
With the 3 slips, there's only one man out on the leg side, but Adair is so confident of his line and length that he certainly doesn't expect to give the batters anything. There you go, perfect line and length again. Played out to Morgan Topping in the covers.
Yeah, it's a good point there, Stephen. They're happy enough to leave that mid-wicket vacant, just one man standing at mid-wicket. And it's good stuff from Adair. He's bowled 3 overs there, and economical stuff from him. As we said earlier, the Knights delighted to have him back.
5 overs gone. Time for me to hand over to Sean Hussey. Enjoy this stint.
Thank you, Stephen. Afternoon or morning, everyone, I should say. It's been a quiet start, Ali.
It has. It's been pretty good from the Knights, you have to say. Their lines and lengths have been good to start with, and as we talked about, there's been a good bit of movement out there, and they'll just be disappointed maybe they haven't managed to break the partnership in the first 5 overs, but yeah, circumspect from the Reds. They'll be happy not to have lost a wicket.
Just having watched the first 5 or so overs, I think if you're a little bit critical of the Northern Knights having won the toss, I think they could have bowled a little bit fuller, maybe tried to have brought the slips more into the game. I think McAdair's bowled beautifully. I just think Pretorius, like that length he just bowled there, although Cummins has driven it, I think you've got to try and find the edge. I think that's perfect. I just think they're a little bit shorter of that this morning.
Possibly a little bit short, and worried about that, but as you say, if you are going to win the toss and bowl, then you've got to use the conditions, and with the ball shaping, I mean, if you're going to put in 2-3 slips, obviously they've taken it down for Commons now just down to 1, but they had 3 slips for Frost. You've got to give it the chance to swing, and possibly just a little bit of length. The ball that it there bowled in the last over was an absolute beauty.
Driven a little bit early, he gets a single for that.
And that's pretty much exactly what you're talking about there, Sean. Just threw the shot from Commons, and it is a little bit airborne early and could have gone straight back to Pretorius. So yeah, it's difficult to be critical of the Knights, because they're only going 2 point something and over, and really the Reds haven't got away in this power play, but wickets could be key here.
Well, it definitely does feel like later in the afternoon, if the sun does come out here in Stormont, will be the ideal time to bat. Not coming onto the bat all that nicely this morning. So the Munster Reds just looking to hang in there. It was a brilliant opening partnership from these two, worth over 100 against the Leinster Lightning last week.
Yeah, two 50 partnerships for the Reds. They actually had a good partnership against the Warriors as well. I mean, Cummins was opening with Brandon Kruger, but kind of fell away after that in that game.
That's good. I think that's better from Pretorius, although he'll want to try and tempt Ali Frost into playing at that one.
Yeah, Frost could have been drawn into that shot. Again, plenty behind the wicket, point, 2 slips. Trying to get him driving.
Yeah, well, there's the drive, and it's a good bit of work in the covers.
Yeah, it's Ross Adair in the covers there. Good bit of work, saves the boundary, but again, Knights won't be too unhappy with that shot. Trying to drive on the front foot with a little bit of swing, could hit it in the air to that ring field.
That's the end of the 6th over. It's been a quiet start. Munster Reds 13 without loss. But
Yeah.
something I think, Ali, that we saw from the Munster Reds that was really impressive against the Lightning was the extra bit of pace, and they were always on the hunt for wickets. The last game we saw in the IP series, I just don't think you can afford to just let teams settle in with the power that Munster Red have in the middle order. I think you always have to be looking for wickets at this level, where you've got the likes of Tyrone Kane, PJ Moore, Curtis Camphor, Cart Delaney. You can't allow Cummins and Frost to dictate and allow a partnership and a platform to be built.
I think that's a really good point in terms of the batting lineups of all 4 teams. Really, you look at the Knights today, and I'm looking at their batting lineup. Mark Adair could be coming in 10 today. I mean, they bat deep. Really
He won't
deep.
want to.
He won't want to. No, he definitely won't. But the batting lineups are deep in all 4 teams, really.
Again, can't pierce the field, so maybe a little bit of pressure mounting for either player. I wonder, would we see a release shot here, maybe a boundary? Of course, in the opening 10 overs of a 50-over match, only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, so there is opportunities there for Cummins if he can beat the man at backward point. There's a big gap between there and cover, and he's so good through the offside, Murray Cummins. Yeah, 2 straight and a bit of a misfield, and they'll get a couple. not what Mark Adair would have wanted.
No, he'll not be happy there. Matt Humphreys there at mid-on with the misfield. Gives away a couple of runs. We just talked about that in the first 5 overs, just the fielding. And the bowling, the batting, obviously everybody concentrates on that, but the fielding at this level has to be on point.
Well, we saw that in the Matthew Weldon, who is the 12th man for Munster Reds, has been replaced by Matt Ford. But he had a couple of misfields off his bowling and his opening over in the air. And Cummins gets away with that one. So a couple of times now he's looked to drive down the ground and gone airily. And Mark Adair is having a little word with Murray Cummins. They would have been on the tour together to the subcontinent. But I'm sure Adair for a moment thought he could have got it.
That's the second one, and I think that just reiterates your point, Sean, about the drive and trying to get them coming forward. And that's twice now, and I actually quite like that from Adair, having a bit of a pop at Murray there. I quite like that. I was thinking about this in the first 3 games that the Interpros could do with a little bit of rivalry, friendly rivalry, but let's get it going,
Again, well bowled from Adair. So he certainly is troubling the Munster Reds opening pair. I agree with you, Ali. I think people mightn't understand as much. There's so much competition for places, for contracts, for a lot of these players to get themselves international honours. Of course, Mark Adair, one of the mainstays of the Irish side, the senior fast bowler now, someone who's really grown into that role. But for Murray Cummins, I'm sure he'll want to get more international honours as the summer goes on. We've got a 50 over qualifiers and a 20 over qualifier, so there certainly is huge competition amongst the players in the IP series.
And that's exactly what the series is about. I mean, saying that, it's about winning trophies as well. There is a trophy at the end of it. So I'd just like to see a little bit. I watched a club game in the Irish Cup at the weekend between Pembroke and Brigade, and it was all on. This was a team from the northwest of Ireland against a team from Dublin, and they were going at it. And I'd like to see a little bit more of that, because that's what happens in international cricket. I mean, I watched the Bangladesh series, and Harry Tector was getting into Tamim and Shanto, and it's what it's all about. And even that part of the game is also what you've got to learn. It is part of the game, and if these two, all right, they're best of pals, but they're playing in separate teams here now.
7 overs gone, and the Munster Reds are 17 without loss. So we're going to have our first change of bowling from the city end here at Stormont. It's going to be Tyrone Cohn playing his cricket with CIYMS. Interesting change early on, just 3 overs for Ruan Pretorius.
It is an interesting change, and the change itself is a different one than I was expecting. Tyrone Cohn coming in this 8th over, but here he is. I mean, if you go back to the game at Pembroke, Lorcan Tucker really got into him. He bowled in the middle overs, and Lorcan Tucker got hold of him. To be fair, the Tyrone, he came back and he got Tucker's wicket, which actually probably won that game in the end of it, because if Lorcan had hung around, it probably would have got a little bit closer. So he stuck out his game, having been hit for a few sixes, but I'm surprised that he's the change.
Tucked off for Ali Frost, bit of work to do in the deep. Matthew Humphreys, so will be a couple. I think there was a lot of surprise, certainly amongst ourselves here in the commentary box, that Matthew Frost wasn't included for the Northern Knights.
Yeah,
Matthew Foster, rather.
Yeah, Matthew Foster. He played really well. He bowled really well in that, and the shape, as we talked about earlier in the cast. He bowled really well that day with the shape. Took 3 wickets, but he's the one to miss out today with Adair coming back. Yeah, he's been bowling well for his club side CSNI early, and it is a little bit of a surprise maybe.
Again, there comes the drive, so that's a good length from Tyrone Cohn. It's quite an interesting battle. We mentioned there about places, rather the competition between players, and there's certainly with the injuries that Craig Young and Barry McCarthy have had, as you can see there, the drive from Frost, and a bit of a gap, and it's a little bit lucky. But there certainly is an option for fast seam bowlers to break through into the Irish setup. Saw Fionn handball beautifully in Pembroke last week. Reuben Wilson took 5 wickets. So there really is an opportunity, and I think a lot of people will be at home a little bit surprised that Matthew Foster, who is one of the more standout fast bowlers in the club game, in the interprovincial game, has been left out today.
I think he has been a little bit unlucky today. Injuries have hindered him a little bit as well over the past winter. He has been trying to get back to full fitness, but start of the season, as I say, for his club side CSNI, whose home ground this is, he'd have been on this ground, bowling on the ground that he bowls in week in, week out. So, yeah, a little bit of a surprise. Tyrone Cohen, again, bowls that heavy ball. He's strong, heavy set fella, and he's coming in there and bowling a heavy ball here. But there still is, I mean, we're towards the end of the power play. We're in the end of towards the end of this 8th over, and it's still moving. It's definitely still moving out there.
Well, I definitely think Mark Adair will be looking to pick up a wicket or two and really hammer home that good power play for the Northern Knights. And it's short and gets away with that. Murray Cummins really finds the middle of the bat, can't find the gap.
Can't get it past Morgan Topping there at cover, and that was a beautiful shot, you have to say. He's timed that really well, but picks out the man. But that's another dot ball, and again there's 8 gone, and it's just moved on to 20. But as you say, it's the Reds will be looking at the positive side of thing, that it's 20 for none.
Of course, we had the opening week of the Irish Senior Cup played on Saturday. Some fabulous games, some really outstanding individual performances. A lot of the players you'll see today were in action for their club sides. It's a brilliant time of year when the Irish Senior Cup gets underway, Ali.
Oh, the Irish Senior Cup's a fantastic tournament now. It is the pinnacle of the domestic game here in Ireland, and as you say, there were some cracking games up and down the country. So actually it's going to be a change. It's Mark Adair who's going to come off, and they've swapped ends here. We're in Pretoria, so he's going to come on from the Dundonald Road end.
And right on the money, straight away from Pretorius. So the Northern Knights just looking for something, looking to find a breakthrough. They'll be well aware of the power that the Munster Reds middle order possesses. We saw the quality of PJ Moore and Tyrone Kane last week with the Irish Senior Cup. Well, we see Neil Rock with the gloves for the Northern Knights today. He's been in fine form with Northern Knights end with his club side rush. He'd a big 100.
He went berserk at the weekend, absolutely berserk, and I think he hit 100 off something like 39 balls and ended up with 16 sixes for his club side. So he's banging form, but as we say, a strong Knights line up in the batting.
A little bit too straight from Pretorius.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Sean just drifting into that leg stump, and good players will play that all day long. Half volleys on leg stump. Didn't get a boundary though. Got a little bit square, and the man on the long leg boundary, who is quite wide, came around the field, so it was just a single.
But there, in effect, is the effectiveness of having a left hand and right hand opening partnership. Just putting Pretorius and the opening bowlers here today just off their line ever so slightly. And that's been too many opportunities for the Northern Knights. They'll be looking to try and carve one. It's certainly not coming onto the bat as well as maybe the Munster Reds players would have had last week.
And we looked at the wicket. We thought it maybe would have carried a little bit through a little bit better than maybe it is. It is maybe a little sticking in the pitch, and you can see that from the field place. And they've actually, Mark Adair's taken himself out and he's put himself in it. You can see him on screen there. He's just a short mid wicket maybe for that leg stump drive.
Cummins looking to come down the wicket, and Mark Adair as a shy, and it's going to be buzzers. And
if that was anybody else in the team, you'd have the teapot out and giving them a plenty.
Well, I think there he's just trying to add that little injection of something.
Yeah, possibly.
Mark Adair, but in the end Cummins gets a single. But that field placement is quite clever from Adair. We've seen Cummins drive down the ground a couple of times and not get anywhere near it and go early. So could well be a catching opportunity for when Cummins gets back on strike. Oh, that's good. And he's just pushing the bat out at that. Maybe a touch fuller, Ali, and they could have had the opening wicket.
Probably. That was probably one that Frost probably should have left. He's fished a little bit at that one. But he's kept himself in there in that same position, although obviously the right-hander now, it's a short cover for that shot that you're talking about, the aerial drive, which again goes back to what we're talking about, that it's maybe not coming on, and and the players are playing a little bit early.
Well, that'll be a wide.
Swinging away, and again, Neil Rock taking that almost in front of slip. You can see it is definitely still moving. Certainly after the bat, that went well off to the right. But you know, as we've talked about, we're not sure who's winning this power play at the minute.
Well, I think with the Northern Knights winning the toss, I think they would have hoped just to get a couple of wickets. Short ball, and pulled away. Got on
Worked
top
for
of
the
the
man
bounce.
on the boundary. He's not going to get there, and it's a boundary. Not a great ball from Pretorius on this, as we talked about.
And that's what happens. We just saw the wide, the ball before, and the extra delivery short from Pretorius, and it goes for 4. It's a good pull shot from Ali Frost. Was in total control, played it down, and that's a boundary to end the 9th over. So that over had a little bit of everything: the wide, the overthrow, and then the boundary 4. 9 overs have gone so far in Stormont, and the Munster Reds are 27 without loss.
Yeah, just looking at that last shot there on the replay, Sean, it had plenty of time. He really had lots of time to wait on that and get on top of it and pull it down into the ground, along the ground for 4. So again, the pace maybe not in that wicket.
Oh, in the air. Would have gone to a gully. There was one in place. But again, that's the drive we're seeing from Murray Cummins. And with the wicket not maybe having an awful lot of pace in it, you've got to try and carve out these opportunities. And certainly that length there from Cohen drew out the shot from Cummins. And I think that if one thing you say about the Northern Knights bowling this morning has just been a touch short. I think they could have afforded to have bowled a little bit fuller and tried to find a couple of outside edges. And again, full. That's well worked single from Ali Frost, but a good length again there from Cohen.
Yeah, it does seem to have been the fuller ball that's created the limited opportunities, it has to be said, for the Knights. Those the U's and the A's have come from balls of a full length rather than those shorter ones. So maybe just an extra foot on it, up from what would be normally a good length, is what they're looking for.
In the air, and again Murray Cummins not getting all of it. Plays it over Ross Adair. Will be a couple, but again aerial from Murray Cummins there.
Yeah,
not in total control.
He wasn't in control of that shot at all. A bit of an edgy one, and it just makes the difference of it. I mean, we're coming up to the end of the 10 over power play, and it would make all the difference for the Knights if it was 31 for 1 rather than 31 for 0, because as we've talked about the depth and batting here, just that little bit of luck there for Cummins.
Well, if the last shot was luck, that is pure class from Murray Cummins. He's played that shot a couple of times, 2 straight, and Murray Cummins whips that into the leg side for 4. This is pure timing, and he might have got a side of the previous delivery, but this is class, Ali.
Beautiful shot again, just full on the leg stump, and he hasn't got the field at this stage in the power play to keep that down to 1, and anything on the leg stump for again a guy of this quality. Beautifully hit that time. No luck about that one, and a boundary for Cummins.
Nicely driven. Will just be a single, and all of a sudden our run rate's just gone over 3.5, and the Munster Reds.
Just thinking that, Sean, that we were talking 3 or 4 overs ago that very even power play, but with the loss of no wickets, the Reds now kicking on towards 4 and over, that they'll probably be the happier in the first set of 10.
Well, I just think also it puts the spin of likes of Ben White and Humphreys under a little bit of pressure when there's wickets in the hut for Cummins and Frost maybe to attack. So you just see the Munster Reds are starting to play a few more shots. And that's the end of the opening power play, and one that I think Munster Reds will be quite happy with after the Northern Knights won the toss. After 10 overs, the Munster Reds are 35 without loss. Now going to be joined in the commentary box by Stephen Alkin. Good morning, Stephen.
Hi, Sean. Ali's gone off for a well-deserved break. A very interesting start. I'm minded of how Munster Reds started against the Leinster Lightning last week in a run chase, albeit, you know, different tactics and so forth, but they were very, very steady at the start of the run chase. Their purpose seemed to be to make sure they had wickets in hand, and this seems to be the tactics that they're adopting here as well.
Yeah, they just look as if they're laying a solid foundation yet again. And we mentioned the middle order depth and the hard hitting ability of like the Tyrone Kane, and you've got Curtis Camphor, Garth Delaney, PJ Moore, so a star-studded middle order.
Pretorius having switched ends a couple of overs ago into his 5th over now.
I was just saying to Ali earlier, Stephen, I just think the Northern Knights could have tried to bowl a little bit fuller and try to entice the drive. It's not easy out there to time the ball. And just a couple of times we've seen Cummins not get all of it and trying to drive down the ground and just sticking in the pitch a little bit. So I think the Northern Knights will be a little bit disappointed, having won the toss and not picked up a wicket in the opening power play, but they haven't let the Munster Reds get away from them either.
No, it's bar the wicket total being 0, it's a pretty even contest out there. Little flash and a miss from Ali Frost. Only 3 boundaries between these two batters in the opening 11 overs.
Yeah, and I think that's something Mark Adair will be happy about. You know, the boundaries they've gotten, a couple of fine shots through the leg side by Murray Cummins. So they haven't bowled any real poor deliveries, ones that are freebies for the Munster Reds.
Ooh, that one was hung out to dry a little. Bit of lift from Pretorius. I'll tell you one thing Mark Adair might not be too happy with is the fact that there's been a few misfields so far. And on a pitch like this, you don't expect mistakes in the ground fielding.
Absolutely, and a couple of times they came at times where the Northern Knights were building up a little bit of pressure, trying to get dot balls, and then just allowing the batters to rotate the strike.
Another lifting delivery right on line. Brings to an end the 5th over of Ruan Pretorius. As ever, tight, but so far without a breakthrough. And at the end of 11, it's 35 for no wicket. Just signs that the temperature is rising a degree or two, which is a bit more pleasant for the spectators. Nice to see a little bit more sunshine, of course.
Well, it is hopefully going to stay this way for the remainder of the morning and into the afternoon, and I think it may well be a good time to bat when that sun does come out, and the Munster Reds will be hoping that it can come out in the latter end of their innings and they can really put the Northern Knights under pressure, put them under the toll.
Another wonderful delivery from Tyrone Cone. Past the outside edge of Murray Cummins' bat. But it is incredible how many runs you can get at the end of an innings, and of course so far Northern Knights have shown their best bowlers. Oh, that's another wonderful delivery.
Now I think the trick here for Cone is, can he keep this up? Can he just force Cummins into doing something well maybe he doesn't want to do? You know, there's still an awful long way to go here, and Murray Cummins, someone with such class and pedigree, and represented Ireland at Test cricket, will certainly be looking to get a big score here.
And he's flashed at that one just away from The man in the covers, Morgan Topping, and a boundary for Murray Cummins, which pushes the score to 39.
Well, see, that's what happens. A couple of plays and misses, and all of a sudden Murray Cummins goes, well, I'm going to try and take it on, and the opportunity is created. It just didn't go to hand. So Cohen needs to know that the two deliveries previous to the boundary ball created an opportunity.
Well fielded by the bowler, got down quickly to stop that straight return hit. 5 players in the circle still on the 1, plus 2 slips, and still only 2 out on the boundaries for the Northern Knights. That's a good hit over the top. That'll race away for 4 down to the city end of the ground. Good over this for Munster Reds. Couple of boundaries in it.
Yeah, this is a good shot from Murray Cummins, and he dances down, and once he beats the man in mid-off, it's always a boundary. So just think the Northern Knights missed a trick this morning, not picking up a couple of wickets, because Cummins looks in good touch here.
That one goes straight to James McCullum at mid-off, and that brings to an end the 12th over. And all of a sudden 43 for no wicket, run rate up above 3.5, still all 10 wickets in hand, and Munster Reds will be the happier of the two sides for sure.
Absolutely, and I think Murray Cummins' stroke making prowess is coming out. Such an elegant player when he gets going. Hit some wonderful shots in Pembroke last week, missed out really on a big score.
Change of bowling coming up now for Mark Adair and the Northern Knights. Tom Hayes coming on to bowl from the Dundonald end. Can't read my own writing. Tom Mays, of course, not Hayes. My apologies to him.
I think this is an interesting part of the game now. We're coming to the change bowlers, so likes of Adair and Pretorius haven't been able to find a breakthrough. Tom Mays really has to get straight into his line and length here.
And that one played straight to cover point. Cummins all of a sudden 25 off 38 deliveries. Ali Frost 16. They've shared the strike pretty much 50-50. That one nicely pitched up, and one that Frost was able to just play into the covers gently for 1.
Yeah, I think you're seeing this opening partnership between Cummins and Frost, having batted so well in Pembroke for a opening partnership worth over 100. Is just seeing that little bit of comfortableness batting between each other. They don't mind, they're not afraid to face a few dot deliveries. There's no real pressure on them. They seem really comfortable out there batting together.
Well, you can see the figure in the bottom right of the screen is just edging up towards 300, but it's still a long, long way to go to try and predict what the 50 over total might be for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, I asked PJ Moore that at the toss, and he was unsure, and I think most teams are when they come up to Stormont. What is a good score? Well, I think with the start they've had, the Munster Reds, they will be thinking beyond that 250, 265 mark.
Well pitched up, played straight to Matt Humphreys at mid-on. Ali was saying possibly 275, 285 is the average here.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think with where the Munster Reds are now, I think definitely the minimum is sort of around that 250, 260 mark, and with the prowess they have and how they batted last week. I think 300 is certainly not out of the question.
Played off the hip. I'm not sure if there was some bat on that. Yeah, leg by is the decision.
But in the same way, the Northern Knights won't be afraid to chase 300. We saw them chase down scores last season. You think of the quality there, the form Neo Rock is in. We've seen Ross Adair, Mark Adair, so either side very comfortable.
Nicely turned down to long leg for a single. Just ticking it over nicely. Munster Reds looking good so far. Score moves along to 46 after 13. Cummins on 25, Frost on 18.
Well, it's quite interesting where the Northern Knights last year was a real transitional year, and Simon Johnson was very open about that. I spoke to him on the eve of the IP series this year, and he was really happy with his winter's work. I know a lot of the other coaches were a little bit frustrated. Obviously Jeremy Bray came into the job quite late in the end, so in terms of training time and contact time with the players, Simon Johnson was very much the coach who was most happiest with his winter work. And they definitely look a really strong outfit here, although they'll be a little bit disappointed, as I say, not picking up a couple of wickets this morning.
Cone continues from the city end, and that one has come off the pad and away to the fine leg boundary for another 4 runs to the Munster Reds, and that brings up the 50.
Yeah, this is a little bit disappointed. Well, I think Ali Frost will be a little bit disappointed he didn't get any bat on that. That was a freebie. But as you said, fine opening partnership, worth 50 today.
No run there to backward point where Tyron, in fact it's Theo van Workum who's doing the fielding. Yeah, 50 coming up as a reference in 13.1 overs. Now the next landmark for these two is to try and get another century partnership, which would really put Munster Reds in command.
Yeah, and it will lay a really good platform. And in a couple of overs' time, you'll see the likes of Tyrone Kane and Curtis Camphor, Gareth Delaney itching to get out there. And when the sun does come out and spinners come on, I think the appreciation for the work these two have done will be there from their teammates.
Slashed away over backward point and to the boundary for another 4. Ali Frost seeing the ball big now, and it's another boundary off the bowling of Cone, who's getting a little bit expensive.
Yeah, frustration there for the Northern Knights, and the boundaries are starting to come. And that run rate is growing and the confidence is growing. It's a poor delivery. That's a shot all batters love, and just throw the hands at it. All they have to do is beat the infield and there'll be a boundary.
Oh, much better delivery that time. Turned around the corner for another run.
Well, there were only 400 plus run partnerships in the whole of the IP50 last year, and none of them were for the opening wicket. So this pair have already got one, well on the way towards a second one. And Murray Cummins in particular looks in really good touch.
And that's over the top and away for another boundary. His 5th of the inning. And this Munster Reds opening partnership beginning to look very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it's the end of an expensive 14th over. Munster Reds are 59 without a loss, and 3 boundaries coming in it. One from either batter, and then of course the 4-leg boys. That one's a glorious shot from Cummins. Again, not getting all of it, but by coming down the wicket, gets momentum into the shot.
All of a sudden, this pitch here at the Ward is looking very big. There is the confirmation of that Munster Red partnership between Cummins and Frost. 59 runs.
Well, there you see the batting to come. PJ Moore, Tyrone Kane. That's not the order you'll have, but Curtis Camphor, Garth Delaney, Matt Ford. So huge amounts of batting for the Munster Reds. So the Northern Knights under a lot of pressure.
Better delivery there from Tom Mays. No ball called. So
it's going to be a free hit now for the Munster Reds, and that's again what can happen when you're coming on as a change bowler and the platform is laid and there's no early wickets, and the Munster Reds players are going to try and put you under pressure. That was a big mistake for Mays. So the free hit coming up.
Tried a short delivery and it's been pulled away. First bounce for 4. Super hit that time by Ali Frost. Just his 3rd boundary of the innings. And Munster Reds move into the 60s.
And of course, couldn't change the field, so had to try something, go short, and Ali Frost waited for it. It's a couple of pull shots he's got away. That one nearly going all the way for 6. All of a sudden, 4 boundaries in the last 7 or 8 deliveries. And the pressure is growing there, and this is what happens when you can dig in. Such a long time to bat, 50 overs.
Mays taking out his frustration.
Yeah, and I don't mind it because he's set the field, he's put square leg back in the deep, so he's got 2 men out there for that pull shot. And an extra little bit of pace. So again, frustration maybe, but it's not the worst delivery considering the boundary size here. And if you can set a field to it, I don't think Mark Adair would have minded it.
That's better from Tom Mays, the man from North Down. Better length, better line.
Well, I think the key part of this game is to come, and that's when the spinners come on. Matthew Humphreys, Ben White. Well, we saw them both in international colours in the subcontinent. It's going to be a challenge coming on here to bowl. With the Munster Reds well set, 2 set batters in. It'd be a case of when does Mark Adair go to them. I think he'll be looking to find the breakthrough with the seamers, with the fast bowlers, and then bring in the spinners. So it's going to be an interesting part of the game. When does Adair go to them, and what happens when they come on? You can just see off picture Matthew Humphreys starting to go through the motions of a warm up. So I expect to see them in the next couple of overs.
Another short delivery. That's the one for the over, signalled by the umpire. 64 for no wicket. An impressive start from Munster Reds, who last week chased 287. Took them 48 overs to get there, but they got there in the end and beat Leinster Lightning in Sydney Parade for Munster Reds' first victory of this year's Interprovincial Series. Well, Tom Mays did well. They settled down the over. A few good dot balls at the end, but at the end of 15 overs, it's 64 for no wicket. First 5 overs yielded 13. Second 5 overs brought the score to 35, so that's an extra 22. And the third 5 overs have taken the score from 35 to 64. A very impressive improvement from Munster Reds, who've grown into the match.
Yeah, Stephen, exactly that. They have certainly grown into the match. It was difficult earlier on, as we talked about in our first stint, and the ball was moving. But they've weathered that storm now, and they're looking increasingly comfortable now, these two. Frost and Cummins, again, another 50 partnership for the Reds. In the first game, obviously they sort of fell away and were bowled out from the 140s. In the second game, though, they set the platform, these two, and they seem to be doing the same sort of thing today. So a good start for the Reds.
Turning to spin for the first time, Matt Humphreys.
Yeah, Matt Humphreys has had a meteoric rise over the past year to 18 months. He moved to Lisburn and won the league in the local league with Lisburn in the Northern Cricket Union. And over the past few months has had his debuts in all sorts of formats for Ireland. So a big day for young Matthew Humphreys here. On left arm to Murray Commons.
A little bit over pitch, played straight down the ground to deep mid-on. Just a single for Cummins.
Yeah, I think I heard Sean talking just in the last few overs about the spin and how that's going to affect the game today. Obviously, bowling in partnerships is a big thing. If you can get two spinners on, and he'll be bowling possibly with Van Verkrum here. If they can bowl in partnership and try and keep the runs down and pick up the odd wicket, so it's a big part of the game. This.
Just one slip, 5 on the single. Fielders out on the cover boundary.
Just tinkering with his field a little bit. He's bringing mid-on rather, literally a yard to his left. Aerial, but
Squeezed
safe.
away through the covers to Cade Carmichael for another single.
We were talking earlier when we were on, Stephen, about the weather. It's nice and sunny out there, but I can assure you, haven't been just away. It's quite cold still. See the coats still being worn around the ground. So although it does look on screen to be quite warm, it is still quite chilly out there.
Nice delivery.
I'm under a little bit of pressure here because no wickets down, as we talked about. Skipper will be looking for him to get the breakthrough.
And not foot perfect there from Cummins. Squirted off the inside edge to mid wicket.
Again, a little bit of tinkering with the field. Moving the cover boundary fielder just a little bit to his left. Finish the 16th here. That's head out.
Nicely played. And the diving stop was excellent from James McCullum, I think. Great bit of fielding, saved a couple of runs.
Again, we talked about he had just literally moved him for about 3 or 4 yards to his right, and that went to exactly where he was standing, so it meant that he had to go around the boundary, put the big dive in, and a fantastic piece of fielding there from James McCullum. That's the standard that we've got to set here in this Rally IP50 tournament. Fantastic piece of fielding there from McCullum to save the boundary off that last ball.
I was just saying to Sean that Mark Adair would not be too pleased with a few misfields from Northern Knights at a time in the game when they had a vice grip on it. Hadn't got a wicket, but at least they were keeping the run rate really low, and he'll be pleased to see that kind of effort.
It was a terrific effort from James McCullum. Obviously missed the first game through injury, so Knights will be pleased to have him back. So Tom Mays to continue.
Short and pulled away, not quite timed though by Frost. Just the single. Cade Carmichael running around to save a run.
Again though, Stephen, as we talked about, not much pace in that, and Frost was able to get onto the back foot quite comfortably and play that in front of square. So the short ball is a tactic, but not enough pace possibly in the wicket.
Cummins on 32, Frost on 29. A real partnership, this.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier. A partnership, that's exactly what it is. It's, as we were talking about traditional cricket, the first 5, 6 overs, ball swinging. It's hard to open. You've got to get through it, and they did exactly that. We talked on commentary earlier about getting through that first 5 or 6 overs. They've done that, and they've now done the hard work. And can they go on now to set up a real big platform for the Reds?
Nice delivery, back of a length, just pushed away to cover point. The batsmen look really set. Northern Knights are going to have to produce something top quality here to break up this partnership. Of course, they will break it up eventually, but
well, from Mark Adair's point of view, I suppose.
Surely not going to have a 50-over partnership here for the
Mark
opening
Adair's
wicket.
point of view, I'm sure they'll be hoping sooner rather than later.
And that one was back of a length a bit and just caught Murray Cummins in no man's land.
I think it might have hit him in no man's land there as well. Just coming down the wicket, but again, he has done that quite a bit now. As we've talked about, he's got set, and he's more and more confident now in leaving his crease and trying to hit down the ground. There's ominous signs here for the Knights, and chances aren't coming really.
And this time into the big gap between cover point and cover.
And again, that's short of a length. He's onto the back foot. There's plenty of time just to push that into the covers.
I'm very impressed with the patience of the two Munster batsmen. At no time in this partnership have they looked rushed or hurried. They're just letting the game come to them, waiting for their chances.
Yeah, it's a really good point that they have looked sort of settled now.
And there's another short delivery into the gap between square leg and long leg. Cade Carmichael, who's very sprightly, across to keep it down to 1.
17 gone now, and the Reds have moved on to 71, and again we've talked about it a few times. It's 71 for no wicket and lots of battling to come for, I suppose, what we call the away side today, the Munster Reds, up in Belfast today, and they've got themselves set now. And just looking over to our right here, their tent will be very comfortable at the minute. Coach Jeremy Bray will be happy with this platform that's been set.
One of the biggest problems for the men coming in is the fact that they've had to wait so long. Sometimes that can be an issue.
Oh, well, definitely, and but saying that, they have got the leeway to give themselves a few overs now, because the run rate is reasonable. It's okay. It's not well down. You know, they're going okay. Here's 17 overs gone. You always look for 80, 90 off the first 20. So the Knights have some work to do here.
So it's Humphreys continuing, and another single just pushed into the gap on the offside. Having a lefty and a righty is also a huge advantage when you're developing a partnership. It makes it difficult for the bowlers to set themselves.
It definitely does in these days when we talk about matchups. You know, bowling into Murray Cummins now, the left-hander, obviously spinning the ball in with him. He'll be playing with the spin, whereas Frost will be going away from him. So left and right just creates that difficulty for the bowler.
Just pushed that one through, but was stroked down to the cover boundary.
Nice from Cummins. Nice fit to the ball, and just comfortably pushed into the covers. And runs are coming at ease now for the Reds. They might not be hitting lots of boundaries, but they're ticking it along very nicely now.
Back to around the wicket for Humphreys, and that one has been pulled delightfully to the long on boundary. The 4 has been saved, but 3 runs on this big cricket pitch at the Ward, and Munster Reds move up to 76.
Long chase there for Tom Mays, and he just having bowled the last over. Nothing worse for a fast bowler than having to chase all the way to the boundary, but he did it for his team and he got there and saves a run. So good commitment there from Mays, but again, good shot from Frost.
Carefully played by Cummins. No sign that he's going to give up his wicket too easily.
Definitely not. He's looking to put his mark on this game and get to another 50 to start with.
Oh, a nice reverse sweep. Beats the fielder at backward. And it's gone away for 4. That was a fine shot.
Yeah,
and another boundary to Mark Cummins, and the score moves to 80, I think.
You can see Cummins, his confidence is growing now when you see reverse sweeps coming out, and he got in position very quickly there with one man on the 45. If he beats him, as he did just about, it's still going to go for 4 along this carpet of an outfield. The last ball of the 18th. Short.
Again, he had to just wait for that. Happy to take the single, keep the strike. And at the end of 18 overs, it's a very impressive Munster Reds opening partnership that will lead us into a little break for drinks, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome once again to the ward in Stormont, East Belfast, this beautiful cricket ground which today hosts the Rario Interprovincial Series between the Northern Knights and the Munster Reds. Well, the toss was won, for those of you who might be joining late, by the Knights, who elected to bowl, and well, the Munster Reds have been feasting themselves on bowling that was initially really good, but has in the last 5 or 6 overs just failed to find a wicket.
Yeah, Stephen, haven't really created many chances in the last 10 overs. As you say, the first few overs it was swinging, it was moving, and it was difficult for the Reds. But they've settled in now, and they've put on a top partnership already. 81 off just into the 19th over, and a real good platform for the rest of the innings.
A run rate of 4.46 is impressive going in the early running of a 50 over match. Tom Mays doing okay from this end, bowling his 4th over. That's better, pitched up on a good line. These two batsmen will pay respect to good bowling, no question.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Stephen. I think in the first 18 overs we've seen that if you bowl in the right areas, they won't take risks. So they will dot you up if you bowl in the right areas. But if you give them anything offline on the leg stump or wide or short, they've taken toll of it, and that's why they're sitting on 81. So it's been good batting from the Reds.
Good delivery, just on a good length, and caught Murray Cummins as he was trying to get forward to get that away.
I think even looking at those first 3 balls since the drinks break, I think possibly the coach has been out there, Simon Johnson from the Knights, and has had a word with his seam bowlers, and certainly Tom Mays in particular, because he's bowling a much fuller length there, trying to hit off stump in those first 3 balls, and already has caused a few little problems for Cummins in those first 3 balls.
Well, that's exactly what you and Sean were saying, how important it is to get the length right. And on a wicket like this, you probably do need to pitch it up just that fraction more, especially if you haven't got real pace.
Express pace. I think that's a key part of cricket in Ireland is working out immediately. If you're a seam bowler, what length is good on a particular pitch? Because we saw last week at Pembroke, it was coming through a little bit better, possibly than here. So the length maybe does need to be a foot higher than that.
Short and good feet movement by Cummins as he pulls it away to the man deep on the mid-wicket boundary.
But that's what we've talked about there. So 3 good balls to start with, 4 good balls, dot balls, bit of pressure on Cummins, so he does something different. He comes down the wicket. Was aerial there. It was nicely timed, but there is a man out there on the leg side boundary, and just something different from Cummins. If you let him bat, he'll bat all day.
Only one of the 4 boundary riders is in front of square on the mid-wicket boundary. No run there. Goes straight to Van Workum at backward point.
Much better over there from Tom Mays, threatening, and just the one from it, I think, and certainly much more threatening in terms of taking a wicket than he has been. So, as I say, possibly the coach has had a word at drinks there, and they've bowled a little fuller there, trying to induce an edge or at least a little bit of panic in the batters.
I'm sure Jeremy Bray, the coach for the Munster Reds, has probably equally been saying to his players, just make sure you play yourself in again. Nothing rash in these couple of overs after the break. It's so often that a wicket falls because the concentration gets lost.
No, that's exactly it. I'd probably say their drinks talk was a little bit shorter than the Knights, because they're in a good position, and Jeremy probably just said, go and do that again for the next 18. And set up a huge platform for the last 10, possibly for the Reds. So they're in a good position, but we always talk about it. One could bring 2 and change the whole picture. So Matthew Humphries is going to continue with his left arm spin from the city end.
Straight to the fielder in the covers. That's Mark Adair. Gets down well to field.
He's got to settle in on a length here. Humphreys, and obviously Commons will be doing the opposite. He'll be trying to move about the crease.
That one was pitched up,
That's
and
a
he
beautiful
got
shot.
to the ball and pushed it away through the covers for 4. Fine shot by Murray Cummins.
That's a class shot from Commons, over pitch though from Matthew Humphreys, and Commons just leans into it and crashes it through the covers. Typical left-hander shot through the covers, graceful, and he picked the gap, and James McCullum this time can't get round, and that's the boundary in the over, just off the second ball.
Yeah, and that takes the pressure off the batsman straight away.
And conversely puts it onto the bowler.
And that one didn't quite reach him, but Cummins' hands there were superb.
Yeah, you can see he's in now. He is in, and he's hitting the ball cleanly now, and his feet movement is better, and he is looking set now. He's
45
just short of his
for
half
him.
century, yeah.
34 to Frost. Full toss. And that was a missed by Frost. He had the whole of mid-wicket to aim at.
Yeah,
He won't be too happy with himself on that shot.
just picked out Morgan Topping there.
Went for a repeat, but it was a better delivery from Humphreys. Pitched it up nicely. A sign of more aggression from the Munster Reds batsman now, and why not? 87 on the board, coming to the end of the 20th over.
Well ball there from Humphreys towards the end of that, over to Frost. Better ball to close out the 20th. And as we mentioned, the Reds have moved on to 87 without loss. And Murray Cummins in particular looking comfortable now. He's moved on to 45 from 62. And Ali Frost on 34 from 59. So Stephen is just going to leave us for a few overs, and I'm delighted to have Sean Hussey back with me.
Thanks, Ali. Good morning, everyone.
Tom Mays is going to continue here from the Dundonald Road end.
Just all looks a little bit easy for the Munster Reds, and I think they're well on their way to quite possibly a big score. Wasp on the bottom right of your screen now saying over 300.
That was 274 in the first few overs. We looked at it, and at the start of the game it was 274. And looking at the score at the moment, 305 is the prediction.
Well, the average first inning score last season in the IP50 was 247. There were just 3 scores above 300.
I can tell you now, Sean, mark it there in the Northern Mates will bite your hand off for 247 right now.
Well, I think it just shows you the importance of having wicket-taking options with the ball and having wicket-taking plans. And I just think the Northern Knights might have missed a couple of trips. Well, Mark Adair bowled beautifully this morning, as expected. International class on show, and that's a good delivery from Mays.
We've just been talking about it with Stephen in the last over with Tom. He's definitely been pitching it up a little bit, especially to Frost, and immediately he's causing a few more problems.
It'll be interesting to see Tyrone Kane scheduled in next. What sort of what he does and what he tries to do. Does he really try and add a bit of momentum and impetus, or does he allow himself to get in? You know, the quality of striking. He has another good delivery, if I may. And I think it's one thing that's happened today, Ali, is when they bowled a couple of good deliveries, they just haven't been able to keep the pressure on. A couple of little misfields.
Yeah, backing it up then and building pressure, and I think that's a huge thing that hasn't happened in these first 20 overs, is building pressure. And we talk about that for bowlers as well as batters. And there's just been a release shot or a misfield or something just to get off strike and get down the other end, and haven't really been able to bowl consistently at one batter.
Again, a couple of dots. But also as a fielding side, I think it's so important that batters in the team who don't bowl have such a big role in the field. I think you got to anticipate. You got to see when there's a couple of dots and really get behind your bowler and really try to build up the momentum. And if you're being a little bit critical of the Northern Knights, even looking around now, it just seems a little bit flat, kind of early season blooms. It's not exactly warm at the moment in Stormont, but you'd just be a little bit frustrated from that point of view.
I would totally agree with that in terms of the energy out there. There's that short ball we talked about, and as that found the gap, well fielded on the boundary. That's Carmichael out there again. He saves two. But yeah, I think you're right, Sean. I mean, anybody that knows me, when I played cricket, I wasn't particularly a great batter or a bowler. I really just went out and fielded for 50 overs, and that was my role. And I loved it, and the energy to bring in the field is also a big part of the game. And you know, just those little things add up, and you're backing your bowler and making sure you're not giving away ones and twos, keeping the same guy on strike, etc. So yeah, it is a big thing, and you know, just the energy with the Knights at the minute. They haven't taken those early wickets they maybe expected, having won the toss, and just it looks as if they're just waiting for something to happen now rather than creating it.
Yeah, 21 overs gone, 90 without loss. So the Northern Knights really reacting to what the Munster Reds are throwing at them. Real ease out there at the minute. And we said the spin would be such a big part of the game. Matthew Humphries has bowled 3 overs. He hasn't bowled too many bad balls, but he's gone now at exactly a run of ball. So immediately the Munster Reds were in a position where they could put the pressure on Humphries, which wouldn't maybe have been the case if there was a couple of wickets and new batters to the crease. And well, speaking of bad balls, that probably is one, and it's a glorious shot from Murray Cummins. We are right behind that, and what a way to go to a half century. Well, he's a man in good form, with real class, and with huge Irish aspirations, and with innings like this, he's going to go a long way to getting himself into that Irish setup.
Yeah, that was a bad ball. You have to be fair, that was a bad ball. Murray Cummins not going to miss out there. Full toss, and he picks the gap. That was the important thing there. You can hit it anywhere, and he picked the gap, and another boundary, and again pressure on the bowler early in the over.
I think there's one thing about Murray Cummins, and always a sign of a good player, is how often he hits the ball to fielders, but there's either side and it's a boundary. He just times the ball so well, and if he gets in, well, he often makes it look very easy, very elegant, as a lot of left-handers do. And again, played into the gap.
Yeah, pushing two here. Good turn. Carmichael's quick, but he's not quick enough. And two more to Cummins. And even that running between the wickets now is upped in intensity, and you can see the Reds are enjoying themselves.
Yeah, and if you're Murray Cummins here, you're thinking big. You really are. Not just for your team, but for himself and for the Irish selectors to take note of.
I think that's exactly it. He's done the hard yards. He's done the hard yards now, and he can. I mean, we talk about cricket being a team game, of course it is, but it's an individual game as well, and he'll be looking now for himself as well as his team. You know, he can make hay here now in the light sunshine.
Well, still very much early season weather, not exactly sun drenched, but we are expecting a little bit of sunshine later in the afternoon. Should be a cracking second innings either way, with the quality of Munster Reds bowling and the quality of Northern Knights batting. Down the ground, Ali Frost on the attack with a top ball. Ends the 22nd. Munster Reds approaching the 100 mark. They're 97 without loss.
Yeah, Sean, you're mentioning there about the second innings coming up here. Even pre-game, I was looking at the two teams, and I sort of did think it was a bit of a Munster Reds bowling attack against the Knights. We can have a look at the Knights bowling attack so far. Wicketless, you can see in that fourth column, wicketless, and that's the big thing.
You just see the quality there. And Mark Adair bowled earlier, opening the bowling. His 6 overs, you think, are going to be very important. Whether he bowls them 6 in 2 separate spells, you'd expect him for a couple of overs around the middle, maybe looking to try and pick up a wicket.
They are going to take Tom Mays off. He did bowl a little bit short earlier in his spell, but in the last 2 overs there, I thought he'd come back and was creating a little bit of pressure. But they've decided to change him up now. They're going to bring Tyrone Cohen back on from this end, and this was the role he played in the game against the Lightning. He came on middle overs and bowled through 7 or 8 on his spell.
One thing that's so noticeable about Murray Cummins, a bit of a mix-up here and a chance. Oh, and I think Ali Frost just get back. Well, we've spoken all afternoon about how well these two have played together, set for a second century stand in 2 games, but nearly all ended in tears, Ali.
That would have been unbelievable. The way they've played, Ali Frost just decided to walk out of his crease, and you could see the panic in his eyes there as he turned back, and that would have been a horrible way to give it up.
Yeah, well, that's something I'm sure the Northern Knights would be hoping for, just any way to break this partnership. They won't mind how. But just 400 plus run partnerships in all the IP50 games last year. None of them were for the opening wicket, and the Munster Reds are set for back-to-back century opening stands between this pair. Oh, that's a brilliant piece of fielding, and the captain leading from the front.
And we talked about it a couple of overs ago. That's the type of thing that they've got to do now. You know, if they can't get wickets through the normal methods of pressure, the fielding has to be up to standard now, and really keep the Reds, first of all, get the run rate down, build pressure, and maybe the Reds will create a mistake, but they need that wicket.
We touched a little bit on it earlier. What you make of the makeup of this Northern Knights bowling attack? Now, I think a lot of people at home will be asking where Matthew Foster is. Obviously, we haven't been really told if he's injured. We know he suffered with injuries in the past. It is early season. You want to be managing your bowlers' workloads. But it was an interesting omission at the toss.
It was. I actually had a quick chat with him pre-game to see if he was fit, 'cause he got injured, I think, he had a catch in the game the other day. And he did get injured, had to come off for a few overs in that game, but he came back and bowled okay. So I think he's fit enough. Yeah, I mean, he
could be managing workloads.
It could be something like that, because he's on the cusp of, you know, as most players in the Interprovincial Series are, and he's been bowling well for his club early season. So to be honest, I'm not sure what the thinking is behind it, because it's his home ground, as we talked about earlier, and he would know exactly the conditions and the areas he'd be bowling. So, I mean, obviously bringing McCollum back in, and it strengthens the batting a little bit, although, as I mentioned earlier, John Matchett must be feeling quite unlucky to miss out, you know. But obviously James McCollum has played for Ireland, and he comes back in after his injury. So, you know, just maybe Matthew Foster's just another unlucky one just to miss out.
Well, it definitely is one of the hallmarks now of the IP series, that picking the teams for the coaches and captains so difficult.
But that's fantastic. That's exactly what we're looking at. We don't want the same 11 guys getting picked every single week, because we want competition for places. That's the idea. Yes, it's a tournament, and teams are wanting to win it, and I know, having spoken to Simon Johnson, the Knights are very keen to do well in both the IP50 and the T20. So, but eventually it is trying to lead to international selection, and you know, guys have got to. And we talked about the competition and the rivalry. That's got to be seen.
23 overs have gone here in Stormont, and Munster Reds have moved pretty effortlessly to 98 without loss. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. You can see Neil Rock there talking with the captain, Mark Adair, and his brother Ross is there, and looks like we're going to have a change of bowling.
It's a bit of a conflab at the far end there, at the city end. It's Neil Rock's there as well, having a chat. Of course, he captained in the last game against the Lightning, with James McCullum missing and Mark Adair missing. So he's obviously a good cricket brain, knows, and behind the stumps he'll know what spin was available for Matthew Humphries. So maybe having a chat with the new bowler, who is going to be Theo van Vurkrum.
Yeah.
Our left arm spinner.
This is going to be an interesting passage of play here. Theo van Vurkrum, the left arm. So we've already seen the left arm off spin of Matthew Humphries, not to real effect. So the spin here being interesting, again, part of the game. So Murray Cummins on 54, bowling to 2 set batters. Not going to be easy. Has to try and find his groove.
Yeah, Van Vurkrum's come into the Northern Cricket Union this year. He plays at CIYMS locally. Probably the strongest team in the NC at the moment. He's New Zealander, and but aspirations, of course, to play for Ireland. And he's come in and done quite well for his club side. But obviously, this is a step up again. He hails from Canterbury in New Zealand. It's well bowled. He really needs to settle in here and create that pressure. Matthew Humphries, as you said, Johnny, didn't bowl that many bad balls, but there was no pressure. It was 6 and over quite comfortably for the Reds.
I wonder if we might see Humphries from this end, the Dundonald ends. Maybe might be something. Spin at both ends might help the Northern Knights. Oh, beautiful piece of bowling. Oh, and they were full short. It was a stumping, also then appealing for the cut behind. It was a beautiful piece of bowling from Ronkrum. And Ali Frost was in all sorts of danger there, but he has managed to get back.
That was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That's a perfect left arm spinner delivery, dragging the batter forward, beating him outside the off stump, and as you say, 3 or 4 appeals there, and Rock taking it. But yeah, you can see he hasn't moved that back foot, and the umpire George Brawley at this end says not out, but a good piece of bowling there, and that's just in the head of the batter now that he can do that.
Well, there it is. That's going to be the century opening stand again. 2 matches in a row from Ali Frost and Murray Cummins. Yeah, and they've gone about it in such a fine manner.
Terrific stuff from the Reds. You can hear the tent over there right here clapping those guys. Super partnership already. And they'll want to kick on now and just keep going as they are now and set up that platform for those middle order players.
Out comes the reverse sweep. Plays it well in front of square. Well, it could be an interesting battle in the second innings. Saw Mick Granger bowl beautifully last week. You got Tyrone Kane, Curtis Camper with the ball for the Munster Reds, Ben White. So it's set for a really interesting game. That's a good start from Theo van Vurkrum. That's the 24th over done, and the Munster Reds have moved to 100 without loss.
Yeah, you mentioned that bowling attack for the Reds. I was really impressed by them against the Lightning at Sydney Parade. Just their intensity in the first 10 overs really going at, McCarthy and Granger.
They seem to have a real wicket-taking threat or a desire to take wickets.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And Tyrone Kane coming on, but in terms of their batting at the minute, if we look at their batting, we've got the scorecard up there, 100 again, partnership 2 in a row, and Cummins looking the class act that he is at the minute.
Yeah, so much batting still to come. PJ Moore, Kane, Camphor, Delaney. So I'm sure they'll be rushing over to get the pads on some of that middle order, like Zakar Delaney will be wanting to impress the selectors himself. And that's a fine shot from Murray Cummins. It's just gone just inside the boundary, but again, very comfortable at coming down the wicket and putting the pressure back on the Northern Knights, and he looks in terrific touch, and I'm sure the Irish selectors will be taking note.
Ominous. That is ominous. He is first ball, you see it quite a lot. First ball of the over, targeting it, and that was effortless. and a bit dismissive, if we're being honest.
Yeah, as you can see, just short. Plays the pull shot this time. Be just a single in the deep. But I think if you're an Irish cricketing fan sat at home watching, you want to see these level of performances. You want to see these players, whether it be the Northern Knights bowling attack, coming under pressure from real class players. And there's no doubt the Northern Knights will know with the batting to come that they are in for a long 25, 26 overs. But it's about how you react, and it's about how you deal and cope under pressure. I think that's why I was impressed with Mark Donegan last week for the Leinster Lightning. Got 87. But sometimes it's not a case of how you get your runs, but when. And when you do it under pressure, when your side needs something. Now, it came in a losing cause because of the quality of the Munster Reds batting. But the Northern Knights will need to find a spark here from somewhere. And I think Theo van Bronckhorst could give it to them both really well in that opening over. But they need something.
But that's exactly what we're talking about. These games are about different scenarios, different positions that you're in. That could be out.
Well, there it is. There's the opening wicket. And it all comes rather tamely. Ali Frost will be really disappointed with himself. Again, he's done all the hard yards and he's just cut that one to backward point. And Cohen gets his man. And the partnership is broken. And the Munster Reds lose their opening wicket. The score on 106, but you can see by his body language he'll be really disappointed. He's kind of thrown it away.
You can see his head going back, and he's walking off quite disconsolately, even though he's played quite well for his 37, a great partnership, but he has kind of thrown that away. Wasn't a great ball in terms of Tyrone Cohen has bowled that outside off stump, and really Ali Frost could have hit that anywhere, but he just threw his hands at it and picked out the man, and he's gone for 37, and the first wicket falls on 106.
Well, here's the player of the match from the Munster Reds win over the Leinster Lightning. And speaking of Irish selectors, well, Tyrone Kane has been around the Irish setup for a long time. He's been in and out, hasn't really nailed down a place. But I think he has shown over the last 18 months, 2 years, kind of an understanding that he's had to adapt his game, especially with the ball. Started off mainly as a swing bowler. Not the quickest around, so he's had to bring new skills. But his batting was so impressive in Pembroke. 6 as he hit 5 from PJ Moore. And the power that Tyrone Kane has. There always has been a question with him. Have we seen it enough, and the consistency? And he's certainly, with how he started, will be hoping to continue that here.
He's been very consistent over the past 12 months in particular. And I'll let you into a bit of a secret here, Sean. This guy's one of my favourite cricketers. I just love watching him play cricket. His intensity, his will to do well, so he really is somebody I love watching playing.
And I think Irish fans will say, well, we haven't seen the best of him. And maybe at Tyrone Kane, who's coming in, getting towards his 30s, you probably won't like me saying that, but he's someone now, and you often find in international cricket, you know, there's a lot of cases of it. Chris Rogers, Adam Voges, where getting into the international side, particularly with the bat, comes later in their career. So Tyrone Kane has picked up a lot of experience. Maybe now is the time to shine.
Nice shot to get off the mark. Nice and comfortable. Knocks it down to fine leg. Gets him off the mark. And so the first wicket falls in that over. And finally the breakthrough for the Knights. And it's 107 for 1 at the halfway mark.
We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Stephen Alkin is going to replace Ali. And Theo van Bronckhorst to continue. And he bowled a fine over to start a spell. As I welcome back Stephen Alkin into the commentary box.
Hi, Sean. I tell you, sitting there watching cricket is a delight. But it is cold. You can't feel it where we're sitting, because we're in this little tent at the corner of the ground, but there is a very brisk and chilly breeze. So they got the breakthrough at last, and it has to be said that Ali Frost was stuck on 36-37 for quite a long time. And it was he who eventually played the loose shot that gave the Northern Knights their breakthrough.
he's bowling well here, Van Ronkrum. You saw the beautiful piece of bowling with the drift and spin away from Ali Frost in the previous over. That gave the stumping chance, and he's immediately started well to Tyrone Kane. So this is what the Northern Knights would have wanted, a new batter at the crease, and a chance to build some pressure.
And then all of a sudden the fielders are on their toes and they're thinking the next wicket's coming. You always have to think, what would the score be if you added 2 wickets to it as a fielding side?
You're never out of a game. You always have to, particularly at this level with the quality of bowlers. I know the quality of batters that are out there, but if a bowler can perform and you can rattle through any order at this level, the higher the standard, you've got the quality of bowling. I've been impressed by Van Ronkrum.
Right on the spot, keeping Murray Cummins quiet, and goodness knows that's difficult.
It'll be interesting to see as Murray Cummins change his approach, because he had been playing pretty freely up until the fall of that wicket, so I wonder will it alter his game.
Didn't quite catch that reverse sweep, but he gets the single to backward point. Score moves along to 62. And the total to 109 for 1. And with 25 overs to go, I'd say they Munster Reds will be targeting something in and around 300. That would certainly give them something very good to bowl at. Another good over from Van Ronkrum.
26 overs now gone, 109 for 1. Absolutely, and I think they've got so much batting to come. I think it'll be all about timing, and we are going to see Mark Adair. So the wicket has brought a change in the plans, and the star man with the ball, not just for the Northern Knights but for Ireland, is coming back, and it's going to be a big couple of overs here. He just bowled 4 up top, and you'd imagine he'll want to bowl 4 towards the end, so it could be a 2-over burst here from Adair. Can he find another wicket? Well, he's the captain, and he's brought himself back.
Murray Cummins on strike, turning it to deep mid-wicket for a single, but that's exactly what the Knights would have wanted, getting Kane to the crease.
Yeah, and you can't allow a player of Tyrone Kane's quality to get his eye in or to get used to the pace of the wicket, so they have to try and attack now, and as I say that, the slip's coming in place, so good aggressive captaincy. It may offer Kane a boundary opportunity, but the slip in place, and the star man for the Knights. So interesting passage of play here. Can they get Tyrone Kane player of the match in the previous game for the Munster Reds?
And gave him an easy one there, just pulled around to long leg.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the type of delivery on this pitch. It doesn't seem to be the quickest, just seems to be a little bit slower. And we've seen a couple of times, particularly from Ali Frost, the pull shot being a good scoring opportunity. So I would like to see that pitched up a little bit, especially with the first slip in place. So I think Adair will be a little bit disappointed with the first 2 balls of this over.
Slip has gone out for Cummins, not surprisingly, and he just strokes it off his hip for another one.
He seems to be really untroubled. Murray Cummins seems to be really at ease, just really elegant, and the key for him now is to just get himself through this mini period for the Knights after getting the wicket, just get himself batting into the next 3 or 4 overs, because there is a big score from him.
That's better from Adair, but you know, there's no pressure on the leg side whatsoever. One slip in, there's nobody saving a single on the entire leg side. 2 out in the boundary and 1 at mid-on. And I just feel like they need to put a little bit more physical and mental pressure on the batsman, especially Kane, who's just come in. That's a well taken quick single to backward point.
Yeah, really good from Tyrone Kane. And this is good from the Munster Reds. Very experienced, these two. And will know the importance of the next couple of overs or so. But I think you're right. I think that was very impressive about the Munster Reds last week, was their attacking intent, but also the clear plans they had. They had 2 or 3 slips, although a different wicket, quicker wicket, but they allowed the opposition to tempt them into driving through the covers, left a big gap.
Poor delivery. Short to Cummins, just swats it away. He moves to 65. Kane on 4. That's the end of Mark Adair's 5th over, first of his new spell.
Yeah, and I think if you're Mark Adair, he'll know that was a poor over, so he may well not bowl another one. He may well keep that extra over for later in the game when there's another wicket, because that wasn't his best. And when you're a player of his quality and you've only got 5 overs left, and when the opposition have 9 wickets left, you've got to really control and understand when and where you should bowl. So it'll be interesting to see if Adair does get another over. Van Bronckhorst to continue, and he's been really impressive.
Very well bowled. Commons going along breezily, but that run rate is stuck in the low 4s, which, although they've only lost 1 wicket, means that the Knights are still well in this, and that is a fabulous shot. Wonderful wrists from Cummins. Another boundary.
Yeah, I think what's so impressive about this one, there is 2 men back for the reverse sweep, and a couple of times he's played it and not got all of it, but that time he made sure he got that one in front of square, a beaten point on his left shoulder, and it would race away. So just pure quality there from Murray Cummins, and as you said, it does look a little bit ominous now, and he looks in total control.
69 compiled off 81 deliveries. 10 4s.
I think what also is good about this, I just see it again, it just gives Van Bronckhorst something else to think about. So he knows now he just can't keep coming on and trying to bowl the same line and same length, because Cummins can do that to him. So it just adds something in. So we might see Van Bronckhorst drop one in short, maybe bowl a little bit quicker, even though slower through the air has worked for him. That's what playing a shot like a reverse sweep can do.
And that time it goes straight to the fielder, Morgan Topping. Good stop.
Yeah, good work from Topping there, because he's on his toes. He knows he's in the game, and you can't afford any mistakes like that. And Mark Adair is changing things up. He's going to put the man that was at deep cover on the boundary for that reverse sweep. So he's at deep backward point, and now backward point's gone to cover. So there's a real chance if he can beat the man at extra cover and cover, Cummins could get another boundary. But that's why people talk about playing the reverse sweep for the sake of it. It's more for the mental side, that you can dictate where the fielders go. And if you've got it in the locker, it puts everyone off, fielders, captain and the bowler.
That's a really good comeback from Van Bronckhorst. When you're bowling against a batter of this quality who's already well set, and you've given up a boundary early in the over. Throwing in 4 dots is impressive. Well done.
Yeah, 28 overs there. Now gone, 118 for 1, and Cummins will be disappointed, because what he enabled himself there is to give him a free scoring shot if he could pierce the gap between cover point and extra cover in the ring, and that ball was the perfect opportunity to do it, and he missed out. So that's what the reverse sweep does. It moves the field around and creates other scoring opportunities, and Cummins will be disappointed he missed out there. Hasn't missed out on too many today, it has to be said, and it is going to be Mark Adair to continue. So He's got 5 overs left, and you think these 5 overs have to yield a couple of wickets for the Northern Knights, because there are plenty of quality batters still left in the hutch for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, the overs have been well distributed. 5 to Adair, 5 to Pretorius. That's a little bit off the inside edge from Kane. Just the single to Cade Carmichael, who's a very good boundary fielder. Kane moves to 5. Score moves to 119 for 1. Yeah, they've managed their bowlers well. They've used 6, so they have that little bit of extra leeway at the end. But wickets will determine the score here.
Again, a little bit too short from Adair. And on this wicket, it's not really troubling the batter, especially to a man well set. Be interesting to see, when does Tyrone Kane look to really try and find a boundary. Bigger boundaries than we had in Pembroke last week. So I think he won't be hitting 5 6s like he did in Sydney Parade.
Beautiful shot. Lovely wristy cover drive. Probably the shot of the day so far. Well done, Tyrone Kane. Another boundary for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, glorious from Tyrone Kane. And I like where he's batting now at number 3. I think it suits him. I think it gives him more responsibility, and that's just glorious. He's got such natural ability to connect sweetly with the ball. His ball striking is up there with some of the best we have on this island. So
no way he was going for that one. Well over his shoulders. Called a wide, completely out of reach of the batsman.
And again, a touch of frustration from Mark Adair. But if you're Murray Cummins and Tyrone Kane, well, 2 players who you wouldn't say are first choice when it comes to white ball cricket for Ireland, but 2 men, I'm sure, with huge aspirations. Tyrone Kane said that in his player of the match interview last week.
Happy to let that one through. Good length.
The thing with the Ireland one-day squad at the moment, I think, is there's about 8 or 9 real certainties, real players who've made their mark, and then I think there's a couple of spots up for grabs still. So the competition is even greater.
Cleverly pushed into the gap in the covers. Another one for Tyrone Kane.
And it's such a big summer for the Irish men's side. Qualification this year will be determined for the T20 World Cup and indeed the 50 over World Cup. So Heinrich Milan is going to need a big player pool. It's going to be a busy summer. It's going to be a taxing summer, especially for some of the players playing franchise cricket around the world.
It's one of the first times we've seen Cummins play at the ball and miss. Good delivery from Mark Adair brings to an end the 29th over. Good runs per over rate from, good economy rate from Adair, but so far no wickets.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully this morning with no real luck. He bowled a couple of deliveries to Ali Frost that were quite unplayable, and he has that ability, Mark Adair, so effective both at the top of the innings and indeed at the end. He really has become Ireland's real premier fast bowler. Of course, Josh Little there, but Mark Adair really is the senior man. He takes on an awful lot of responsibility. And you forget, he's only 4 or 5 years into his international cricket journey, but the strides he's made been outstanding.
And Roncombe continuing from the city end. This week, don't forget, you can watch lots of cricket streamed live. We've got today's game, of course. Tomorrow we'll be up in Breedy for the Northwest Warriors against the Leinster Lightning, and then the Warriors will be at home to the Knights on Thursday.
Yeah, it is a big week, especially in terms of the IP50 competition. We'll have a little break for a while. Of course, there'll be the test match, Ireland going to England, the Ireland men's side. Then we'll be into T20 mode for a couple of festivals. So, big week in terms of who's going to win the 50-over competition. A little bit of a mix-up. Murray Cummins gets back.
Yeah, good fielding by the Knights, staying sharp. That was Ruan Pretorius stopping that run. Real question for me is, at what point do the Reds push on? Still 4 1/4 and over. Still got over 20 to go. It's incredible how many runs you can get, of course, in the last 10 if you've got lots of wickets in hand.
Well, I think if we don't see a dare continuing from the Dundonald end next over, I think Murray Cummins and indeed Tyrone Kane will look to target who comes on next, put the pressure on the Northern Knights. As I said, huge amount, 9 wickets left, and real quality players to come. So I think it'd be very much a case of picking your battles, especially if you're Tyrone Kane. Big boundaries here, of course. We saw him clear plenty in Pembroke.
Boundaries here over 70 metres on the straight boundaries, 60 metres at cover and mid-wicket. That's good ground fielding from the Knights in this over. They've kept Kane quiet. Good over that for the Knights. 126 for 1 off 30. Just 19 runs scored in the last 5 overs for the loss of no wickets, but yeah, slowing down a little bit, the Reds.
Yeah, it is, Stephen. Just being off comms there, having a chat with a few people around the ground, and just talking about how it's slowed up in the last 4 to 5 overs, as you said. You know, you'd be looking to kick on now with only one wicket down, but it definitely, you know, 126 with just 20 to go. If you look at a T20 game, you're looking maybe 150, 160 in a T20 game. You're up to 270. But at one stage, we looked at the Wasp 5-6 overs ago. It was 305, and it's dropping down a little bit. But I just heard Sean talking about who was going to replace Market there. It's going to be Tom Mays, and possibly, you know, we could see maybe Murray Cummins in particular having a go now at this end.
Good delivery, well pitched up. Just a couple out on the offside at third and cover. There's a long leg and a deep mid-wicket. Apart from that, everybody in a circle trying to stop Murray Cummins getting closer to that century.
Whipped off his hips. There's a man out there. Morgan topping down there on the boundary, keeps it to 1. And the Knights will be a little bit happier now in the last half hour. And obviously they've taken the wicket and they've created just a little bit of pressure now on the Reds. It's okay having all the wickets in hand. You got to score runs.
Yeah, this next 5-10 overs absolutely crucial on the outcome of this match. Good delivery to Kane.
There, Stephen. These next 5-10, you know, if we can still go along at 4 and over even for the next 10, the Knights will be delighted. You know, they're even 50 or 170 going into the last 10. So much cricket these days. We look at T20 scores and try and work out from there where teams are going to be. We're in a 50 over game, but we're now in a T20 scenario really at the end of this innings.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
He appeals. I think it was
Kane caught on the crease and wrapped on the pads.
I think it was a little bit high, similar to one earlier in the first few overs, a little bit high, maybe going over the top. But again, keeping keeping Tyrone King quiet at the moment. Did hit a lovely cover drive in the last over, but he's only going at a strike rate of about 50 at the moment, and then the Reds will be looking to up that.
Turned into the gap at mid-wicket. Just a single for Kane.
Yeah, as we've just discussed there, we are now in a bit of a T20 scenario here for the Knights. And these days, you know, singles are okay. You know, and the Knights will probably take 6 singles now. You know, an extra 120 on top of that would be 250. So 6 singles and over. It's the boundaries that they want to avoid. And in the last 4 or 5 overs, they've been keeping it to 1 or 2.
Yep, every single is a bonus for the Knights.
Just shows you how cricket has moved on, because we used to talk about building dot balls, and it was dot balls was the king. Nowadays, you're happy even just to go for 1. You know, bowlers are happy to go 6 and over in the last 20 overs. And it just shows you how the game has moved on.
Van Ronkum has done a fantastic job here in the middle overs. 4 overs for just 9 runs. He's kept the end quiet. He's applied the pressure, which is just what the Knights want. And I've got a funny feeling this might be the over where either he gets taken apart or he gets a wicket.
That's the old sticker twist. Let's see what happens.
Another good delivery.
I think you're
forcing
right.
him on the back foot.
Sorry, I think you're right, Stephen. I'm looking at Murray Coleman's body language out there, and he does look a bit of an itch there to come down the track here.
Just a snick fine past the fielder at backward square, and just a couple of runs to Cummins.
Nice shot from Murray Commons. I know we're looking at power cricket now towards these last 20, but nice little tickle off his legs there, gets him 2. Long chase for Ryan Pretorius down to the boundary.
Short and pulled away handsomely. 1 bounce for 4. You can't bowl short to Murray Cummins in this form. Lovely 4. He moves on to 78.
Lovely shot from Commons, just too short. Again, good feet movement there. You can see he uses all of his crease. And he picks the length early, gets back, and there's not enough cover on that side of the wicket. And Cade Carmichael can't get round. 4 for Commons.
Thought about the single, but it wasn't there really. Played straight to the fielder. Oh, it's a great game of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say those very words. It's a real good contest between these two now, between the bowler and a set batter.
That was a little bit pitched up. And I think it's gone all the way. The first 6 of the innings to Murray Cummins. Wonderful strike to take him into the 80s, and the score moves quickly to 141 for 1.
That's the risk reward. Give it a bit more flight, but right into Murray Cummins' arc. And a beautiful straight hit down the ground to the bigger boundary, I suppose. And it carries all the way, as you say, Stephen, for the first maximum.
Well, Van Ronkum against Cummins was always going to be an interesting matchup in that over. I just had this sense that either Cummins was going to make a mistake or he was going to get himself some big runs.
And so far it's gone the batter's way. He's moved on to 84.
They're the kind of overs they need, really. I mean, they've got to be scoring at 8, 9 and over till the end.
They do. Yeah, again, as we've talked about, 20 overs to go. If they're going at 8 or 9, that will get them up towards 300, and that I think is a minimum today. The pitch looks okay, maybe not coming on to the bat quite as well, but as we've talked about a few times, the weather is starting to pick up. We've got a little bit of sunshine coming into the box here, which is quite nice.
Much appreciated.
And that should firm up the wicket,
and helping.
You know, it might play a little bit better later on in the night. Again, as we've discussed a few times, deep batting lineup today. and so the Reds got to be wary.
It's all good and well having lovely trees all around a cricket ground, but it can cause a problem when the balls are hit away. Last ball of this over. Straight down the ground for a single. Cummins stays on strike. A very good over for the Munster Reds. That run rate has gone from 4.1 something to 4.44. And more of the same required in the sunshine here in the ward.
And things can change very, very quickly. We've been early in the game. We were talking about how well that opening partnership had set the Reds up, and then just for half an hour the Knights fighting back a little bit, squeezing when the wicket fell. And now we're into another phase of the game here, to set up possibly the last 10. But Murray Cummins in a bit of a difficult situation, I suppose, because we talked about his individual. He'd be looking for his 100, but he can't tip his way to it.
Tom Mays back into the attack for the Knights.
Change of angle for Tom Mays, coming around the wicket to Murray Cummins, possibly trying to cramp him up a little bit and tuck him up and not give him the width, because he, as we talked about in the last over, he does seem to be itching even to get down the track to the seamers.
Very short, seen all the way and straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket, who I think was Tyrone Cohen. Just a single for Cummins that time.
He'd be lucky to get away with that one, Mays, because it was well hit and there's only one man out there and he pretty much picked him out. Either side it would have been difficult, and he'll take the single though, and that brings Tyrone Kane back on strike. As we talked about, he's strike rate of 50 at the moment, so he'll be looking to up that.
Pulled away, but just evading Cade Carmichael at deep mid wicket. Kane will be happy though, another single. Keep the strike moving. Give Cummins as much of it as you can.
Yeah, again, that's a different scenario then. Tyrone Kane does want to pick up his own strike rate, but you also want to give as much strike as you can to Murray Cummins, a set batter. I mean, he's in, so it's a difficult scenario for Tyrone Kane.
Didn't see that one come off the bat. Went down to third man. Just a single, half a fumble down there, but another run to the Munster Reds.
A little bit, it's just we're talking about Murray Cummins a little bit airy-fairy with that one. He wasn't committed to that shot. It did come out. You can see him practicing there, just on the offside. Just a little bit of an outside edge, but it was safe enough and went down to third man.
Mays switching his line to the offside. Kane straight to a wideish mid-off.
Matty Humphries gets round. Does the field in there. Tom Mays doing a decent job here. As we said, possibly in his early spell he bowled a little bit short. But he's coming up towards the end of his 7th and he's only gone for 21. If he can add a wicket to that, his captain will be well pleased with his efforts. That's well bowled.
Yeah, very good over indeed from Tom Mays. The end of his 7th, just 21 from them. 146 for 1 off 33. Cummins closing in on what would be a great century.
Yeah, a bit of a chat there you can see on screen, a bit of a chat between the two batters, and you know, where are they going to target here? You know, is it going to be Van Berkem at this end going for the spin? What is Kane going to do? Is he going to leave Cummins to go for the 100, or is he going to try and rotate strike, or is he going to take it on himself?
Oh, that is out. Yes, stumping. Kane goes. Lovely bit of flight from Van Ronkum. And the breakthrough from him as Tyrone Kane plays and misses and stumped beautifully by PJ Moore to make it 146 for 2 in the 34th over.
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling there, and that was our answer. I think that conversation between Tyrone Kane and Murray Commons, they were going to target the over, but a lovely piece of flight brought the batter down. A little bit of a fumble from Neil Rock, but he managed to get there and in time before Tyrone Kane could get back, and he goes for 13, and the second wicket falls for the Reds, and that brings in Curtis Camphor to join Murray Commons.
And we know how strong this batting lineup is for the Reds. Just apologies there. Of course, the wicketkeeper for the Knights is Neil Rock, who had such a fantastic game last week against the Lightning. Captained the side on that occasion in the absence of Mark Adair. So Curtis Camphor to face his first delivery from Theo Van Ronkum. And without doing an awful lot, a couple of wickets have fallen, and all of a sudden Cummins becomes the main man for the Knights. If they can get him out, then the whole game could change.
Absolutely, and they're on the attack now. Mark Adair moved himself into slip. And they'll be looking to squeeze now. Curtis Camphor, well experienced obviously at international level, but as we talked about earlier, it doesn't matter what level you're playing at. You're coming into a new scenario, haven't got off the mark. It's not easy to hit the ground running.
And there's only 16 overs remaining after this one. That was a bit of a loose delivery, pulled away well to a vacant mid-wicket, and a first boundary for Camphor gets him off the mark, and that'll settle his nerves.
Yeah, I'll take that back then. Second ball comes down, front leg gets down, sweeps it over the mid-wicket area, and immediately there's a change. So we bring 45. That fine leg comes out into mid-wicket, and a deep cow corner, as we say, comes in. So behind the wicket is completely free now for that sweep.
But he played that shot, I think, knowing that there was nobody there. They had a massive gap at mid-wicket.
Absolutely. And second ball, he knew there was nobody there, so it was a free hit nearly. And as I say, nobody on the 45 and the leg side, so possibly the more paddle sweep is the shot. Well,
lovely delivery from Van Ronkum. That's how he got the wicket. The stumping of Kane. Great flight, movement, maybe a little bit of turn.
Yeah, he has bowled well coming towards the end of his sixth. Just put the brakes on for the Knights. Bit of stability from that end.
Quicker delivery. Wide call down the leg side. Couldn't have been that much outside the stumps, but it doesn't take much these days.
Yeah, I think he'd be happy with the way, because anything there would have been probably a boundary, any flick off the pad.
Almost lifted it to mid-wicket. Loose shot from Camphor.
That's the one I was talking about, Stephen, with that massive area behind the wicket. He was looking for the paddle sweep, whereas earlier in the over it was more of the slog sweep. With the movement in the field, it was looking at a paddle sweep. So he's just joined Murray Commons, and you can see on the scorecard there 87 for Commons now, and definitely he needs to get up to a run of ball. He's the mainstay now. He's got to see the end of this innings now, at least take them into the next 7 or 8 overs with Camphor.
And with Moore, McCarthy, Kruger, White, Granger, Delaney all to come.
Absolute depth there.
Huge amount of batting.
Depth there is enormous. Gareth Delaney could come in here, and he's well renowned as a T20 player, and he could come in here and tee off. And that's the luxury that the Reds have, I suppose, because there's only 2 wickets down. But the game in the balance here, and Mark Adair's going to turn. We talked about this earlier, possibly bringing Matthew Humphreys back on from the Dundonald end, and that's what he's going to do now. So spin at the moment from both ends, left arm spin.
Humphreys, who bowled 4 overs for 26.
Yeah, he didn't bowl badly earlier on. Maybe just the odd full toss possibly, but he was milked. He was milked very well by Frost and Cummins, and he went for 26 off those 4 or on a ball.
Yeah, just the poor deliveries were punished.
But a good start here. 2 dot balls.
Yep.
And as we talked about, dot ball singles, that's what the Knights will be looking now to build the pressure.
Very nice conditions now. If anybody would like to come and watch this match at the Ward. Reverse sweep beating the despairing dive and away for a boundary to Cummins. Getting closer into the 90s.
It's been a pretty productive shot for him, and he beats. There's 2 men on that, well, what you would call point and backward point. I suppose when he turns to play the reverse, he beats Tyrone Cohn, and that goes for a boundary. Driven down to the man at long on for a single. Tom Mays down there does the fielding. Brings Curtis Camphor on to face Matthew Humphreys for the first time.
12 fours and a 6 in that 92 not out from Murray Cummins. And the number of runs to balls is slowly closing in on one another, which will be the least he would want by the end of this innings.
Absolutely, he's played probably the perfect one-day innings so far. Tough earlier on, got through it, increased his strike rate, picked the bad balls off. Now we're into the next phase of the innings where he'll be looking to get, as you say, Stephen, that strike rate over 100.
So Camphor on strike, and that was short. There's a man though at deep mid-on, just a single for the YMCA man.
Yeah, he got away with that one. If Camphor had been in for a few overs, I think he might have been pulling that a lot square to the boundary, but just didn't quite get hold of it.
Run rate just edging up to 4.5. Munster Reds would probably be targeting 6 300s. That would be a really good total for them to bowl at against a very good batting lineup. Again short and pulled away into the gap. That'll be at least 2.
Oh, I think that's gone.
That's gone. It's found the gap.
He's done exactly that.
4.
He's picked the gap between the 2 men. There are 2 men out on the boundary there, the leg side boundary, but he's picked the gap beautifully. And that just is the difference there. You know, instead of going for 1, that's gone for 4 and makes a decent over for the Reds.
And a very easy 4 indeed for Cummins, who moves to 96 not out, Camphor 5 not out, and after 35 overs with the score 161 for 2 and the onslaught about to begin, it's time for a drinks break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay, welcome back to the Ward Stormont. Just had our second drinks break. The Munster Reds having been put into bat. They are 161 for 2. And at the moment, our concentration is on Murray Commons. He's closing in on a very well-deserved 100. He's played beautifully so far. He's on 96 from 105. And he's looked a class act for the first 2/3 of this innings anyway. He'll be looking to really tee off, and as Stephen Elkin said just before the drinks break, I'm looking for a little bit of carnage here for the Reds' point of view. Sean Hussey's back with me for the next little while here, and it's Van Verkrum who's going to continue. Cutting the offside, bit of work to do for the fielder, and he gets down there. Good piece of fielding there from Matthew Foster, who's on. Come onto the field. Not selected today, Matthew Foster, and we've talked about that earlier, Sean. He seems to be running around the boundary okay, so it's not an injury.
Yeah, afternoon. Ali, afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's always a telltale sign when you've got the subfielder diving around in the deep. Big appeal. I think this is an, again, important passage. Van Ronkrum's bowled really well, been impressive. Don't think the figures maybe highlight how impressive he's been. See here, the appeal, lovely drift, and it does look pretty close. Umpire Black unmoved.
Yeah, he's just put a break on here, hasn't he, at that end? I mean, we're talking about when Matthew Humphreys was bowling from the city end, although he didn't bowl particularly badly. The runs were coming, whereas with Van Verkrum here, he has stemmed the flow a little bit, and just an occasional boundary.
Yeah, well, Cummins now 4 runs away from what would be a well-deserved 100. And an extra nudge to the Irish selectors that he can do it in the white ball format. Of course, selected for the red ball part of the tour of the subcontinent. Made his test debut. Would have been disappointed with how he got on. And he's coming back into the Irish club game and the Irish interprovincial game with a real point to prove.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think we talked earlier in the commentary about the individual side of this, and it'll be interesting if he can get to that 3 figures. And again, we talked in the last over about that shot. Curtis Camphor's obviously picked out that there is nobody on 45 behind the wicket, so he's looking for the paddle sweep. Hasn't managed to connect with it yet. And there was a few cries of catch it there.
That's a glorious shot from Curtis Camphor. It really is. And it's not quite gone all the way, but a fabulous shot. A shot of real class. And this could be a bruising last 14 overs for the Northern Knights. 36 overs now gone. Munster Reds 169 for 2.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about the paddle sweep. He decided to park the paddle sweep and just step away to leg and hit a beautiful shot over cover, and must have been close to going for a maximum. Yeah, good connection there. So just changed his thought process, Curtis Camphor, and decided, don't need to hit the ball behind the wicket, I can hit it cleanly over cover.
That's such clever batting though, mid-off in the ring, so it's almost like a free hit. If you just get it over that fielder, well, the runs are there for you. So again, clever batting, and not just real brute force, but real cleverness and guile to the Munster Reds so far. Matthew Humphrey's been a little bit expensive, but it's been difficult, but a good challenge nonetheless for the young left arm off spinner.
As well bowled there, just outside Commons. He hasn't played and missed too often in this. Of his 107 balls, you could probably count them in one hand. The play and misses. So at this stage, it's a good effort from Humphreys. Off his hip, that'll just be another single down to long leg. Bounce throw in. Just another single. Need to be happy with that. 170 for 2 as we move in with 13 and a half to go. Changing the field here. And this is where the experience of a Curtis Comfort comes in. As we said earlier, in his second ball, he picked out the area where there was no fielder. Played the slog sweep. And in that last over, he realised mid-on was up. So give himself a free hit. So field placing, very important for the Knights here.
Yeah, of course, 4 men allowed out in the deep. That will change to 5 for the final 10 overs or so. 2 back deep straight for Curtis Camphor. 1 deep square on either side of the wicket. But the best players, they take so little risk, but can still score heavily. And speaking of little risk, well, he may look like a cross-batted shot, but there's no one out in the deep in cow corner or deep mid-wicket, and again just has to beat the man in mid-wicket. It's a poor deliveries from Humphreys, to be honest, with the field set. He'll be disappointed with that. But Camphor, again, just very little risk and full reward. Boundary 4 for Curtis Camphor, and he's finding his way.
We just talked about it in the last time. When he'd just come to the crease, he played a very similar shot, but because he just had 3 or 4 balls faced, he didn't get hold of it. He's been in for a few overs now, and you can see the difference there. Just didn't have to hit it hard, just picked the placement, knew there was nobody out in that boundary. And as I say, that's just the experience of international cricket, picking where the field is, and more importantly, where it isn't.
An immediate change, mid-on is in, and cow corner's gone out, and just clever batting. Just getting down the other end and putting the pressure onto the Northern Knights. And the sun is shining now, starting to break through. And we did say this may well be the best time to bat. And the old expression, make hay while the sun is shining. Well, Murray Cummins is 2 away from capping off what has been a wonderful inning so far.
Gets across, keeps him at 198, and just puts a little bit more pressure on him again. He'll be off strike at the start of the next over. Just thought processes again, just go, I'm on 98, I'm on 98. Just the little things, these little things can just build up. He'll want to get the 3 figures as quickly as he can.
Yeah, 13 overs now to go. Munster Reds 175 for 2 with 300, you'd imagine, very much in their sights. Just on the left side of your screen, Mark Adair and Neil Rock, wicketkeeper, who was standing captain for the last game. Just going through a few things. You'd imagine they're thinking about who are the final 13 overs going to come from. Mark Adair himself has got 4 overs left. Theo van Ronkum is going to continue. Again, clever batting from Camphor, and brings Cummins back on strike.
Yeah, just turns it over there. Was happy enough just to push that into the offside, take the 1. And as we just talked about, Murray Cummins will be looking to get this done, get to his 3 figures, and then I would assume change gear in the last 10 to 12 overs. Knights doing the complete opposite. They'll be looking to keep him on this 98. That could be it if it beats Pretorius, but he gets across. Well done. The Woodville man gets across there, keeps it down to 1.
Well,
I'm just sure that he would just have loved that, to beat the man there and just get him his 2.
Well, he was thinking of Cummins. He thought he might have got to 3 figures there, but that's the kind of thing that's been maybe lacking from the Northern Knights, being able to keep the pressure on.
The gap. He's picked the gap. It's a poor ball, has to be said. Good batting though from Camphor. You can see him just before that ball was released. He stepped back away to leg. You can possibly see it here. Just giving the impression that he was going to try and hit it over the covers again like he did in the last over. There you go. He just moves back the leg. That forces the bowler to drag it down, and he's quick enough to move back onto the back foot and pull it for 4.
Yeah, all a little bit too easy now for the Reds. And out comes the paddle. And it's a clever shot because there's no one at 45, so work to do for deep square. And it's James McCollum who does really well. And I think with James McCollum, when he goes diving on that shoulder, you're always a little bit wary. Ali, of course, has had an awful time with injury.
Yeah, not only his shoulder last year and then his knee this year, he has been struggling with injuries. And you just like to see him keep fit, and play his cricket, enjoy his cricket. Just don't want to see any injuries from him.
Well, the stage may well be set now for Murray Cummins to reach 3 figures. And indeed it is. A fabulous knock, a chanceless innings. And Murray Cummins, well, he just gives the Irish selectors another nod. Could be a big summer for Murray Cummins. A wonderful century, his second ever list A century. Well, he picked up a wonderful century in the T20 format last year for the Munster Reds, and that 100 coming off 111 balls, but a special knock from Murray Cummins.
Yeah, just waiting for that ball there, but a class act there from Cummins. A really beautifully played innings, as we've said a few times today. Difficult earlier on. He saw through the first new ball period, and then has gone through the gears, and as you say, hasn't really given any chances at all. He's gone to 100 from 111 balls, and as we've talked about already, I'm sure he'll be looking to go through the gears now in these last sort of 12 overs or so, and take his team to a big score. But class stuff from Cummins.
Special innings, 12 overs now left. Munster Reds are on 186 for 2, but a fabulous innings from Murray Cummins, and he's just timed it to perfection, almost as if he hasn't got out of second or third gear. That's what the best players do so well. Doesn't really look troubled by anything. And as you said, Ali, with a player like that and a performance like that, he's really shown his quality. And
I think that's been the best thing about it, that it has looked effortless. It has looked quite effortless. He's had lots of time and just looked in complete control.
There's a wicket. Well, Camphor's quick cameo is over. Tom Mays gets a wicket, one he probably deserves. He has bowled well, and that's the only thing the Northern Knights can try and do now. Try and break partnerships, try and get wickets to slow the run rate down. A good piece of bowling.
Yeah, just looking at Curtis Camphor as he walks off there, as he left the pitch, he was giving the wicket a long, hard look. We'll get a look at it again here to see if lean it back, but Curtis Camphor was giving a bit of a disdainful look at the wicket. I suppose you always do that when you've lost your own wicket, but yeah, it was a good ball from Mays. There's a bit of a gap, you have to say. A bit of a gap. It did nip back a little bit possibly, but I don't think there was that much to do with the wicket.
No, sometimes batters are very slow to give praise to the bowler. I do think that's a good piece of bowling from Tom Mays. Now the new batter to the crease, the Munster Reds captain PJ Moore, fresh off a very fine knock at the Sydney Parade last week to help his side get over the line. That wonderful partnership with Tyrone Kane after 3 quick wickets fell in the over. And last week from Ruben Wilson, it was very impressive, picking up a fifer, just 16 years of age. So the skipper PJ Moore is in.
Yeah, Sean, this is exactly what we talked about scenarios in games here. If we're looking at going to the higher level again, this is scenarios in games now where both sides have got difficult periods now. A new man coming in, but as you say, he was fantastic last week in that partnership. Does he go from ball 1 here? Do the Knights try and squeeze here? Just the different scenarios in a one-day game where you can apply different pressures. And good to see players putting under that pressure.
Oh, and 2 and 2. Brilliant from Tom Mays. Well, if Curtis Camphor wasn't quick to give him praise, PJ Moore will, because that is a beaut of a delivery. And just like that, wickets change games, and the Northern Knights have 2 and 2.
There's a beautiful piece of bowling there. I mean, we can see it again here. First ball, you do not want to be getting a ball like that. First up, and fair play to the skipper. He's put a slip in. Obviously that hasn't gone to slip, but he's on the attack. Beautiful lift, bounce, through the nail rock. And first nut, PJ Moore has gone, caught rock. Bowled Tom Mays for a duck.
That's a funny old game, cricket. The Munster Reds batting lineup will have watched really as Murray Cummins has just effortlessly gone to a century today, and they would have been licking their lips thinking that there's some runs out there after the platform had been laid. But Tom Mays, we spoke a little bit earlier about at this level, if a bowler can have a good day, it doesn't matter who's batting, that's the quality of bowler. And Tom Mays, well, they needed wickets, the Northern Knights, and they have got two. Doesn't get any easier for them. Gareth Delaney next at the wicket, and a man who, well, I think he's lost his way, he's lost his place. Maybe lost his way is a little harsh, but certainly lost his place. A player who's got an awful lot to give to Irish cricket and the Irish men's team. And a real chance for him now, if he can show that he can finish off games well, has certainly only strengthened his hand at getting back in the Irish side.
And this is exactly the spot that they want to see him coming in 10, 12 overs to go. Good platform for his team. This is the type of thing that Irish selectors want to see Gareth Delaney, and this is exactly what he was doing earlier in his career. He can clear a rope, no problem. But his team just under a wee bit of pressure now, as we've talked about. It's okay having wickets in hand. You've still got to score runs towards the end of an innings. And if the Knights can maybe even pick up another wicket or two in the next few overs, pressure will be bang on the Reds again.
Well, Tom Mays is on a hat-trick. Gareth Delaney facing. Oh, and it's good from Mays. This is exactly what the Northern Knights need.
This is really good from Mays. We're talking about the likes of Cummins and Delaney. Tom Mays, we don't forget, he was taken out to the subcontinent on the Ireland tour. He didn't get a game, but he'd be in and around the Irish selectors' thoughts, and a performance like this can't do him any harm.
And if Mark Donegan's 87 was impressive last week for Leinster, it was the timing of it. When you get your runs, it's also when you get your wickets. And when Tom Mays came on to bowl at 186 for 2, the Northern Knights were staring down the barrel of a big score, maybe in excess of 300. Now all of a sudden the game has changed, and it's changed on Mays' performance. I'm certain the selectors would have seen that and will see this over. I'm very impressed.
That's such a good point there, Sean, because he could have been coming on with sort of 3 overs to go here, and he could have been looking at carnage, given the platform that the Reds have. Instead, he's only going for a couple of runs. He's taken 2 wickets, and now his figures look great.
Again, played easily by Cummins.
Yeah, bowling under pressure, coming on here. Who wants the ball? And he's obviously said, I want the ball, I can take the pressure. And he's come on, done exactly what his captain needed, taken 2 wickets in the over, just set the Reds back a little bit.
Well, if people are at home are wondering why myself and Ali are speaking so much about selectors and places in the Irish side, it's because of how big a summer it is for the men's team and how big a year it is with qualification for the T20 World Cup and the 50 over World Cup as well. And what that means with the amount of games is that there's going to be injuries, and we've seen that in the fast bowling department as the 39th over comes to a close, and the Munster Reds are 188 for 4. But in the fast bowling department, Barry McCarthy has had real issues with injury. Craig Young has had real issues with injury, and there does seem to be a spot there. And the likes of Tom Mays, who, as you said, got a little taste of what international cricket's like up close, been in and around the squad. This is a real chance for him this summer. Fionn Hand as well. There's certainly a position up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. And we look at international teams around the world now. They are having to have a battery of fast bowlers because of the workload. England go through 5-6 of them, and they all need to be at a level. So, definitely for the likes of Ireland, it's good to see the bowlers stepping up here.
And the captain realises a couple of wickets in the over previous, and thinks he's got 4 overs left. He might bowl in straight away. He opened the bowling beautifully this morning and bowled a beautiful line and length. A little concern with him when he has come back in his previous 2 overs in the middle part of the game. He has bowled a little bit short, but such a fine cricketer at there, and he's certainly the main linchpin of that Ireland fast bowling department. But as you said, England have a battery or they want, Brendan McCullum has spoken about wanting 6 or 7 fast bowlers for the Ashes. Now, if you look at the injuries they've sustained, Jimmy Anderson, not 100% sure on his injuries after picking up a little niggle in the county championship. Good from it there.
Yeah, and I think over
But
the past
never,
few days, I think Ollie Robinson's gone down as well. So I mean, you can never
have too many.
You definitely can't have too many. And you can't sort of go in with 3 or 4. You need experience, and that's what this Rario Inter-Provincial Tournament is about. Giving these guys experience playing at a high level, and as we talked about earlier, getting that little bit of rivalry between each other. You know, we're going to probably look at Neil Rock later. He's got a good partnership with Lorcan Tucker. They're going head to head now.
Yeah, that one's going to be a wide, trying to bend the back marker there. And you're right, the wicket keeping department, Neil Rock's real start to the season in good form. 100, special 100 really in the Irish Cup at the weekend. He made 87 last week in the Interpros. You've got Lorcan Tucker, who really has cemented his place as Ireland's wicketkeeper. You've Stephen Doheney, who can also take the gloves, open the batting against Essex, in Essex at Chelmsford against Bangladesh in that 3-match series. So I definitely think Heinrich Milan and the Irish selectors will be happy with the current state of the player pool. They seem to want to be growing that player pool.
I think that's exactly what, I mean, we keep going on about this as a tournament. It is, and we've talked about selection quite a lot, but that's exactly what the Rario IP50 tournament is about, is getting that player pool, watching guys in scenarios under pressure. Can they deliver? Because that's what they'll need to do when they pull on a green shirt.
Well, just 3 deliveries until 5 fielders are allowed out in the deep. Murray Cummins pulls that into the leg side. Bit of work to do for Pretorius. Good work in the end.
Yeah, good work from Pretorius there. Keeps it down to a single. It was in the gap between Pretorius and Carmichael, but he kept it down to 1.
Well, if there is maybe a slight criticism of Murray Cummins, it maybe is his power hitting ability, and he'll be wanting to show everyone now that he can go through the gears because he's so elegant up top, such a great natural stroke maker. But can he clear the road? Big boundaries here. Clever from Delaney, just using the pace. I think they understand that after this Adair will only have 3 overs left. So plenty of scoring opportunities still to come.
Closing in on the last 10 here. 1 ball to go in the 40th. Mark Adair. Cummins just happy. Go onto the back foot there and push that into the covers. Takes the single. That moves the Reds on to 194 for 4.
Well, we're going to have a change in the commentary box, and he's going to take a quick little break. I'm going to be joined by Stephen Alkin, and a big 10 overs left. Well, if they can get 10 and over, they will get up around that 300 mark. Just lost a couple of wickets. That over from Mays with the 2 and 2 balls has really changed the outcome of the last couple of hours, changed the momentum slightly, as I welcome Stephen Alcombe into the commentary box. Afternoon, Stephen.
How are you, Sean? I have to say, Cummins has to step on the gas now. He's done what he's had to do for his side, but he hasn't increased his tempo in the last 5 or 6 overs. And now is the time to really push on with some great batsmen still to come in. And there you go. What a shot. 6 over long on. Fantastic hit. Well, that's the opposite of the commentator's case.
Well, he was listening to you. And as I said a couple of hours ago, this may be the one criticism. Does he have the power game? Well, this is a serious shot. Again, he loves to come down the wicket beautifully. Found the rope, and that's a big boundary out there, around 70 metres or so. So a big hit from Murray Cummins and puts Mays under pressure as the 200 comes up.
The 200 coming up after 40 overs and 1 ball, which is a a good signpost for the next inning. It's a very interesting setup here. We know they need 10 and over. It's all about delivery now.
And again, that was really well run from Murray Cummins. Got the 6 off the first delivery. Just found a way of getting Gareth Delaney on strike. Big opportunity here for Gareth Delaney. Such a powerful striker of the ball. I think he'll want to remind people about his ability.
That's a great delivery from Mays. Cut him in 2. Just the height that makes it difficult for batsmen to get to the ball.
Yeah, that's what I've liked about Mays in his last couple of overs. He's really targeting 3rd, 4th, 5th stump line. So he's not giving any real width. He's not veering onto the pads. And if you're marker there, you can set a field to that. 3rd man, fine leg back, deep square and a deep cover. So you can really not give it any width. Again, good. Tucking Delaney up slightly. Adair has mid-off and mid-on in the ring. He can have another man out on the boundary if he wanted to. But he's saying to Gareth Delaney, you try and hit that over mid-on and mid-off and see if you can get any value for it. And this is good. Delaney 3 off 8. And just putting the pressure on him slightly.
Straight to the fielder again. Another dot ball. It's good from the Knights.
Yeah, really good from Mays, having gone for a 6 off the opening delivery. Just found a couple of dot balls to Delaney.
9 overs after this. They've still got 3 from Mark Adair and 5 from Ruan Pretorius. So plenty of overs to come from their top strike bowlers if they want to.
Mid-off now, gone to the boundary. Just a little bit of protection.
Nicely just played down to 3rd man. Just a single though to Delaney, who's been kept quiet so far. He's on 4. Cummins on 111. Just 6 between the runs and the balls now. And that run rate creeping closer to 5.
Yeah, 9 overs left and the Munster Reds are on 202 for 4. But it is good, and they've kind of pulled this back, the Munster Red, the Northern Knights, because that's what wickets can do. And Tom Mays is 2 and 2. It's just kind of slowed the momentum down. Gareth Delaney 4 off 10, and they've managed Murray Cummins to keep him quiet, not really allow him to dictate all the strike. And as a result, he's just been frozen out a little bit.
54 deliveries left. They probably would love to get to a ball, but that would be probably as much as they could dream of. That would give them over 100, into the 300s comfortably. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Just slanted away, late cut through the backward point area. Even Cade Carmichael can't get onto that. Lovely boundary from Delaney, his first.
Oh, well, this is what Gareth Delaney can do. This is the power he has. This is a glorious shot, and it's absolutely raced to the fence. Just beautifully played.
Pure timing.
He's such a class act, Stephen. He's really, I don't think we've seen enough of it from him in the last while, but he is such a special player.
And there he goes again, just dropping short of the mid-wicket boundary. Single this time.
Yeah, good change up from Adair. He's not been afraid to bowl short. Shorter straight boundaries are at the city end, so I don't think he wants to bowl too full, particularly to Gareth Delaney, who's got great power at hitting down the ground.
5 boundary riders, just 4 inside the circle. Another one onto the total, 208 for 4. It's been a very interesting and very good innings to watch. The way the Reds have slowly increased their tempo. The run rate now just above 5.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting battle for the majority of these 41.5 overs. There's been a little bit of everything, and all.
That was so short, and it's firmly smashed away to the mid-wicket boundary. Another 4 for Delaney, and some poor bowling from Mark Adair.
Yeah, well, he set a field for that. He has got 2 men in the deep, well, 3 men in the deep on the leg side, all kind of for that pull shot. He goes with the slow ball, but it just sits up, and Gareth Delaney's got too much power, and he finds the gap. It's a really good shot to find the gap.
And this outfield here is so pristine that any ball well struck, it really will fly across this lovely surface here. Another short ball. This one he didn't get a hold of, and it's dropped well short of the fielders on the boundary.
Well, I think that's a better option than the slower bouncer. And you just saw with that previous delivery that went for 4, the ball kind of sat up for Gareth Delaney. That one rushes him a little bit, doesn't get anywhere near enough of it, and there's no real boundary option. Gareth Delaney has to hit a much better shot from the quicker bouncer than he does from the slower ball, because that ball just sitting up invitingly for Gareth Delaney, and the one that he found for the boundary. So I think that isn't the worst option in the world, bowling a quick bouncer.
And this short ball pulled away to Carmichael on the boundary. Just a single for Cummins that time. 214 for 4 after 42. 8 overs to go. 48 deliveries left. Another 96. That's 12 and over. Would give the Munster Reds well in excess of 300. They'll be looking for a minimum of 300, that's for sure.
Yeah, Matt Ford, Brandon Kruger, Lee McCarthy still to come, and then maybe more into the bowlers with Ben White and Mick Granger. Here you can see there's been a couple of big overs, but it's been really steady going. You see that Tom Mays over where he picked up 2 wickets. It was a wonderful opening partnership between Ali Frost and Murray Cummins. Back-to-back games now, that opening stand for the Munster Reds have gone above 100. So very much important that they're laying the foundation, and I'm sure Delaney and co will be hoping to cash in at the death.
Tom Mays on for his 9th over. So far just going for a 3 1/3 and over. Very economical. 2 wickets as well. And that one just glanced away to third man by the man of the moment, Murray Cummins.
Yeah, Mays is going to bowl out here, and he's been really impressive, I have to say. Came on as one of the change bowlers, and I think he'll be really happy with his day's work, but he'll be wanting to finish it, and he'll be wanting to get one of these 2 big players out for the Munster Reds.
Both mid-on and mid-off are up in the circle.
So he can't afford anything too full. Has to bowl back of a length.
And he certainly does. And that one's gone off a big top edge. And Rock makes a diving catch. That's a brilliant take by the wicketkeeper. He must have moved 30 yards to get that. And the Centurion, or is it? No, it's Delaney who is out off the top edge. The 5th wicket goes down, and that's a really important wicket for the Knights.
Huge.
215 for 5.
Huge wicket. And the 3rd for Mays, but that is an outstanding catch from Neil Rock. He might have hurt himself in the process. He's just gingerly getting up. Short ball, but the field was set for the short ball, so it's a good option. Again, pace on, harder for Delaney to hit. Look at this from Neil Rock. Never once took his eyes off the ball. Running away, hat falls off, goes to ground. That is a stunning catch. That really is brilliant glove work. And something that the Northern Knights needed. Again, taking wickets. Delaney has to go for 14, but an outstanding catch from Neil Rock.
And for Mays, a 3rd wicket. He's been the main man with the ball so far. This is 9th over. And just those wickets, of course, stopped the momentum of the Munster Reds, who would have been hoping to kick on here.
Well, Mark Adair, the skipper, will be delighted with what Tom Mays has been able to do as Matt Ford comes to the crease, but he'll also be absolutely delighted with Neil Rock's catch there. He's still feeling the effects of it. He's about to walk onto your screen there, a little bit gingerly, but that's outstanding work. That's what so often you'll see wicket keepers doing, extra work on those types of catches, balls going over their shoulder, running away. The key there, he never took his eye off it. And even when his knees hit the ground, he was still able to hold on. Outstanding catch. And brilliant bowling from Tom Mays, because the field was set for it. He couldn't bowl full with mid-on and mid-off in the ring. So had to bowl short, bowl pace on, and troubled Delaney. And that's what I wanted to see from it there. The previous over, when he bowled the slower ball, it's just sat up for Delaney to find the fence, but extra pace on the ball and undoes Gareth Delaney, and he'll be disappointed he couldn't kick on. Just 14 for him.
So maybe the game back in the balance, and that's a beautiful delivery, not quite finding the outside edge of Matt Ford's bat, which he hung out to dry.
Yeah, really good bowling again, and when he's bowled that 4th, 5th stump line, he's been really effective, getting good carry there, and seems to be enjoying the battle.
What a few days for Neil Rock, eh? Man of the match last week, top scorer against the Lightning, captaining the side in the absence of Adair, and now today a stumping and a catch, and who knows what he might do with the bat later on.
Yeah, and he also, I think it was 16 sixes he hit for Rush in the Irish Senior Cup, an amazing century. Although Rush is a small ground, 16 sixes is some going, and his confidence will be up, and it's an important stage of Neil Rock's career. It seems like Stephen Doheney has become Ireland's number 2, second choice wicketkeeper behind Lorcan Tucker, who does seem to be immovable at the moment the way he's played, but Neil Rock again putting his hand up with some good early season form.
Ford goes for the big hit, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, gets away with that as it falls into no man's land. Just a single and off the mark.
Yeah. Final ball now of Tom Mays' spell and his 10 overs. So very important delivery. I want to finish off well. 3 for 33 so far, and it's been really impressive.
Cummins, who's had a lot less than half of the strike since he opened the innings quite a while ago. He really needs to dominate now. He's the man in form. He's the one who's seeing it big. And the Knights will be trying everything they can to try and keep him quiet, keep him down to singles.
Well, expect a short ball here. Again, mid-on and mid-off in the ring, so can't go full. Does go short into the pitch, and it's good from Tom Mays because his field is set for that. And it's really cutting off the boundary option. It's saying to Murray Cummins, you have to hit it all the way for 6 if you want to find a fence, because he's got it well protected in the leg side. As Tom Mays' spell comes to an end. 3 wickets, 10 overs, just 34 runs. So 3 for 34 from Tom Mays. Brilliant from him. And 7 overs left. Munster Reds at 217 for 5.
And a small surprise to me. It looks like they're bringing Theo van Workum back on. He's already bowled 1 spell of 8 overs.
Well, here's what they have. Mark Adair has 2 overs left, so you imagine they'll be for the final 2. It's where they get the other 5 overs from. And Theo van Workum is going to bowl his 9th now. Really bowl his 10th as well, so they have to find a couple of overs from somewhere. But he has been impressive. I know his figures don't look the best, 1 for 46 from 8, but he has bowled really well, particularly when he's got some drift and some flight. And the stumping, a prime example.
And Pretorius, of course, he's very good at keeping the runs down.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't bowled more. Maybe he's just not 100% fit.
There's a big hit. It's straight to the man at deep mid-on, and it's taken, and the Centurion is out. Cummins couldn't find the boundary. And another wicket for the Knights, who are fighting back really well here. It's 217 for 6 now in the 44th over. And Murray Cummins out for a fabulous 114. Though he seemed to tire a bit in the last few overs. But what a fantastic innings. And he's kept his innings and his side's hold on this game together.
Yeah, special innings from Murray Cummins. Just couldn't quite get it over the man at long on. It's a big boundary out there, over 70 metres. So that's the difference between playing in Stormont and playing in Sydney Parade. That would have flown all the way for 6 in Pembroke and at Sydney Parade. But here, at the bigger boundary straight, he just couldn't quite get it. But a fabulous knock, 114 off 122. A really special innings, and one for a lot of people to take note of for Murray Cummins.
13 fours and 2 sixes. Cummins really striking hot with the bat, 2 matches in a row. And now coming in Brandon Kruger, the Cork Harlequin player, batting at number 8. 2 new batsmen at the crease, so crucial in these final overs.
Yeah, and it just shows you how important Tom Mays' 2 wickets and 2 balls a couple of overs ago have been completely halted and changed the momentum of this game. And now all of a sudden from 300, well, if you're the Northern Knights, you're thinking, can we get it to around 250, 260? Take another couple of wickets here and they'll really feel like that's on. So it's been a wonderful half an hour or so. Wickets just change games. I know we speak about it an awful lot, but they really do. They put the pressure on the new man to the crease who has to get used to the speed of the wicket, the timing.
And a great reward for Van Ronkum. 2 for 46 now in the 9th over. And he's bowled him. It's another wicket for the Northern Knights. Playing back when maybe he should have played forward. A mistake by the new batsman Brandon Kruger, out first ball. And all of a sudden this Munster Reds innings is starting to fall apart.
Yeah, it's collapsing. Another man goes for a first baller, but it's good from Van Ronkum. Quicker through the air this time. As you can see, really, really good. 7 wickets have now fallen, and Van Ronkum deserves this. He's bowled beautifully alongside Mays. It's been really impressive. Just look at Markadair's celebration here. He knows how important it is. Again, picking up wickets at regular intervals. Really good captaincy as well from Markadair in the last few overs. Now all of a sudden, Munster Reds are in a little bit of bother.
Matt Ford on 1. Liam McCarthy coming in at number 9. And really, their first task now is just to bat 50 overs and see what they can get.
Yeah, the Munster Reds, just to our right, you can see the tent, and there is a few kind of gloomy looks. I'd be a little bit disappointed. The body language was an awful lot different about half an hour, 40 minutes ago. And the Northern Knights just are starting to feel like they're in the game. Hat-trick ball. Now, 2nd time in the innings.
Van Ronkum to the new man McCarthy. Over pitched, and McCarthy manages to keep it out.
Well, I think he was searching for that Yorker and did well, McCarthy.
McCarthy yet to score. Matt Ford on 1. Now respect being shown to Van Ronkum, who has stormed back here with a couple of late wickets in his. Excellent.
Well, I think it just shows you the
little spell,
the benefit of a spin bowler, giving it a bit of air, giving it a bit of flight.
Maybe a little snick on that, and 1 run, a bit of confusion between the batsmen. Leg by, in fact, is the decision. So yet to get off the mark, McCarthy. And Ford will be the one to face the next delivery from Van Ronkum, coming to the end of his 9th over.
Look at that wasp now on your bottom right of your screen, 252. That was up around 300 for large parts of the first innings. And I think Van Ronkum just needs to be careful. He's gone searching the last couple of times for a wicket. It's not what his captain needs.
Yeah, that one was wide down the leg side. Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, easily picked up by Matt Humphreys. End of a splendid over by Theo Van Ronkum. 2 wickets coming from it, and he ends up with 2 wickets with 1 over left in his spell. But Munster Reds, well, they've certainly capitulated in the last half an hour or so from a position of unbelievable strength. Since Delaney's wicket, things have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, you could see the damage Mays did in that middle order, and you can see the partnerships. They've been able to do that. PJ Moore getting the first ball dug, Brandon Kruger as well. But they'll be disappointed that no one has been able to cash in on what Murray Cummins has done. Of course, a brilliant century from him. But he would have wanted someone to run alongside him and almost take the pressure off him and come in and really hit from ball one. You'd expect the likes of Curtis Camphor and Tyrone Kane, PJ Moore, to be able to do that. They just couldn't quite bat for long enough.
Tyrone Cone coming into the attack. Right on the spot. No run.
And see, that's what wickets do. You know, if Cone was coming on to 2 set batters, then I'm sure they'd be looking to target him and put him under real pressure, knowing that Dare has got 2 overs left. So that's the luxury wickets do. Cone's not under any immediate pressure. 2 new batters at the crease. He can just go about his business and not try and do anything out of the ordinary.
McCarthy clips it away to mid-wicket, but it'll just be a single. That gets him off the mark. Ford also on 1. And all of a sudden, it's the Munster Reds who are desperate for some quick runs here. That run rate has dropped below 5. Just 3 wickets left in hand.
Well, it's nearly 3 overs since we've had a boundary. And in the last 5 overs, the Munster Reds are going at around 6 runs and over, with 3 wickets falling in that time. So it's been a good fight back from the Northern Knights.
Cone down the leg side for another wide. The Knights won't mind that. As long as the batsmen aren't getting bat on ball, they'll be happy that they're keeping them quiet.
Yeah, I think the extras in the last couple of overs will frustrate Mark Adair ever so slightly, as you see a change in the field. And it's long on and long off now, both in place with deep cover, and the fielder that was at deep third man is coming into the ring. So 3 in the deep on the leg side and 2 on the offside, with both men back straight, so he can afford to bowl it a little bit fuller.
Well bowled, well fielded. Just good cricket from the Knights. To be fair to them, they haven't gotten disheartened at any point during this innings. It looked like the game might get away from them, but they're well on top now.
Yeah, and I still think they'll be frustrated with the opening 10 overs not picking up any wickets, especially having won the toss and elected to bowl first. But that's clever batting from Matt Ford.
Played into a big gap, and 2 runs from Ford, taking him to 3.
Yeah, that's
Score
really good.
moves on.
Really good from Matt Ford. At this stage in the innings, the boundaries here are really big, so the fielders, even though Ross Adair is super quick, there's always 2 there. And if I'm Matt Ford, I'm trying to carbon copy that again. No one in the ring on the leg side in front of square, so that shot is on for a quick brace.
And that one has snicked away over the slips. Will it make the boundary? Diving stop by James McCullum. 2 runs again to Munster Reds. .225 for 7, just 1 left in the 45th over. Munster Reds have to find a way to post a score that will cause the Knights some problems. At the moment, the game slipping away from them. Just a single there into the deep cover. And that is the end of the 45th over. Score 226 for 7. And just 32 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in that last 5 overs. And it was a crucial spell for the Knights.
Well, Stephen, just shows you how a game of cricket can change. I was with you, say, 45 minutes ago, and we were talking about the Reds posting 300 at a canter possibly, and now within half an hour, Knights have come back on and really just turned this game on its head.
10th and last over for Van Ronkum, who has been absolutely superb. That's a very good reverse sweep, though. Matt Ford can't find the boundary, but he's picked up a couple of runs. Every run crucial now for the Munster Reds.
Well, very much so, although they were looking at 300 earlier. You know, despite having wickets in hand, you've still got to score the runs. And nobody hands you the runs. You've still got to go and score them, and just picking up those wickets every couple of overs has just really put the Knights in the ascendancy here. But these, again, same thing could happen. The last 5 overs could change momentum.
Straight down to deep mid-on, another single.
And Van Berkham's going to bowl his last over here. He's gone for 50, but he's bowled better than that. Those figures are 3 for 50, but he just put the squeeze on in the middle overs and tightened it up.
And under pressure, he performed really well. That
Exactly,
ninth over
under
was
pressure.
superb.
Exactly, yeah.
There is an appeal from Neil Rock, but half-hearted, one would have to say.
Yeah, I think Liam McCarthy's eyeing up this corner boundary. It's a long hit out there, though. 2 men stationed.
They need some maximums. He's managed to squirt that one away into the leg side, just a single.
Yeah, 2 men, as we say, posted out there. He was looking for the big one, but just a bottom edge, and it rolled quite slowly out there. And Kate Carmichael come in from the boundary. Ones will be happy with the Knights. Will be happy with ones. Score going nowhere.
Yep, 250 is looking like where they're going to end up, or somewhere like that. That's a good hit. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. That's a fine boundary. Smashed towards square leg by Matt Ford.
Yeah,
good cameo from him.
Good pick up from Matt Ford there in his arc. And kind of what McCarthy was looking to do in the last over to the other direction. You see high back left there, crouches and gets down low. Gets a good piece of that, hitting it over the square leg boundary for a max.
Just the third 6 of the innings. The other 2 scored by Murray Cummins. Single taken to cover. Better over that for the Munster Reds. 237 for 7 with 4 overs to go. If they could just squeeze out maybe 35 or 40. And they certainly have good batsmen right down the order, so these 2 well capable of adding a few.
We've talked about the depth in the battle lineup of all 4 teams really in the Rario IP50. And we're just looking on the screen there, you can see Theo van Berkram. He's gone for 58 runs, but 3 crucial wickets in his 10 overs. And as we said earlier, he just stemmed the tide of runs between when Cummins and Frost were going well. He just brought the momentum back a little bit for the Knights, so he'll be pleased with his performance. Tyrone Cone to continue from the Dundonald Red.
Big space there. There could be a couple in this. They sort of have to go for everything now. Yeah, that was an easy 2. Well played by Matt Ford. Saw how deep the boundary riders were.
Yeah, good running. Good running. And just those little ones in the 2s can add up. If you add in a couple of boundaries, that and then going for 10 and 12 and over. So just those little things add up.
These 2 just settling the ship a little bit. It's good effort from them. Another couple for Ford. Pushes his score along to 20 of 14 deliveries. That's good. Yeah, especially when you consider when he came in.
Wickets were falling all around him, and he's settled in here now. This could be a dangerous little period for the Knights. We've talked about it quite a few times. The momentum shifts just towards the end of the innings. If we get a few boundaries away here.
That's a well struck shot. It's right into that gap between wide mid-on and mid-wicket, and a good stop on the boundary.
Good piece of fielding there from Rossett there. Got across. Ryan Pretorius coming in to help him, but a good left hand to it prevents the boundary. As we're talking about turning ones into twos, that's exactly what the Knights have to do in the field. Prevent the boundaries. Good wheels from Rossett there. They're on the boundary.
22 now for Matt Ford. That was well pitched up, an easy half volley, played straight to mid-off. Really good effort by Matt Ford. Came in with 5 wickets down, and he scored at more than a run of ball, just keeping his side with a glimmer of hope. Still 3 overs to go after this one.
I mean, we've talked a few times, Stephen, in today's game about scenarios and sort of looking towards the international level. This is exactly where the Knights management will be looking. Death bowling, looking to keep the runs down in these last 3+ overs.
McCarthy goes straight and long, and it's not going to find the fielder Pretorius. Another 2, keeping it ticking. It's really good stuff this from the Reds. They only have 3 wickets left. This partnership has put on 30, is it 217 to 246, 28, which is a really good effort. And that one slashed away and just short of the deep boundary rider for a single.
But another good over for the Reds. More in terms of running that time, getting ones into twos, just ticking it over. So pretty decent comeback from them again, just taking momentum away from the Knights. You know, we were looking at 300 for one stage, came down to 250, but now with 3 to go, they're sitting on 247, and it's quite important when you move into the second innings who takes that momentum into that break.
Yeah, those 2 double overs, so crucial in this innings. The first from Tom Mays, the second from Theo van Workum, and they're the hammer blows that halted the momentum for the Munster Reds. But they're fighting back here, like any good side does.
Here we are from the city end. The skipper's going to bring himself back on here, of course. Does this job for the international side, bowls those crucial last few overs. Always difficult for a bowler. Mark it there.
Well, there was an attempt there to paddle it around the corner, but it's going to be a bye.
A little bit of crazy cricket there.
Every run counts.
A bit of a funny shot from Liam McCarthy down, trying to reverse. Not sure, reverse lap or whatever, and then Neil Rock couldn't gather. Matthew Humphreys throws down the stumps. It was all a bit chaotic there, but it ends up in a bye. So just one more to the total. As we talked about market there, now we'll bowl this the 48th and the last. This is regular job for Ireland, but still under pressure. It's never easy for a bowler when the heat's on at the end.
Could be Cohn, could be Pretorius, although Pretorius hasn't bowled from a long time ago, and he probably won't be risked. But we shall see. He's lost his run up there, marker there.
I think it was the batter actually pulled out. Stephen, Matt Ford just pulled out halfway there. Must have seen something on the pitch, a leaf or something, and he pulled away. Market there has to pull out. Bowlers hate that when they run in.
10 and over would give them 275 to 278. Played that well. It was a really well pitched up delivery. Just a single.
And again, bowlers happy with ones. This stage 6 and over, the Knights will take that. Just trying to prevent the boundaries.
Can McCarthy find the big hit? That's the question off a bowler as good as Mark Adair.
I don't think he'll die for want to try and.
Well, that's surely a wide.
Wide.
Well over his head. Possible to reach that one. Free run to the Reds. Move to 249.
Yeah, well-worn tactic from Mark there towards the end. He likes the short ball towards the end. Feels that gives him a good chance of keeping runs down, but also picking up wickets. On that occasion, no, a little bit too short, and got to bowl an extra one. Slower ball.
That's great fielding.
Cutter, and Stephen, he fields it off his own ball, a little cutter there. So he's going through his repertoire here at the end of an innings. Can't bowl just line and length towards the last few overs. These days it'll just disappear. Even though we're into 8 and 9 at the crease here, you can't bowl line and length. So mark it there. Well used to it, as I say, going through his repertoire.
Well, McCarthy just needs to be a little cleverer here. Just find the gap if he can. Hit that firmly straight to mid-on, so just the single. Yeah, singles just won't do it for Munster Reds. I fear 265, 270 will not be enough, but you never know. If the Munster Reds start with a very good burst of opening bowling, they could put a lot of pressure on the Knights. It's going to be a good game, this. That's a wide, surely. Certainly looked like the batter was reaching very wide to get that. Maybe he gave himself some room.
A bit of room. I think your comment there, Stephen, that it's going to be a really good game, irrespective of what the Reds finish up on here. I think we're in for a cracking second half here. Really impressive Reds bowling line-up against really deep Knights batting line-up. So all set up for a good game.
Final ball of Adair's 9th over, and that's a superb delivery. Too good for Matt Ford, who couldn't get a bat on it. And at the end of over number 48, it's 251 for 7.
Yeah, mark it there, showing his experience there, just deciding to go last couple of balls wide outside off, bowling Yorkers to his field. He's got 2 men on the offside boundary, so happy to give away a single. As it turned out, he managed to get both through past Matt Ford, and dot balls are gold dust at this stage. Just brings that run rate to a halt, and wickets, dot balls just at this end of the end. So it is going to be Tyrone Cohen to bowl the penultimate over from the Dundonald Road end.
4 inside the circle on the ones, and that one goes high into the air, but there's nobody there, falling into that gap between the boundary riders and the ones inside the circle.
Yeah, he couldn't have played that any better, Steve. He couldn't have placed that any better. He gets 2 for it. Very false shot there from McCarthy, but lobbed it well over the bowler. No chance of long on coming in to get it, and pretty comfortable too.
McCarthy goes to 8. Ford on 24. Short delivery again. It's pulled into the deep, but not timed. Just a single this time. Morgan Topping with doing the fielding.
Looks like the tactic from Cohen here. He's hitting it into the pitch. So of course now he's got different batter. He's got the right-hander Matt Ford on strike here. Will he stick to the same principles, hitting the pitch hard, or will he change it up?
10 legal deliveries to go. And that's a fine hit, and it's backward of square, but there's a man out there, Carmichael. So just a single to Matty Ford. 25 for him now. McCarthy back on strike.
So yeah, just these last 9 balls, and as we talk about taking it into the lunch break, which team will be happier after these 9 balls?
Oh, that's well played. If it evades the fielder, and it has. Clever paddle shot there by McCarthy. Gives him a couple of runs. Good fielding by McCullum on the boundary rope.
Yeah, but decent shout that from McCarthy, because the first 2 balls he faced in the over, Cohen banged it in short. But he maybe read the bowler there, that he was going to try and bowled more of a Yorker length and got down and paddled it for 2.
Again, not the best of timing from McCarthy. So a single to wide mid-on.
Both sides might be happy with this over at the minute because Reds are getting runs off every ball, but the Knights then are happy that there's no boundaries. So we're going to take it into the last over here, last ball of this 49th.
Ford will be wanting to keep the strike into the final over. He's looked the sharper of these two batsmen. And that one is squirted away to backward square leg. Carmichael does the fielding. 2 runs to Ford at the end of 49 overs. It's 260 for 7, and there's just 6 deliveries left.
Yeah, just 6 to go, and you know the Reds have come back into it here in the last 5 since I've come back on for the last 5 overs here. They've just got a little bit of momentum going. Again, having stuttered between 35 and 45. Matt Ford's come in and he's hitting at 150. McCarthy's helped him out there.
Last 4 overs they've put on 34, which isn't bad considering they had to rebuild the innings again.
Yeah, and these two have put on 43 now actually, 43 in this 8th wicket partnership. So it's the last over and it's going to be market there.
Swing and a miss from McCarthy, much to his chagrin.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch it there in this. As I said earlier, he's well used to bowling at the highest level, international cricket against guys, you know, and he's bowled a slower ball outside off there. He's got all the tricks of the trade.
Bowling across the left-hander. Doesn't want to give him any room. That was a shortish one. Again, the fielders are 2 deep. A quick 2 run by Ford. That's good running between these two, and 2 more for McCarthy.
Yeah, I think market there will be a little bit disappointed with Tom Mays at long on there. A little bit slow to the ball. And allowed the Reds to come through for 2.
And as we were saying, it's a big ground, this. 70 metres to that far boundary, and to the wide mid-on it's even further.
It'll just be 1. Carmichael out there, he's been busy out there. Cade Carmichael in the field. So just 3 from the first 3.
15 now for McCarthy, 27 for Matt Ford. And just 3 deliveries remaining in this Munster Reds innings in this 4th of the Rario Interprovincial Cup series.
Yeah, so it's just a quick change in the field. He's going to bring long off into the circle at mid-off.
This is Munster Reds' 3rd game. They've got a win and a loss. Northern Knights have only played 1, and they've won that against Leinster Lightning. And the Northwest Warriors with a win down in Munster on the opening day of this series last week. At the end of this week we should have a much better idea of where this trophy will be going to. Each side playing the other home and away over the summer. 6 matches last week in this, then 6 matches in August and early September. You just got enough on that. That's going to go away for 4. Very important contact from Matt Ford, who pushes his score along to the 31.
Just that change in field, Stephen, it brought the man up into the circle, and he just inside edge there, beats the 45. There he is, and rolls away to the boundary. And yeah, just those last couple of balls, you're trying to keep them below 270.
Partnership up to 50 off just 39 deliveries in 27 minutes. Great fight back from these two when it looked like Munster Reds were going to just fade away. These two have done a great job.
ball tinkering with the field again. Mid off, back to long off. Brought cover boundaries, come up into point. This is the last ball of the innings.
And that's brilliantly hit backward of point. It will be saved by Carmichael, but a couple of runs for the Munster Reds. And a really good cameo knock from Matty Ford, who brings his total to 33 off 24 deliveries. McCarthy backing him up well with 15 off 19. And some good bowling at the death by Mark Adair. It's always difficult bowling that last over. And the final score for Munster Reds, 269 for 7 off 50 overs, which means that the Knights will need 270, which is 5.4 per over.
Yeah, real fluctuating innings there, because at the start when we watched Cummins and Frost, as we'll probably see the scorecards in a minute, Cummins and Frost went well, then the Knights really fought back and it looked as if they were only going to struggle.
And there's the card. Cummins with that wonderful knock, 114 off 122 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes, I think it was in the end. He really kept the innings together. Wonderful opening stand of over 100 with Ali Frost. And then it looked like they were going to set a huge total, but wickets started to fall when Mays came on and got a couple in consecutive deliveries, and then Van Ronkum doing the exact same thing to really kill the momentum of the Munster Reds innings. Credit Ford and McCarthy for their knock at the end. 52 runs they put on. There's the partnerships.
Yeah, so that one at the top, Cummins and Frost, 106 second 100 partnership for the Reds this year. But it's that partnership at the end, the 52 between Ford and McCarthy, that'll have just given the Reds a bit better of a lunch break. When we look at the Knights' bowling attack, Adair was exceptional up front. He bowled up front beautifully. But then it was Mays who came back, took 3 for 34, a double wicket in the middle of his spell, and Theo van Vorkum, 3 for 58, probably bowled a little bit better than that. So the Knights will be pretty happy with that. One stage we're looking over at 300. So the match summary there after the end of that. Rario, IP50 first innings. The Munster Reds having been put into bat. 114 for Commons, the mainstay. They have moved on to 269 for 7 from their 50.
And time now for a break between innings, and we'll be back in about a half an hour's time to see how the Northern Knights get on in their reply, needing 5.4 and over. We look forward to you joining us then. Bye for now. And you're welcome back to the ward in Stormont in East Belfast for today's Rario Interprovincial Cup match between the Northern Knights, who are based here, and the Munster Reds, who've come up from Cork yesterday to prepare for this match. We're at the halfway point in the match. As you can see, the target is 270 at a run rate of 5.4, and here we go with the start of the Munster Reds bowling, and straight away a no ball from Nick Granger.
Yeah, Stephen, should be a cracking chase here, all set for a really good second part of this Rario IP50 game, as you say, between the Knights and the Reds. A big game, of course, because whoever wins today will end up top of the table tonight as we head off to Brady tomorrow. But it'll be a big game here for these two as they move in to the second part of this tournament.
And a bit of a scruffy run to get the run chase for the Knights going.
Yeah, James McCollum will not be happy there. It was a free hit, of course, from that no ball off that first delivery. So the free hit for him, he just didn't get the time, and he'd probably like that in a couple of overs when he'd been in for a while. But he gets down the other end, and that brings Ross Adair on strike. He's wearing number 56 on his back, 7 for James McCollum, just to let you know the two batters. So of course Ross Adair, well renowned in the Northern Cricket Union. He goes at it from ball one. Doesn't take any prisoners, Ross. He's just broken into the Ireland side in the T20 format. So let's see how he goes today. Mick Granger bowling to him.
Wide outside the off stump, and another wide. Just a bit too much width there.
Yeah, see, in the first 5 or 6 overs in the first innings, the Knights did get it to swing quite a lot, particularly Mark Adair in his opening spell. So it'll be quite interesting to see how the Reds bowlers here control that swing. Not often we say that, having to control the swing, but opening bowler here, it is moving a little bit, and as we saw from that first ball, Ross Adair will go after it.
Just a little bit warmer for the start of this innings to the beginning of the match back at 10:45, when it was all a little bit parky, only about 14 degrees. It's up to about 17 now. Good conditions. And of course, those of you joining late won't have seen Murray Commons' wonderful century, 114 he scored, holding the entire Munster Reds innings together.
Yeah, he dominated from ball one, really. Didn't give any chances in that knock, and really it was a lack of support around him that didn't get the Reds up to the 300 mark, but they did get that 50 partnership at the end.
Now that's just trickled away for a bye. Score moves to 4.
Yeah, just beating the keeper. Is PJ Moore, the captain, of course. Just died on him a little bit. Maybe the nature of the pitch, it isn't the quickest pitch. It is early season, of course, and the carry probably in a couple of months' time will be a lot heavier. But just died a little bit on Moore there. That gets James McCollum back down to face Granger.
2 slips. Tried to turn that to the leg side. Really important for Munster Reds to start as they mean to continue. They mustn't give cheap runs away early on, because the Northern Knights are probably pretty happy with the situation they're in, chasing 270. It was looking like it would be over 300 for much of the first half of the match.
Absolutely. But then if you have a little look on the screen there, just down to the right, that's the Wasp figure. And it's pretty much saying that we are in an absolute even game here.
Swing and a miss, and behind it goes to the wicket keeper. So a dot ball, just what Granger would have ordered if it wasn't to be a W ball.
Yeah, just watching the first 2 games from the Reds, mighty impressed with their bowling attack. They do come at you hard. Granger, originally from Queensland, has come over to Ireland to settle down, and he's at Clontarf now, and he's an in-your-face bowler, and we'll probably see McCarthy from the other end, very similar. Likes to get involved.
Lively stuff from Granger. Hitting a good length, getting plenty of lift off this wicket that's probably dried out a fair bit since this morning.
Yeah, and that's just at the end of that over there, you can see Granger just running through, giving a stare to the batsman, and as we talked about it in the first innings, I quite like to see that. It's, we're not talking about heavy sledging, just a little bit of banter between the two teams. Granger putting it up to the batter, and as I say, if it is going to be McCarthy, which it is, I haven't watched him in the first 2 games, I think we'll get something similar from Liam McCarthy.
Well, J.A. McCollum 0, G.R. Adair 0, and the 4 on the scoreboard are all extras. So a very good opening over from Granger.
Just looking at the field here, obviously only 2 out, ring field, and standard fine leg and third man as the 2 outside the circle.
And that's away to the fielder in the gully, Curtis Camphor, taking the catch, and a wicket straight away. McCarthy on his very first delivery, striking gold, and the Northern Knights are 4 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket there for the Reds. Rossett there, we've mentioned it, isn't going to die wondering really. He goes after the ball no matter who he's playing for. He does give chances though, and that's been taken at second slip. Well positioned there by the skipper to have 2 slips in. Hit the deck from McCarthy and almost steered by Adair. We'll see it again now as McCarthy came in for that first delivery, pitched it outside the off stump, and it was almost, as I say, steered by Adair to second slip. Camphor did the rest, and 1 down early for the Knights.
Great start for them.
And that brings in
100
Ruan Pretorius,
partnership on one side,
and,
and
almost 0,
well,
I would
the
say.
0
No
you
runs
could
off the
almost
bat,
say.
and yeah,
Indeed.
but it brings in Ruan Pretorius, who opened in the opening game for the Knights with Ross Adair, and he's going to face up to McCarthy.
McCarthy very swift, one of the quicker bowlers in this series. Railway Union man.
Yeah, and you can immediately see the intensity in the Reds. Okay, they'll maybe be thinking they left a few runs out on the field during their innings, but they can soon bring that back by taking early wickets here, putting the pressure right on the Knights.
One over and 3, 2 deliveries, and still no runs off the bat.
That's great carry through to the keeper there. You can hopefully even hear it at home, the ball hitting the gloves, PJ Moore's gloves. He's taking that chest height, so a real hostile start.
And another swing and a miss. Looked to be well outside the off stump. That's really lively stuff from McCarthy. Few short pitch deliveries, maybe now a Yorker length one might
James
put the
McCollum,
apple amongst the pigeons, the cat amongst the pigeons, I should say.
James McCollum just coming down there to have a chat with his partner. He's a well experienced player, Pretorius, but McCollum down to have a word.
Straight to cover.
Yeah, and you were right, Stephen. It was more pitched up that time. Certainly the fullest ball that he's bowled. Looking for that double bluff. It'll be very interesting to see the Reds bowl and attack here, as we say. In the first 2 games, been very impressive. And they've started well.
So Pretorius and McCullum to start things off again for the Knights. That's better. Pretorius getting it away straight down the ground, and he's got his side's first runs off the bat, first boundary, and that doubles the score to 8.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Pretorius. Just leant on it, didn't try and hit it too hard, just pushed it through the mid-on region and beat the man. And a good bit of fielding down there. I think Scotty Irvine possibly down there picking that up, but a boundary for Pretorius.
Our hero, Heatley Tector, has just arrived with the pastilles, and I'm asking myself, how do I eat pastilles and commentate
Impossible.
at the same time?
I think you're going to have to wait to your little break, because I don't think that's going to be a runner, Stephen. Occupational hazard, possibly.
We were chatting about our favourite sweets during the interval. Straight away, the bold Heatley has come up with the goods. So to continue at the Dundonald end, it's Nick Granger. Spot on. Good delivery. James McCollum taking guard. Yet to score after 6 deliveries. The Wasp, of course, that 34%, it's gone down from 50, which would suggest that the backers amongst you would be favouring the Reds at this moment. Lovely lifting delivery. Hand outstretched though from the umpire, no ball. So a free ball coming up.
Yeah, he'll be gutted. That was a good ball from Granger. Again, aggressive. McCollum was trying to mix it up a little bit, come down the wicket. Granger sent one past his chest, but unfortunately he's overstepped. That's going to give McCollum another free hit. Couldn't get the last one away. But a free hit for him now.
The fielding side has to remain in the same positions for this free hit. So Granger to McCullum, and he swings it away over mid-wicket. Didn't quite catch it. It'll just be a couple of runs, unless they might just take well, they probably could have taken a third run, but not taking any chances at this early stage with a wicket already lost. Just the 2 then.
Yeah, got hold of that one this time. James McCollum, just that extra little bit of time at the crease, getting the pace of the wicket. Just little things like that. You can get a batter a little bit of confidence, you know, giving away a no ball, a free hit, get some. You know, he hasn't been getting, as you say, it's his first runs off the bat, and just don't want to give any freebies.
Good delivery, well played. Played straight back down the pitch by McCullum.
Yeah, loving this from Granger. Loving the attitude from him here. You just watch him following through. He's going right down, staring at McCollum, a couple of yards away from him. Not really saying anything, but just with his body language, he's showing that he's really up for this. Really good to see.
Early skirmishes in this run chase. Northern Knights having to re-establish the innings, and that's fielded in the covers by Tom Mays, saving a run.
Good shot that from McCollum, bit more confidence behind that shot. He's been struggling over the past. I think he'd be the first one to admit it, James McCollum. He first broke into certainly the Knights and then the Irish side. Established himself at the top of the innings, a classy player. Just over the last 18 months, injuries haven't helped. He hurt himself in the very first game, I think, last year. He did his shoulder, popped his shoulder, missed the whole season almost. But he's a class player.
Plenty of time to play that, just tidily into the leg side.
So yeah, he'd be just looking to get a score. He's always looked as if he's got bags of ability. But just getting a score, you know, he got in with Ireland, as I say, and he got a couple of 50s and looked as if he was there for the duration, but those injuries just set him back. And again, he missed the first game of this. He was due to skipper the side last week against the Lightning, but a little knee niggle kept him out. He'll be looking to do probably what Murray Cummins has done for the Reds. Just get through this early set and then build an innings.
Nicely played, uppishly through the covers, but well away from the fielders, and it's gone for 4. McCullum starting to show he's seeing the ball.
There we go, beautiful. Just rock back onto the back foot. Ranger, as we say, has been pitching it in quite short. He just goes onto the back foot, punched. Didn't worry about keeping it down. Knows there's nobody in the outfield. He just played his hands through the ball, hit it through the covers, and a beautiful boundary. First one for James McCullum.
He's on 6, Pretorius on 4, 15 for 1 after 3, and it'll be McCarthy to resume, the man who's got the early wicket, 1 for 4 off his 1 over. And Ruan Pretorius is the man on strike.
Well fielded at mid-on. Yeah, well fielded at mid-on there. Just came across and got round. Stopped the single.
Very important to save every run. That was Brandon Kruger at mid-on. Third man and long leg, the only 2 boundary fielders. Everybody else on the 1. And that one's gone over everything to deep mid-wicket. Fine hit, 4 runs, and McCullum moves along to, or Pretorius rather, moves along to 8.
Yeah, just getting the pace of the wicket now. Ruan Pretorius on the pull, shot, and it brings a change in the field.
If you're going to have 2 slips and all these players on the 1, you really have to be accurate with the bowling.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit shorter than, for example, the ball that got it there. It was just into his rib cage. That was a little bit too high.
Quietly played into the covers. No run.
Yeah, Stephen, just looking out in front of us here, I just see, we're talking about Mick Granger. He's standing in front of us here, number 37 on his back. He's a big unit. He is a big unit. Broad shoulders. Wouldn't like to mess with him.
Yeah, all these guys very fit, working very hard on their conditioning. They all want to be the best cricketer they can be, and there's so much money available now for the top players in this interprovincial series. But it's very competitive. You can't rest on your laurels at all.
And that's what we want. We want competitive games. We want good cricket matches. This one's shaping up to be a good one. 270 we're chasing. A good total for the Reds.
Nice and correctly into line, Pretorius. Very tidy batsman.
Yeah, Ruan Pretorius has been in the Northern Cricket Union for quite some time now. Obviously coming from South Africa, but he's been in Northern Ireland for quite some time, originally with North Down as their overseas professional. But he's now been here so long, he's a localised player.
Oh, he got onto that really quickly, but he didn't catch it, and it's been held. A really important wicket. Pretorius is out, caught by Brandon Kruger at wide mid-on, and a second wicket goes down, and the Knights in trouble here. 19 for 2, 4th over.
Just hitting that deck again. The ball that he pulled for 4, a little bit shorter, but that was a little bit quicker. Just rushed him. Caught the splice of the bat. You can see him going on to the back foot here, looking for that boundary again, but just a little bit quicker onto him. And he spliced it to mid-on, and Brandon Kruger makes no mistake. And that is another breakthrough for the Reds. Ruan Pretorius, just as we were talking, has gone for 8.
Couple of boundaries, he was looking quite set, but the extra pace of McCarthy, I think, just rushing him into the stroke. And it's Cade Carmichael who comes to the wicket. He was wonderful in the field for the Northern Knights. Now he needs to produce something special with the bat.
Yeah, we've talked about in the first innings that, from my own personal point of view, I looked at this game as being the Reds' bowling attack up front. They aggressive seam attack against a pretty deep Knights batting attack, and it's the Reds who are on top here. Their aggression, their intensity in these first 4 overs has been excellent.
Granger about to bowl his third. Oh, great lift.
Yeah, look at the carry. Look at the
Wicket-keeper
carry there.
Moore had to take that right over his head. Worth seeing that bounce again.
Yeah, if we go back to look at the Knights innings, they bowled quite well, certainly up top. There was no carry like that. It was taken mid-riff. Neil Rock wasn't taking any above his waist. PJ Moore's been having to reverse his hands to take them above his head here, and it just shows the effort balls that are being put in by both Granger and McCarthy.
Signs maybe that the wicket is drying out and just giving a little bit more to the bowlers. Not quite the right line there, tucked away to fine leg for a single.
You'd be disappointed with that, just losing his line a little bit. But every cloud, as they say, gets a new batter on strike. Carmichael has come down and he'll now face his first ball. So Granger gets the ball at the new man.
That Wasp down to 24%, which means it's more or less 3-1 in favour, 3-1 on in favour of the Reds. These 2 quick wickets really putting it up to the Knights, who probably were quite happy with their work, especially in the second half of the Munster Reds innings, when they went from 186 for 2 to 217 for 7. But a good fight back by the Reds at the end has just given them a glimmer of hope, and they've come out here all guns blazing. No shot offered there to that delivery from Granger. Another dot ball from Granger, none for 10 off 2.3. McCarthy, the wicket taker, he's got the 2 wickets to fall.
Yeah, he has got the 2 wickets, but it's a partnership here. These 2 have formed a really strong opening partnership, and it might be you taking the wickets one week, the other bowler the next, but they'll bowl together and they'll bowl to a plan.
Played straight to mid wicket, where Ali Frost is the fielder. No run.
As much as we talk about batting partnerships, bowling partnerships are just as important. And if you've got the back of the guy at the other end, it just gives you more confidence in your own abilities to do your own plans. And I think these 2 are feeding off each other a little bit.
Short ball pulled towards mid wicket. Frost doesn't quite catch it, so a single to Carmichael. He's off the mark.
Nice shot that from Keith Carmichael. Got in position really early. Didn't beat the man, but as you say, gets him off the no score. Gets his first run.
Carmichael from Instonians, McCullum from Waringstown. And here's Granger steaming in from the Dundonald end. Tidily played, the end of the 5th over. 21 for 2. Honours to the Reds at the start of this run chase. A big mountain to climb here for the Knights, as I hand you over to Sean Hussey.
Yeah, Sean's going to join me here now. Get his thoughts on that first 5 overs, but certainly I would have to agree the Reds have come out and done exactly what we expected, I suppose. Granger and McCarthy are just going to give it all heart and effort, and that's exactly what they've done. As you mentioned, McCarthy's taken the wickets, but Granger's done his part at this end as well. Welcome, Sean. What's your thoughts?
Thanks, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. Well, my thoughts are it looks a good time to bat but I've been mightily impressed with the Munster Reds opening partnership, and in particular Liam McCarthy's got an extra little bit of pace. Him and Mick Granger, and I think Mick Granger is just a class act, and we've seen that for many years. But Liam McCarthy is really troubling the Northern Knights, and I'm very impressed with him in Pembroke. His figures didn't reflect how well he bowled and how much pace he got out of the wicket, but here this afternoon rather, he's got 2 big wickets.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you heard us talking in the last few overs, but these two are really bowling as a partnership. You know, they do seem to be sort of feeding off each other, and if you're doing well, I'm going to do better.
Yeah, and it was Mick Granger last week who got more of the reward, 3 wickets for him. But there seemed to be a really well drilled outfit, the Munster Reds. A lot of experience in that team. You just look at that slip cordon there with PJ Moore as captain behind the stumps, Curtis Camphor, Murray Cummins, who batted so well earlier, likes of Tyrone Kane as well. So it seems to be a really formidable team, the Munster Reds. That's good, really good from McCarthy. He's been right on the money.
Like we were talking about again, just in the first few overs there, good carry, real good carry. Yes, the wicket maybe speeding up a little bit with the sun coming out, but I do think these guys are just bending their back a little bit and putting the effort in.
And I like the captaincy, 2 slips in place and then a catch mid wicket. So plenty of opportunity for the Munster Red, and PJ Moore backing his bowler. Oh, again, this is beautiful. And this is the type of performance where a lot of people around Ireland will be starting to take note of Liam McCarthy, because that extra yard of pace is really troubling the Northern Knights. And I see actually Ryan Eagleston and Gary Wilson and Albie van der Merwe and a few others dotted around the ground. So the Interpros is very much an opportunity for a lot of the players to showcase their skills. Like Liam McCarthy will need a little bit more time before he qualifies. Find the outside edge. Good stop by Curtis Camphor, because it landed a good yard or 2 short.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Curtis, just off screen there. He's got his hand to that on the half volley. It wasn't a chance. I'm just looking at him, but those can hurt a digit, and we don't want any injuries, obviously. He's up now. He's giving it a bit of a rub. Got his hand to it, but wasn't a chance. As I say, it was on the half volley, but looks to be okay.
That's a glorious shot, James McCullum. Well, we all know what he's capable of. Well, he's had his battles with injury, and I'm sure the Northern Knights will be hoping that their vice captain can come good. Brilliant way to end the 6th over. The Northern Knights are 26 for 2.
Yeah, that shot was just out of what we've seen so far. You know, it's been tough going. Really good hostile bowling, a little bit over pitched possibly, but James McCullum wasn't missing out and crashed it through the covers. Best shot of the day so far from the Knights. So he just leant into it, and once he beat the field, that was 4.
Well, we're only going to see 3 overs from Mick Granger, and they're going to have Curtis Camphor, Irish international, who's going to come on from the Dundonald Road end. It's a beautiful day now in Stormont. The sun is breaking out from the clouds.
What do you think about that, Sean? Changing after only 3 overs? I mean, I know Curtis has got ability, but Mick Granger was causing all sorts of bother.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I think they would have thought they might have a plan up their sleeve. Although it's a poor delivery from Curtis Camphor, as you say, not a bad bowler to be bringing on.
No.
First change. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with Mick Granger, especially when he's so effective at the top, and maybe a little bit less effective later in the innings. But
yeah, that's my point. You know, coming back, he was in a groove there. He was in a rhythm. Maybe we could have got another couple of overs out of him. And as I say, it wasn't as if he was just bowling dot balls. He was effective.
Well, I think if the Northern Knights pair here of McCullum and Carmichael can just weather the storm a little bit, because the sun is coming out, the pitch seems to be hardening up, and if those 2 new balls can just get a little bit softer, it might well be one of the better times to bat in the day.
Well, we talked about it in the first innings, didn't we? The first 7 or 8 overs, it moved about, and the Reds had to just battle through it.
In the air. It's gone down to 3rd.
Yeah, there's 2 down already. I know the Reds were no wicket during that early play, but the Knights need to get through this period and need to set a platform for the rest.
Considering the Northern Knights won the toss this morning, and remember they bowled first, considering how few chances they created in the first 10 overs, compare that to the first 6.5 we've seen here from the Munster Reds. They've got 2 wickets. Curtis Camphor now on, making things happen. They just seem to be there seem to be more happening now, and I think that's something that might frustrate the Northern Knights.
I think you're right. I mean, just even watching what we've watched in the first 6.5 overs here is exactly that. There is the potential, and things are happening. It's not just letting the 2 batters get easy singles, bat a few balls. There is something happening every ball here by the look of it.
Yeah, right on the money, Curtis Camp. Maybe a touch full, but when you've got 2 slips in, as a captain, I'm sure you don't mind erring on the side of 2 full.
I always like to cage with fielders and slip fielders around the ground if they're putting their heads in their hands. You kind of know that there's a bit of pressure on the batters here, and you can see the 2 boys behind the stumps beside the wicket keeper encouraging their bowler.
Again, glorious from James McCullum. Well, when he's on form, he's as good as anyone. We saw the class and elegance of Murray Cummins earlier in the day. This time McCullum, another boundary. Well, it's 31 for 2 after 7. So 7 overs now, 31 for 2. And McCarthy, the impressive McCarthy, 2 wickets in his first 3 overs, 2 for 13. And he continues, and 2 slips and a catch mid wicket in place. But just on that, Ali, you've watched a lot more NCU cricket than most. James McCullum, it has been a really frustrating time. We've mentioned the injuries, the shoulder injuries and trouble with the knee. How important is it for him to have a good summer, particularly in interprovincial cricket? We know he's part of the squad and he's been playing Test cricket, but it surely is an important stage of his career. Oh, it's put down.
Put down.
Oh, just before that, Cade Carmichael gets a life. It's put down. Looks like Matt Ford.
Should have been taken. He'd actually got his hands to it, knocked it up in the air, and it was the second opportunity. But sometimes when you do knock the ball in the air, you lose your bearings a little bit, and that's what happened there, and he couldn't readjust and get the second catch.
Well, I think what happened there, the umpire might have got in slightly in his way. Good pace though from McCarthy, and he's been mightily impressive. Should have had a 3rd wicket, but it's the extra pace that he's generating, just finding something that we haven't seen out of the surface from anyone else.
No, it's the one thing that just genuine hostility and pace and effort from the bowler, and he's definitely, as we talked about, he's creating opportunities at every ball at the minute, and tough period here for Carmichael.
But it's one of the great sights in all of cricket, a fast bowler really bending his back, getting something out of the surface. It's a skill, considering.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing better than watching a guy running in and just putting the frighteners on a batsman, you know what I mean, and making him jump around. It's fantastic. We used to watch the Great West Indies doing it, especially against England, and it was fantastic to watch. And McCarthy's really putting the effort in here.
It's good from Tyrone Kane as well, backing up their bowler. Just back to James McCullum.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle, as we've documented it quite a bit for James. He just needs, it sounds really simplistic, he just needs to score runs. He just needs to bat. He doesn't need to do anything, because he'll naturally score quickly. He doesn't need to overhit or look for big. He just needs to bat, and runs will come for him.
Carmichael this time gets the pull shot safely away, and really good running. Really good from Carmichael. Picks up 2, And that's the end of the 8th over here in a sunny Stormont, and the Northern Knights are now 33 for 2. With James McCullum, it's not also the injuries, but how the order has changed. That middle order now for Ireland is really set in stone. So it feels like for a number of the Ireland batters in particular, it's almost like they're vying in the white ball side for one particular position, which puts the scrutiny and added pressure on even more.
100%, and that he knows he has to score every time. It's got to that stage now, whereas the guys in the middle order can have the odd failure because they've had such success. So they can have the odd failure now, but James McCullum pretty much is under pressure every time he comes to the wicket, which puts its own pressure. You know, he's batting again at the open for his club side, Warringstown. I know it's only club cricket, as you would say, but that's where he needs to go back and get big scores for his club, bring that into the Inter-Pros, and just do what he's doing right now. Just bat.
Well, look at Neil Rock start to the season. 87 last week for the Northern Knights down at Pembroke, and then a massive 100 of only 39 balls in the Irish Senior Cup. That's probably, if there's one criticism of James McCullum, it's that kind of flashy shot outside the off stump.
And we can give him all the praise for the shots, and he's hit for 4, but that's just a giveaway. You know, if he nicks that and goes, we're talking about the same thing again. You know, he looked good for 15, 20, and then gets out. He just needs to. You know, it's hard to say. Sometimes your strength's your weakness, but just needs to bat.
This is really good from Camper. This is a good battle between two Irish internationals. I think there's no currency like it in cricket than the weight of runs and scoring big numbers of runs. And once you're in that bit of form, well, it'll be interesting to see how Neil Rock gets on later, because he in spectacular form, eye-catching form, and that's sometimes what you have to do. You just got to have a sheer weight of runs behind you. Here we go again from McCullum. And you just sense like he's getting a little bit bogged down. This is good from Camper. He's just skiddy. He's hard to get away sometimes.
Well, you're mentioning about weight of runs. We've already seen it today. We've seen a guy who's been involved in a 100 partnership, a 50 partnership, and again he's got himself 100 today. And he, you know, if you look back at his innings, he didn't do anything flashy until he got that big score, got a lot of runs behind him. And he, you know, that's, if you could say to James McCullum, just watch that innings.
And that's the end of the night. So a couple of dots to finish, and he's under a little bit of pressure, McCullum. Apologies, one ball ahead. Someone's miscounting somewhere. But you're right, Murray Cummins. It was how easy he made it look. He really was in total control, it felt like. And he still has the shot making in him. He's not trying to knock that out of his games, but it's probably the little small errors that have crept in.
And again, we go back to McCullum. I don't see a great deal of difference in ability between the two. You know, James McCullum is as you've mentioned there, certainly in the NCU, he's about as pleasing on the eye as you can get. You know, beautiful shots. It's just that run scoring ability. Just when to rein it in and just stay in the game, which is what Murray Cummins did certainly in the first 7 or 8 overs. He didn't play any shots. He let the ball go well. And once he was in, he was able to milk runs, take the odd boundary, and score runs.
And if teams know you have a tendency to get a quick 15 or 20 and then get yourself out, they're always in the game. They'll always feel like they're in the game. It is going to be the impressive Liam McCarthy to continue. Carmichael dropped a backward square leg in the previous over. What's he got this time?
Yeah, and even looking at a young kid, Carmichael here, he's come across. He plays for Instonians in Belfast here as his club side. He's got a big future as well, obviously. You know, he was awarded the Emerging Player of the Year last year in terms of, you know, coming through in the Inter-Pros, and he started the season really well for Instonians, and he played well in the first game. But again, needs to feel his place in the team is secure.
Again, good pace. It's a wide ball, but you don't mind seeing that if you're PJ Moore. Very impressive, the raw pace of Liam McCarthy. Definitely has put on an extra yard. And hostile.
I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that. We're just letting James McCullum know he's already shown the kid Carmichael in the last over that he can be quick enough for him. So just letting James McCullum know, don't be getting on the front foot to me.
There's good wides as a captain, and there's bad wides, and that probably falls into a good wide. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Well, we're waxing lyrical about James McCullum, and it helps when he can produce a shot like this. Well, we've just seen the pace from Liam McCarthy, but this is a glorious shot.
Just flipping down his legs there, but James McCullum just taking a little step down the wicket, picks it up off his legs, and absolutely beautiful. You can see it just flicked it off his legs, carried all the way, well over the boundary for 6 runs to McCullum.
I think if you're watching this as an Irish cricket fan, as we all are, you'd be really impressed with some of the performances we've seen so far from a lot of players who are in and around the Irish setup. So important that a lot of these players run into form.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can all watch these pictures and say everybody's a selector. Make your own mind up, you know. The selectors have got to do the job. But as fans of Irish cricket, we can sit and watch here and say, well, why isn't he getting picked, and have our own opinion? And this is what these guys got to do. Put their hand up and say, this is what I can do.
Well, you want the job as a selector as hard as possible. And make their job as hard as possible. Again, McCullum not reluctant to take on the pull shot. Very happy to play there. Feels there's a scoring option for him. Just misses out on that occasion.
But yeah, the first 3 games, and possibly not the Mardike with the lower scores on it, first game of the season, but certainly the next 2 games, well in excess of 500 runs scored in both games. Good bowling performances though as well, and we're seeing the same thing again today.
Well, I think when the Munster Reds were added to the 3 provincial teams a few years ago, there was a question of would it dampen the standard. But if you're watching this game, it really is high quality.
Yeah, I think it's done the opposite actually. It's improved the standard, you know, and players that playing at the highest level. We always talk about best v best and all that. And this is pretty much where we're at now.
Good end to the over from McCarthy. Well, he's in good flow here. Well, that's the end of the opening power play, and it's a tough one to say who's won, because the Munster Reds have picked up 2 wickets, all coming from Liam McCarthy, and the Northern Knights are on 41 for 2, and they'll be a little bit disappointed, a small bit. James McCullum is producing some fine shots, and Ali is going to take a break from the country box, and delighted to say Stephen Alkin joins me. Stephen, good afternoon.
Hi, Sean. What a shot that was by McCullum, down to long leg. Beautifully picked up. Went many a mile, and it was so well timed. Just signs he's starting to get into his groove. 3 4s and a 6. 21 runs to his name. Cade Carmichael just a little bit more circumspect at the start of the innings, but you have to say that the bowling by the Reds has been quite excellent so far.
Yeah, in particular Liam McCarthy. Very unlucky not to have a 3rd wicket. Cade Carmichael dropped at square leg by Matt Ford.
Yeah, that's the kind of catch that even me in my heyday would have expected to take.
I just think he almost was in a little bit of 2 minds, and then umpire Brolly was in close proximity, and anything in your eye line just can put you off at the last minute, and I think that's what happened to Matt Ford. He'll be hoping it's not a big mistake, and Cade Carmichael doesn't have a big impact on this run chase.
And that's Carmichael playing it very firmly to mid-wicket, but he can't get it past Brandon Kruger, so no run. 41 for 2, 10 overs gone. It's pretty even, this run chase so far.
Yeah, well, I was just saying that I think it's difficult power play to call, really. I think if you're Munster Red, you are very happy with the 2 wickets, but you very much understand that the batting lineup for the Northern Knights is very deep, and with the likes of Mark Adair and in particular the informed Neo Rock, it's not going to be an easy task. Be happy to have got rid of the dangerous Ross Adair early.
Indeed, he can score very quickly when he gets going.
Interesting, they've taken one of the slips out and put a man back deep on the cover boundary. So 3 men outside the ring course, 4 allowed for the next 30 overs or so.
That's a great delivery by Curtis Camphor. Lifting and moving. There seems to be a fair bit of movement for these bowlers.
Yeah, and bounce. And they really seem to have found a spot on the pitch where they are getting good lift. Mick Granger as well, earlier from the Dundonald end. That's a beautiful delivery. It's a difficult one for Kay Carmichael. It's a difficult one for a man on 50 or 60, never mind someone starting their innings. So he's under a little bit of pressure.
And he's managed to squirt that away backward of square, and he's going to get a couple of runs for it, Carmichael.
Yeah, really good shot, and I think that's what these two should be looking to do. It's such a big boundary here, right across the ground, and big pockets of space. So if they can just keep nudging the ball in to those gaps and picking up 1s and 2s.
Carmichael now 8 runs off 23 deliveries. McCullum 21 off 30. And there's another 1 or 2. Should be 2, just beating the fielder.
Yeah,
at
really
mid-wicket, Brandon Kruger.
Really good again. We saw towards the end of the Munster Reds innings as the 11th over comes to an end. 45 for 2 now, the Northern Knights. But it's something I thought Matt Ford and Liam McCarthy did well at the end with the bat. If they weren't getting boundaries, they were certainly getting 1s and 2s and putting the fielders under pressure. And Kay Carmichael there has picked up 4 runs with relative ease, playing 2 shots into the leg side.
45 off 11, just over 4 and over. The run rate required 5.77, and we're going to have a change here.
Yeah, it's going to be Tyrone Kane from the City end. Well, he's someone who naturally gets movement, lateral movement through the air. He'll have 2, well, he'll certainly have 1 slip in place. Curtis Camphor's just coming out there and cross your shot. But he certainly won't have the pace of Liam McCarthy. But he will get some movement if there is any out there, with the sun now baking down here, and it is a good time to bat.
McCarthy 5 overs, 2 for 23, a really good return. It could have been 3 for. That's well pitched up, maybe too well pitched up, out into the deep cover. Another couple of runs. These two guys happy to run most of the scoring at the moment.
That's a glorious shot from James McCullum, and a real sign that he's in form. It's a bit of a loosener from Tyrone Kane, overpitched, and he just lengthened into that one, James McCullum. As I say, looks a really good touch here, but it's important he produces a big performance if the Knights are to get over the line.
Kane not with the same pace of McCarthy, and the batsman beginning to see the ball better. Another couple, this time into mid-wicket. It's very good batting, not taking any risks, but moving the score along and keeping that run rate going in the right direction.
Well, the last 4 balls, 2 of the previous over and the first 2 of this, have all gone for 2.
And they've all been played along the ground, no danger. Oh, that was a little bit of a flourish, just as we were saying how safely they were playing.
Yeah, I think that is James McCullum's big problem. It's that he does have a little tendency, maybe not get bored, but do try and take on every shot. And he has got himself out after good starts before. And Ali was alluding to it a little bit earlier about the weight of runs, and he just needs time out there, and he'll naturally score quickly.
Carefully steered into the mid-wicket area. There was nobody on the boundary, and away it goes for another boundary. Beautifully played. McCullum looking good.
Yeah, super shot, and an immediate change from Tyrone Kane. As soon as that ball left the bat of McCullum, he pointed to Murray Cummins to move into a mid-wicket. That's a glorious shot, just timed beautifully. Easy as you like.
Good players always look effortless. get their feet into position and sometimes even anticipate what the bowler is going to do. Not so good that time. Swing and a miss. Through to the wicketkeeper, PJ Moore. Better delivery that time from Kane. A little bit more pace, a little bit more lift. And that should be a wide. And is.
Yeah, McCullum just shuffling down the wicket. Did Tyrone Kane like that one bit? But that's good for McCullum. That positive intent. It's not reckless by any means, but puts the bowler on the back foot immediately. That shot through mid-wicket and the slip was taken from there and into mid-wicket to plug the gap. So that's good. Positive batting, putting the pressure back on Tyrone Kane.
And that's a better delivery too from Tyrone Kane. McCullum happy to let that one go past the outside of his bat, and at the end of the 12th over, 54 for 2. This is really close, this game. It's a very difficult game to call. The target is only 270, but with a couple of wickets down, just a good enough start for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, we're going to have another change of bowling from the Dundonald end. It's going to be Mick Granger, who did open the bowling from the same end. Curtis Camphor was given 3 overs, and it's going to return to Mick Granger with that ball a little bit older.
"12 overs, just 4 different bowlers used. Granger has bowled 3, Liam McCarthy 5, Camphor 3, and Tyrone Kane, that was his first over from the City end.
McCarthy's been the pick so far. The 2 wickets both falling off his bowling, but also could add a third drop catch of Cade Carmichael.
Nicely turned down to long leg for a single, and after a lot of 2s, the batsman switch ends, and it'll be Granger to McCullum this time. Last wicket fell at 19. These two have put on 36. Cleverly played, just guided down to third. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. Almost without effort, McCullum up to 30 and looking very much the dominant partner here.
Yeah, and it's a real chance for him. He's got to be thinking of a big score is on for him. He's got the test match in a few weeks and a busy summer. We've spoken at length about it. A real opportunity for James McCullum.
Granger just straying down the leg side. That was played very fine, and the fielder can't get there. Past the outstretched dive of Liam McCarthy, and another boundary for the Northern Knights, and Cade Carmichael gets his first boundary of his innings.
Well, this is well placed. Because of all the 2s they picked up by tucking the ball into the leg side, fine leg has gone really wide, and as a result you can get it finer. It's 4 all the way. So clever batting from Cade Carmichael. He's a couple of boundaries now, starting to find a little bit of form and get into the groove.
Oh, a little bit uppish. That one stopped on him. Just no fielder there to profit.
We saw that a couple of times in the first innings. Murray Cummins early on, when he was driving down the ground, a couple of times went airily and went not to hand, and a similar there. Carmichael maybe caught in 2 minds, ball just sticking in the pitch ever so slightly. Well, gets away with it, no harm done.
This time he does turn it into the vacant mid-wicket position. Single for Carmichael. Good over for the Reds, this one. Just one delivery to go. Granger not looking quite as dangerous in this second spell as he was at the start with the new ball.
Yeah, well, they were both very, very impressive, Granger and McCarthy. I was surprised to see him come off after 3 overs and replaced by Camphor. I thought he was looking effective and dangerous. He's back on now for a second spell.
Shortish and tight, and the fielder takes it. And it's a wicket from absolutely nothing. Not the best of balls from Granger, but he's picked up the wicket. Caught out in the deep. And that's a big blow for the Northern Knights, who fall to 3 down for 61.
Yeah, really disappointed for James McCullum. But we've seen this an awful lot from him, maybe too much. It's a good catch in the end by Gareth Delaney. You could see by Mick Granger's reaction when that wicket fell, how he knew he got away with one and was gifted a wicket. But if you're James McCullum, he's trudging off. So disappointed with himself. But it's a sight we've seen from him an awful lot. A really flamboyant third. He looked really, really good. Hit some outstanding shots. And in the end, he's gifted a wicket.
In for just under an hour. 30 off 38 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. And we were starting to maybe sing his praises, thinking that he might produce a match-winning performance.
Yeah, they'd be really disappointed. Morgan Toppin, new man to the crease. Ali was saying alongside myself earlier on commentary that James McCullum really needs to start producing big numbers. You saw Murray Cummins earlier, who got a magnificent 100, but he got it in such ease and such real lack of trouble to him. James McCullum, that's just so disappointing. And a nothing shot. He could have hit that ball into the gap or hit it along the ground, and in the end he's picked out Gareth Delaney, who was never dropping that. Real disappointment for James McCullum and for the Northern Knights.
And is this Liam McCarthy coming back on?
Still going to be Tyrone Kane, but I wouldn't be surprised to see McCarthy maybe given an over or two. About 5 earlier.
Hurried Carmichael into the stroke, just about kept that one out. Yeah, this game ebbing and flowing. It's just the kind of match we expected it might be. That Wasp figure down to 23%, which would hugely favour the Munster Reds. A win today and they could go top of the Rario Interprovincial League. Carmichael solid in defence. Dropped when he was on 3. He's only on 16 now. Struggling to score at a good rate, so he's going to have to take over the partnership here with Morgan Topping just coming in. Couldn't quite get that one. It's good over this from Tyrone Kane, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, the Munster Reds can really make a big dent on that run rate required, really increase that, put the pressure on the Northern Knights. That's up run rate required now, just around 5.7 or so. That was a huge wicket and a really poor time for James McCullum to throw it away. He'd be raging with himself.
Very good straight bowling, forcing Carmichael to defend. He has just one boundary. The new batsman, Morgan Topping, yet to face a ball. It's not what you might call panic time yet for the Knights, but they have to rebuild the innings from here.
Absolutely not, and we saw what Neil Rock did for them last week against the Leinster Lightning, so there'll still be an awful lot of confidence. They just can't afford to lose any wickets in clusters.
Short and pulled away. Just saved at the boundary. Thought of a second, but Carmichael settles for one. 62 for 3. Coming to the end of the 14th over. That run rate required 5.75. Once it gets up over 6, it might be a concern for the Knights, but there's still a long way to go.
Well, the big difference between Stormont and Pembroke is the size of the boundaries, and Pembroke has a lot smaller boundaries, which means chances for sixes, whereas here in Stormont it's really difficult to hit, particularly straight down the ground for 6.
Morgan Topping gets his first delivery, plays it gently into the covers. No run, 14 overs gone, 62 for 3. And it's been an excellent fielding performance so far by the Munster Reds. They have gone out there and knowing that they had to really put the Knights under pressure. They've achieved that with some ferocious bowling from McCarthy and some really good backup spells too from the others.
Yeah, just the one blemish, that drop catch by Ford on Carmichael. We're going to have a change of bowling. First look at spin for the Munster Reds, and it is going to be Gareth Delaney. So straight away to leg spin from the Dundonald end. We're speaking about the big boundaries, and that will certainly help the leg spinner. Interesting to see where he puts his field out. He's going to have a long off, a deep cover, and a deep backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket. So protection in the deep, has a slip in place.
And it's Cade Carmichael who will face Delaney. Big, tall spin bowler.
Yeah,
Mid-on is up, so that saves the single.
Yeah, it's imperative he starts well, and it's a lot easier bowling leg spin when you don't have two real set batters. Okay, Carmichael's on 17, but not fluent by any means. Just allows you, takes the pressure off you slightly. See, that's not one of Delaney's better deliveries in terms of the length, but when you don't have two set players in, it's a lot harder for them and a lot riskier for them to try and take it on. So it's good captaincy by PJ Moore, recognising good chance, good opportunity to get his leg spinner into the game. Can Delaney back him up and get the 4th wicket?
Or can the Knights build a partnership that will get them back into this match? Little bit short, but pulls straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
See, again, perfect example. That's a delivery that should go to the fence. And when you have a new batter in, it's a lot harder and more pressure on them. So Delaney's got away with a couple so far.
More pitched up that time. Just a single for Topping, who gets off the mark to mid-off. Slightly different field for Carmichael. The mid-off has dropped back. Very short, pulled away. That should go all the way to the fence. A couple of bounces over the ropes. And a big boundary for Cade Carmichael.
Yeah, good shot by Carmichael, because there is a man deep, Curtis Camphor, but placed it well. It's a poor delivery from Delaney. He got away with a couple, doesn't get away with this one. But he was able to play that in front of square. See the man on your screen there. It was well in front of him.
And that was just stroked down the ground nice and simply for a single. The run to Carmichael moves him up to 23. He keeps the strike at the end of 15 overs. It's 69 for 3. And after 15 overs, the Munster Reds were 64 for no wicket. So runs-wise, quite similar, but wickets-wise, very much the Reds on top.
Yeah, Stephen, those wickets. just when I was off commentary there, obviously the wicket of James McCullum, and when I was last on, myself and Sean were talking about James McCullum, and he looks $1 million. He gets to 30 again, and a bit of a soft dismissal for him. He could have really have hit that anywhere. That's just what we're talking about.
Tyrone Kane steaming in from the City end.
Yeah, when we talked about it when he came out to bat I'm not sure you're on with me, Stephen, but just Tyrone Kane, I just love him as a cricketer. Just everything that he does in terms of the game, all full intensity. We've talked about intensity quite a bit, but he's just a real full-on cricketer.
The kind of guy every team wants to have in their side. Well, no run there.
That's exactly it. You would pick a Tyrone Kane every day of the week, even if he's not performing. He gives you stuff outside of runs, outside of wickets. He just gives you an intensity and a drive to perform for every other member of his team, and you kind of want to perform for him as well. So he just brings that to the team, and as you say, just every captain's dream.
So it's Carmichael on strike to Kane. That's played nicely into the deep cover for a single.
Yeah, Kid Carmichael looking good here at the minute. He's 24 off 40, but we've said it since the start of the night's innings. Somebody needs to do a Murray Commons here and bat through. So we thought it was going to be James McCullum. He's obviously perished now. So now the batting moves over to Kid Carmichael. He's got to bat through and let the other guys bat around him.
And Morgan Topping, has he got any form in recent days, recent weeks?
I'll just come to that. He's just dropped that down into the offside for a single. Morgan Topping's a guy that's come along. He actually played here at Stormont for Civil Service North for a few years. He's from Warringstown. Originally that was his club, but he moved to try and get some more regular cricket at Civil Service North. But he's moved back to Warringstown now. And he has been placed in the middle order for Warringstown. And when you play middle order for Warringstown, that means you're a pretty good cricketer. You don't get in there for nothing. And he's cemented that place, and he'd be looking to do the same now for the Knights.
Tried to turn that down to third man late, but Curtis Camphor quickly on to the loose ball.
So yeah, he's come through the pathways. He's kind of a cricketer that a lot of guys in the Northern Cricket Union, and indeed all the other unions, can look up to and say he's come through the pathways in youth cricket, 17s, 19s, and now he's made his way into interprovincial cricket. And this is probably he made a few appearances last year, but this is probably his year, Morgan Topping.
Nice shot by Cade Carmichael. Cut off on the boundary by Delaney, but there will be 2 runs to the Northern Knights batsman.
Yeah, he had a very clean shot there from Cade Carmichael. He's hitting the ball nicely now, and that takes us to 73 for 3 from 16 overs. And I think, looking out there, the match officials are on the ground, so we're going to take a little drinks break now after 16 overs. So we'll be back with you in a few moments.
And welcome back to the ward in East Belfast, Stormont, the home of CSNI. And my good friend Ali McCalmont still here with me. And Ali, this really does have all the makings. 34 overs to go. Run rate required is gettable. Few wickets down. It's a match that both sides will be thinking they should win.
And that makes it perfect for us as commentators and spectators. It's a perfect game because both sides could win it, and both sides will be very disappointed if they lose it. So we're poised for a fantastic finish here at Stormont.
Delaney to continue, looking for an LBW as Topping just moved onto his wickets.
Yeah,
replay will be interesting.
Look, be going down leg side, looking at the way Morgan Topping's playing his shot after the shot, just drifting down leg possibly.
Yeah.
Watch keeper BJ Moore doing the old comeback. He just went down leg side, and then as it hit, when he was making his appeal, he steps back in to make it look as if the ball's on the stumps.
7 off the first over from Delaney. He's got great ability, just needs to concentrate on every ball, make sure there's nothing loose. A little bit quicker that time. Just squeezed out on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker and very similar to the leg before shout earlier in the over. Topping just gets a little bit on that, squirts it out on the leg side. They get him off strike and bring Cade Carmichael back on to face the bowling.
Backwards square and mid wicket. The deep fielders on the leg side. Deep mid off and cover on the off side. Still a slip in there. Good diving stop by Delaney.
Yeah.
Total commitment required in the field at all times.
Just looking around the ground now, Stephen, conditions really picked up. The sun is quite bright now, so as we talked about earlier, conditions surely improving for batting now. You wouldn't mind going out to bat in these conditions. It's just maybe the scoreboard pressure that's against you.
Good stop there at point, and they take the single. Backing up good was Topping.
I think they could have gone to the other end there. Keith Carmichael did the two-step in the middle of the wicket there, and Morgan Topping went through, and they threw to the non-striker.
Just a moment of hesitation there between the two batsmen.
Yeah, there definitely was, and as I say, possibly a throw to the other end. Could have had Carmichael in a bit of bother, but safely through and get the single. 75 for 3 from 17.
270 the target. Current run rate just over 4.4. Once that run rate required stays below 6, they won't feel like there is any issue with that, the Knights.
No, they'll be comfortable with the required rate at the minute. As you say, anything below 6 is fine in this day and age.
Carmichael watches that as Tyrone Kane continues from the city end on this glorious Belfast afternoon.
Yeah,
Not often we say
too
that.
often. We both said it at the same time.
Indeed.
Yeah, we don't say that too often,
No.
Stephen.
I can hardly remember coming to a cricket match in the north without cool, cloudy conditions and plenty of rain.
I thought you were going to say without a coat.
Well, I always bring the coat. Oh, we've lost our run up here. Tyrone Kane will have to restart his run up.
It's a cardinal sin there, somebody walking directly behind the bowler there.
Ah, yes, lad
pick
with,
him out.
lad with rugby ball.
That's name and shame him.
So 75 for 3. Played straight to mid off, where Kruger is the fielder.
no real pressure on the scoring rate at the moment. I mean, as you said earlier there, Stephen, very similar in terms of runs at this stage. And in fact, probably from the 20th over onwards, the Reds sort of slowed up a little bit for a good 5-10 overs. So no pressure on the Knights in terms of run rate. It's the wickets is the problem.
Short ball pulled over the wicket keeper. Not sure that's exactly where he wanted to go, but 2 runs to Carmichael.
Yeah, it's strange from Keith Carmichael there. He moved well outside his off stump as the bowler was coming in. Tyrone Kane bowled a short ball and he got into a bit of a muddle, but managed to get enough bat on it to get it down towards fine leg and picks up 2.
Tyrone Kane in his 4th over. Straight to the cover fielder again. There's plenty of players on the single. Offside field. 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. So Kane will be trying to probe along that off stump, just outside the off stump line. Of course, the ball will be getting a little bit older, maybe a little bit help for the bowlers. Again, it was a well hit shot, that.
Yeah,
But it was straight to
misfield.
Kruger, and he
Yeah,
misfielded it.
misfield there, just bounced off his knee and allows Carmichael through for the single. We mentioned in the first innings, just little things that just lose momentum for a team. Little singles and fielding, good clean fielding, just backs up the bowler at all times.
Topping on 3. Very short ball, and that's a free run for the Northern Knights. I can understand bowlers wanting to pitch it in short occasionally, but you have to balance that against the number of runs you're going to give away in what is a run chase to medium target, let's say.
Well, we mentioned earlier on, Liam McCarthy bowled one earlier. I think it was at Kate Carmichael, but that was a good wide because it really shook the batsman and he got that extra little bit of pace.
Nicely pitched up.
And
Played straight to the fielder, Murray Cummins, Centurion.
That one that McCarthy bowled really, got through high. It was a wide and gave away a run, as you say, but it put in the batsman's head that I'm bowling quick here, whereas that one really was a bit of a freebie.
There's the situation. McCullum, Adair and Pretorius all back in the house. Carmichael and Topping trying to rebuild the innings. Carmichael on 30, Topping on just 3. 8 extras, 79 for 3. Here's the comparison between the two sides, and you can see they're absolutely spot on at the moment. Of course, there were no wickets until nearly the 25th over for
just those circles on that
the
worm
Munster
for the Knights.
Reds.
That's the difference. Runs are almost identical.
Yep.
Just those 3 wickets.
And it's Delaney to continue from the Dundonald end, and he beat the outside of the bat there. Carmichael deceived.
Yeah, loose shot there from Keith Carmichael. Really standard ball from Gareth Delaney. Just played inside it.
Always difficult when you've got a spinner bowling from a big height. They always tend to get that little bit of extra bounce, make it very difficult for the batters. That one a little bit more width, but it's straight out to the cover.
Yeah, nice shot from Kate Carmichael there, nice and controlled. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Picks up a single. And this is where the Knights just need to keep it ticking over. 3-4 singles and over, and then the odd boundary thrown in keeps them in touch.
Carefully played by Topping, who hasn't really settled himself in. That's just his 8th or 9th delivery, 3 runs to his name. Carmichael's had most of the strike in this partnership. Played that with a nice straight bat, but back to Delaney.
Yeah, just something to watch, Stephen. I mean, the greatest commentator of all time, Richie Beno, used to say, keep an eye on balls versus runs required. And the run rate required there, you can see at the bottom of your screen, it's just gone above 6. So from a long way out, we don't want to be really chasing too much more. You can see it going up every dot ball.
And this is good pressure bowling by the Reds. Just a single there for Topping. Nobody at mid-wicket saving a single.
Good over from Delaney though that time. Much better lengths and lines for him. No opportunity for the batters to free their arms and hit the short ball. So much better over from Delaney there. And he'll be important for the Reds. You know, they've got this battery of quick bowlers, but you know, just shoring it up at one end from Gareth Delaney would really help for the Reds, from the Reds' perspective.
Looks like a change of bowling now. Curtis Camphor coming on at the City end. Camphor, who bowled 3 overs for just 9 runs. Very tidy spell.
Yeah, we did wonder why, you know, Mick Granger at the start of the innings, he was bowling really well in partnership with McCarthy, why he came off, but Camphor came on and bowled very tidily.
He's a skiddy type of a bowler. That's a misfield at point by Tyrone Kane. Should really have stopped that one, but a single to Topping. You've got to keep the strike rotating. Keep scoring at 4 or 5 and over.
Well, that's it. If they can just take it along at 4 and 5 and over for the next 10.
Good delivery. Really made it difficult for Carmichael to find any space to get his arms free.
He is quite deceptive, Curtis Camphor. He's in the complete contrast to Tyrone Kane, who runs in hard, sprints in. Curtis Camphor just kind of looks as if he ambles in, but he really does get the ball down. You know, coming quick at the batsman, a little bit quicker than they maybe expect.
Yeah,
Suppose we should know what he's doing now by now at the Irish International.
The ball comes off the wicket really hard from
Again,
Curtis Camphor.
yeah, you can see it
so
again.
it skids on.
It's skidding on, and you can see Carmichael just getting hurried, you know. Whereas, you know, again, we keep going back to Murray Cummins. He had so much time to play the ball wherever he wanted. Just nipping through a little bit quicker onto the batters here at the moment.
That one's been glanced down to long leg. Just one more run onto the total.
Again,
Carmichael goes to 32.
Carmichael having to sort of jab down on it a little bit, as if he's not picking up the ball immediately from the bowler's hand. It's just getting to him that half yard quicker than he's expecting.
No change in the field for Topping. Straight to mid-wicket it goes. Reds have been good on the ground so far. That was Ali Frost who was quickly onto that shot to mid-wicket. Very few chances in this game. The one at square leg that was dropped earlier on in this innings, but we haven't seen too many. That was nicely played.
Yeah.
Topping just tucking it into the leg side for 2.
Yeah, good running as well. So just tucked in the leg side, nicely timed from Morgan Topping and placed into the gap and in and out between these two youngsters. Pretty quick between the wickets, and they get through for a double.
20 overs gone,
yeah.
85 for 3. The run rate currently 4.25. The run rate required tipping upwards to 6.17. I'm going to leave you for now and hand over to Sean.
Yeah, Sean Hussey going to come back in and join me here. Shaping up. Be a good game here. As we said earlier, a few overs ago, I think at the end of this game, both sides will be pretty annoyed if they don't win it. So that makes for a good game, Sean.
Afternoon, Ali. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very interesting stage of the game. Just keep an eye on those numbers down the bottom of your screen, particularly the run rate required. That's just something the Northern Knights will want to keep in control of.
Yeah, just lapped round the corner there. A bit of a lap sweep off the leg spinner. There's plenty of space behind the wicket. Just a man it. Very, well, deep square leg, I suppose. So it's an easy single if you get bat on it.
I think that's the thing that's impressive about Carmichael, is he's never really been fluent at all at this stage for the 57 balls he's faced, but he's hanging in there, doing a job for his team. So often we see innings similar to the one from James McCullum, where it's flashy, really impressive stroke making in there, but sometimes you just gotta grit it out and hang in there, and as we say, give the late order a chance, as the Northern Knights still have plenty of batting.
Again, went onto the back foot to try and pull that in front of square, but it's got a bottom edge on it. Nobody behind the wicket, so it's an easy 2 for Topping. So probably not getting good contact on that. Benefited from there because it was a man out on the square boundary. He probably only got 1, but he gets 2 for that on the bottom edge.
Delaney struggled a couple of times by dropping balls in short. That's really good. That's brilliant fielding from Curtis Camphor, and that just really helps. It was a good delivery from Delaney.
Yeah, that just makes a difference, especially for a spin bowler. You know, it just keeps the same batter on strike.
And then all of a sudden you get another dot out of it, and you can build a little bit of pressure. So fielding so important from the Munster Reds, and they can't afford to drop any more catches. Of course, Cade Carmichael dropped very early on in his innings off the bowling of the impressive Liam McCarthy. Good end to the over, so 3 dots to finish for Delaney.
Yeah, it's a good finish there from Gareth Delaney, just hitting his spots and keeping Morgan Topping down that end. So 88 for 3 from 21.
Beautiful sunshine now down here in Stormont.
Yeah, Sean, I'll throw one at you now. So obviously the major sponsor of this IP50 tournament, Rario. Have you checked out Rario.com at all and checked out the old playing cards?
No, I haven't. You might enlighten viewers.
Yeah, well, I've had a wee bit of a look at it, and it's very similar to the old, back in the 60s and 70s, the old baseball cards from America. We always heard that over here, baseball cards, why are you buying those and all that sort of thing. But some of these baseball cards were going for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we used to think, what was all that about? Rario.com is very, very similar to that. You can buy cricketers, and all the Irish players are on there. So you can go on and buy a card and buy your local cricketers, your Paul Stirlings, your Mark Adaires. And basically if they do well, so if Paul Stirling goes and gets 100 against England, the value of his card goes up, and then you can trade it with other members of Rario and sort of enjoy the game from that sort of thing. So a bit of fun. But if you know the game, you can make a bit of money as well.
Yeah, I'll stay out of that then.
You're trying to tell me you don't know the game then? Is that what you're saying?
A good bouncer, good pace, and again good bounce. It's been a real threat, a theme rather, of the Munster Reds. But it is to get something out of the wicket, really bending the back and getting good bounce and good carry. Well, it's interesting you mentioned the value of Irish players. I mean, it's incredible what Josh Little has done, getting a big IPL contract, and still an awful long way for him to go at just 23, 24 years of age. But incredible really to be in the IPL and have that exposure. In the first game of the tournament, his side, Gujarat Tigers, were playing 95, 100,000 in Ahmedabad. It's incredible really.
It is unbelievable where he's come from, and I spoke to him at the Cricket Ireland Awards about it just before he was heading off to India, and he was very humble about it, as Josh is generally.
Well, that one didn't bounce as much as the other one, so in the end Morgan Topping does well to get away from it.
Yeah,
he's performing really well.
He spoke a lot about it before he went, and he was talking about, it's good for him, obviously, financially and exposure-wise, but he was also talking about the exposure for Irish cricket. You know, people can look at Irish cricketers and say, well, this guy can do it, and then start to look at the other guys, and, you know, just makes us even better on a world scale. I know the guys are getting to that world scale anyway on TV, but it just brings a different, you know, the IPL, for as much as we talk about its cricket, it's a different world.
Yeah, big gust of wind coming now across the ground. But no, I think you're absolutely right. Josh Little, incredible. Successful. Camper's persisted with a lot of short balls, and in the end Topping takes this one on. And whether is this a catch or not, judging by the reaction of the Munster Reds, I think it might have just bounced short of Ben White.
Well, it'll be interesting to see that. Might have just carried. It's a long way away from us here on that deep square leg boundary. Let's say it's one of those ones. If it wasn't a catch, he's done well.
Yeah,
because he stopped the boundary.
Well, Camper attempted Topping into that. He persisted with short balls, and in the end Topping took it on. Maybe just got lucky that it bounced short of Ben White. Would have been a remarkable catch. I think it just in the end was short, and that's the 22nd over done, and it's Northern Knights who are 91 for 3.
Yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say that just pitched in front of him there, down on that boundary. Yeah, Delaney's going to continue here from this Dundonald end.
But with Josh Little, I mean, Josh was an extremely talented hockey player, and around 14, 15, 16 need to make a decision of what sport to pick. And I think for an Irish cricket point of view, the fact that if there's a young boy or girl playing underage cricket here, and like so many are talented at hockey, like Amy Hunter is, where you've got the option of going around the world now, potentially, and earning big sums of money as a real avenue, and it is only going to strengthen the hand of cricket. And Josh Little is a prime example of that.
I think that's exactly what he was saying. I'm not just pioneering for myself, I'm pioneering for other people coming here. But just another point, going off slightly on a tangent, but you've mentioned that he was a great hockey player. I'm huge into cricketers playing other sports. I'm not a big one for them just concentrating on cricket. I understand kind of the rationale behind it. They want to play cricket, but just other sports, learning other different skills. And I just think, it used to be football was from August through May, and then you changed.
Surrey and Botham playing.
Both. He played
Scunthorpe.
Played English League football. I think I heard an interview with Steve Waugh a few years back. He was getting interviewed by Michael Atherton, I think, and his son was just breaking into Cricket Australia, and they told him, "You're playing cricket only now." And Steve Waugh was aghast because he had played Aussie rules, squash, badminton, and wanted him to play all sorts of sports. And I think it's just a big thing to learn other skills, not just cricket.
Yeah, Delaney is bowling well here. Good though from Topping.
Yeah, Delaney honing in on that leg stump. He's got a good line now. Topping getting off strike there though.
I think with both north and south in Ireland, it's such a competitive sporting landscape. We've got Ross Adair here, who played professional rugby and made his debut for Ireland this year, so it's certainly a thing where no sports player should be forced into making too many decisions too early.
Yeah, I just think the skills are transferable. For example, the rugby skills, ball hand,
athleticism,
fitness as well. Yeah, just things like that. And even if you just play the same sport, your muscles in one area just get the same. Or you play a different sport, upper body in rugby, for example. It just creates a better athlete, I think.
Well, Josh Little is prime example of that. That's good from Delaney. He really is in his groove here now. He dropped a couple short in his first 2 or 3 overs, But his last couple have been really well. He's bowled 5 now, 23 overs here in sunny Stormont, and the Knights are 94 for 3.
Yeah, and Sean, you mentioned it a couple of overs ago about the run rate. Looking at the run rate, we were talking we're on a ball, and here we are, 3 overs into this stint, and it's moved from 6.17 to 6.52 already.
It's still very manageable, but it's just something you always keep your eye on in a run chase. It's just when it gets to an unmanageable point of view, once it starts getting above 7, it quickly goes to 8, and then you often find when the run rate required is creeping up, wickets then tumble when the pressure comes on. So it's going to be Curtis Camphor from the City end, and he's bowled well with good pace and attempted topping into the short ball in the previous over. Fuller this time to Carmichael. But there's so many grounds in Ireland, Ali, that are used dual-purposely as either cricket and rugby, and indeed as like here in Stormont where you've got football pitches, hockey pitches, tennis pitches. You know, it's such a, as I said, Ireland's such an island of great sport and great sport-loving people, and you often find it's the athletic players and the sporty players that like all sports, and that's a glorious shot from Cade Carmichael. Well, he's starting to get into the groove here. He's done a lot of hard yards, but that is a glorious shot, maybe the best we've seen from him. Over pitch from Camphor, but found the gap beautifully.
Yeah, just drifting on to that leg stump. We saw a few of those during the Reds innings, just drifted on to that leg stump. But again, important that he picked the gap. The man at mid-wicket and mid-on, and he put it into the gap to get him the value for the shot.
Yeah, and good reply from Camphor. But also in Ireland, with that sporting landscape, with the rise of rugby and obviously football, and down south with GA and the success the Irish hockey team have had in a number of years, cricket always has to be trying to grow itself and understand its place. And you see some of the players that Ireland have produced in the last few years going on now and making a real effect at international level. Camphor again not afraid to bowl short. Carmichael pulls it into the deep.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point that cricket has to find its place and fight for its place a little bit, because everybody wants the buck, you know what I mean? And we've got to produce good cricket for people that want to watch it, good stars, you know, and Josh Little obviously is one of those. Paul Stirling's, you know, furrowed that path before him and become a global superstar, and Josh is now taking on. But these guys we're watching in the Rari or IP50 got to aspire to that. That's where they want to be. That's why they're playing the game. And there's plenty of talent out there, as we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of players so far in this IP series have put their hand up for selection. We've seen Tyrone Kane, Murray Cummins today batted beautifully. And we've seen real pace from Liam McCarthy. Lovely shot from Topping for no run, which is the final ball of the 24th over. And the Northern Knights are 99 for 3.
Yeah, so we mentioned it a few times now. It is gearing up for a real good finish in this. It is only the 4th game of the tournament. It does have that feeling about it. This is a very important game for both these sides.
Well, it's such a short series, and it's played in 2 main patches. We're going to finish the IP50 towards the end of the year. Of course, we'll go into T20 mode, and the Irish men's side will gear up towards the test match in Lords, which is always a special occasion. Second time that the Ireland men's side will play a test match at Lords. Well, whatever happens on that opening day, Thursday week on the 1st of June at 2 o'clock, I don't think it will be better than what we had.
Well, no. So
3 or
I'm
4
actually,
years ago.
I'm actually heading over for that first day, so here's hoping it'll be even a little bit better. Can we dream?
Well, someone could well be the new Tim Murtagh and get themselves on the honours board at Lords. But it's an exciting test because of the summer the England men's side have ahead of them. The Ashes set to be a bumper Ashes series. And for the Ireland men's side, it could really lay down a marker for what is an important season. We mentioned earlier the 20 over qualifying, the 50 over qualifying. But a test match at Lords really does feel like the cherry on top. And Topping comes down and uses his feet. Well, they're expecting a big Irish crowd.
Definitely. Well, I mean, as I say, I was looking for tickets, and it took me quite a while to get tickets for that opening day. And I think just Test cricket in general, struggling around the world, not in England. I can tell you that for free. Okay, they may be playing what they would, the cricketing world would say, is a lesser nation in Ireland, but cricket is cricket in England, and a Lord's Test match is a Lord's Test match, and tickets are difficult to get, which is great.
Well, especially with the summer England have ahead of them, I think the Ashes could well be one of the big sporting events. I think it's so evenly poised. The battle could really come down to Australia's bowling with Cummins and Hazelwood and Mitchell Stark and co up against that England batting lineup that was so impressive last year and has really blossomed under new head coach Brendan McCullum.
But it'll be fantastic to see our guys taking on England in a Test match. You know, going head to head. You know, we may not have got the results out in the subcontinent, but certainly that day we had against Sri Lanka in the 200s was something to behold. Getting 100 in a Test match was it just has that special feeling about it, you know. So if we can go head to head with England and give them a game and really put them up it, you know, it would be great to see.
Be really interesting to see what that Ireland batting order looks like. I think we know the middle order with the likes of Tector and you'd imagine Paul Sterling and Curtis Camford, Lorcan Tucker. No, big appeal for Delaney, turned down. Haven't seen too many LBWs today. That's really good from Delaney. He's really bowling impressively now.
He is bowling really well now. He really is. Hit his straps now. Just look at that one again, that appeal. Again, honing in on that leg stump, looking to turn it. Possibly not coming back far enough to get the decision. Yeah, he's done a job for his skipper, Delaney. Just gone for 20 from his 6. I'm delighted to have Stephen Elkin back with me now. And as we've talked about a few times on commentary here, good last 25 in progress here, Stephen.
Yes, although I see the the over number is going down, 24.3, 24.5. Okay, we've got it now. 25 overs gone, 102 for 3, just 4.08 per over. 6.72 now the asking rate, which is starting to head up into that area where the batters will be feeling that they have to do something to bring it back into line. And we've got a change of bowling at the... Have we? No, Curtis Camphor's gone to... Is it? No, it's Ben White, I think. Ben White coming on, the 6th bowler being used by Munster Reds.
Yeah, so Ben White's going to try and do something similar to Gareth Delaney at the Dundonald end and tie it up. He's going to blow his leg spin.
And he's bowling to Carmichael on 43. He just strokes that to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, full toss to start with there from White. And a big set here from Ben White. He hasn't bowled the level he'd be hoping in the first couple of games.
And that one sliced away, but straight to the fielder. At short third, Mick Granger.
So steady going here from the Knights, as I say. We don't want them to... I don't think they want to go too hard too early here, but they've still got to keep an eye on that run rate.
Firmly hit down the ground for a single. Topping. He's looked comfortable enough, yet to score a boundary. Very close to being caught on the mid-wicket square leg boundary.
Yeah, we actually gave Ben White the benefit of the doubt there. And we thought that just dropped in front of him.
It was close. And there's a big gap at mid-wicket.
Looking for 2. Can't get there. Good pace from the man on the far boundary.
With 3 wickets down and the Wasp at 30%, you certainly don't want to take a chance with a run out. Neil Rock will be chomping at the bit to get out here. Very quick scorer. Topping was rushed into that by Ben White.
Yeah, we've mentioned a few times today about Neil Rock's form at the minute and how well he's going. So yeah, we talk about 6.7, but either of those guys, Mark Adair, Neil Rock, if they get going, 6 and over is manageable.
That one gets away for another single. They're just ticking it along. That's all they have to do at this point of the match.
Knights will take that, 5 from the over. Gareth Delaney just going at 3.2 or something like that and over. So, 5 and over is okay, 3 not okay. They need to keep it at 5 and 6 to keep that triple R, the run rate required, certainly under 7.
And here comes Delaney again, who's doing a really good spell at this Dundonald end. This will be his 7th consecutive over. Looks like he might bowl all the way through. He's kept things very quiet, just 20 runs coming from his 6.
Yeah, and after his first couple of overs, no boundary balls coming. He's been restricting the Knights batters to singles at a max.
Little bit of width offered there, but the ball hit firmly to deep cover. So just the run for Carmichael. He has only 3 boundaries. Topping yet to score a boundary, so they're having to run nearly everything, these two.
Oh, they're young, Stephen. The young Cubs, they can run all day.
2 out on the leg side, 2 out on the off side. There's one straight up in the air, and that's not going to be caught by anybody. But the height of it, it just stopped dead. So only a few runs there. Firmly struck shot, well away from the fielders. Delaney will like that, though. He probably likes to see batters hitting him in the air. Though not for 6, of course.
Yeah, took a chance there a little bit, but it was a calculated one because, his mid on is up. So if he gets anything on it, he should be safe enough.
Topping cracks it away backward of square, but only a run. Really good covering over on that far boundary. Just 1 to Topping.
That was a nice shot from Morgan Topping off the back foot. But good field placing. He's got his field in good positions at the moment, so no boundary still. It does bring up the 50 partnership between these two, though, very much needed. They got the 50 partnership from 82 balls. But that's okay with those 3 wickets falling early. They needed to consolidate. They've done that. Now again they move into the next stage.
And Carmichael on 47, just a boundary away from a 50. He's kept this innings together. And that's not going to get through to the boundary. Just a single for Carmichael, who moves to 48. 18 to Topping. Delaney at the end of 7 overs, just 25 runs conceded. 112 for 3 after 27.
Yeah, so very, very remiss of us today to mention our umpires. Sometimes they do get missed. And our umpires today are George Broley and Rolly Black. George is at this Dundonald end, Rolly Black at the striker's end now, so shout out to our...
Almost like a 1950s black and white movie.
It is a little.
Black Brolly.
And both of these umpires from the Northwest of Ireland, they're from the Northwest Cricket Union, and they are on duty today in this IP50 Rario Cup match.
1-1-2 for 3. Black to continue, or not black, I'm mixing them up with white.
You're mixing your colours.
Ben White. Does that mean I'm colourblind?
There are a few out there who would say that white and black aren't actually colours.
Indeed.
They're shades.
A bye there, snuck past the gloves of PJ Moore. Nice wrists from Topping, but it's straight to the fielder, just a single.
Yeah, but that's okay. In the last 2 overs, they're rotating the strike. They're picking up singles. It's not no dot balls really to speak of. They're just rotating the strike, which is okay at the minute. You know, it's whenever they start to get dot balls consecutively that causes the problems.
Carmichael gets a single, but that just takes him to 49. Single off most balls will keep them in the game, and with wickets in hand, that is crucial on this beautiful sunny day in East Belfast. No run to mid-on, where the fielder was inside the circle. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, inside the circle. And that one's cut away towards cover, where Liam McCarthy fields.
Just too short that time from Ben White. Similar to Delaney, he's even taller and delivering from a great height, so he will be looking for bounce, but he can't drag it down, the old leg spinner. Fatal ball is the drag down.
Good play by Carmichael, coming over to the offside to turn that into the leg, and that's his 50, compiled off 77 deliveries. A really good knock for his team, Northern Knights. 3 fours in it, and he has really kept this innings going really well. Topping joining him, and these two putting on a really good partnership. 66 runs so far.
Yeah, these 2 young guns for the Knights. This is what their future. They're looking for the future. These type of players, Topping and Carmichael, young players. This is exactly the type of exposure they need. Can they win a game for their side, or at least take them to the brink of winning a game? Well, good 50 there from Carmichael, his first this year. He's been going well for his club side in Stonians, and he's taken that form into this IP50 game.
Gareth Delaney in for his 8th over, and he really caused a problem there for Carmichael, who was very hurriedly moving back onto his stumps from a ball that was well pitched up.
It was well bowled, but again, they've managed to get a single off it. You know, they're not getting bogged down now. They're turning the strike over, and Topping's picked up on that as well. So they're just turning over strike at the minute, going at 5 and 6. And the Wasp just ticking up a little bit for the Knights.
I'm just watching the body language of the Reds and seeing, are they really on top of their game? Are they shouting and urging each other on? There's not an awful lot of chat out there. This is the part of the game when you can so easily just lose concentration for a few overs, and before you know it, it's gone. Slightly edgy, but well out to cover. Just a run for Topping.
Yeah, just a drag down again from the leggy. A little bit short, plenty of time for Topping to get onto the back foot, pick the gap on the offside. No boundary though.
That run rate over 7. Shorter delivery, seen all the way by Carmichael.
Yeah, very similar. Side off, plenty of time for Carmichael this time. Just to rock onto the back foot.
Played well into the offside, and diving forward was Ali Frost, who just couldn't quite get to it, but that wasn't far away from his outstretched fingers.
Well, that was one of those chances that you maybe would say he shouldn't have had to dive for it, because it makes it look as if he's dropped it now, but he's made that into a chance. Made good ground in from and you can see now just a huge dive. Got his hands to it though. Once you get your hands to it, still going to be disappointed he didn't hold on.
Indeed.
But a great effort.
You're facing into the sun as well. I don't think he's wearing sunglasses. It's a very difficult day to see everything with the sun shining straight down the ground into his eyes. And it was a well struck ball too from Topping. He's had a couple of close misses. That's a better shot. Just down square of the wicket on the offside, but only a single. Topping, you know, he's slowly but surely working his way forward. 24 runs for the Waringstown man, or 45 deliveries. 52 off 79 for Carmichael. Plenty of room to increase the tempo, and White has given up 9 runs off his 2 overs. 123 for 3 off 29.
Yeah, these two are just slowly but surely getting into the game. Carmichael's been in for quite a long time now, but Topping's joined them. They're having a chat there on screen. You can see them. And to the right of that, you can see the 2 leg spinners having a chat as well. Ben White, Gareth Delaney, plus the captain. And it's going to be Ben White's going to continue. So maybe just a change in tack from the Reds. Maybe a change of where they're going to place the field or how they're going to bowl. Good signs that for the Knights, that maybe they're having to change tactics now for the Reds. So these two, as I say, it's not blistering, but they're keeping themselves in the game.
They've put on 62 between them, easily the best partnership of this innings. And a nice easy single out to cover from Morgan Topping.
Yeah, we could replay that ball. The last 4 balls I think have just been outside off and just pushed into the covers where there's a huge gap for a single.
25 so far without a boundary. Topping. That was a poor delivery. Full toss, hammered away. That one got the treatment and it deserved it. 4 to Carmichael, the first boundary we've had in quite some time. And Carmichael moves up to 56.
Yeah, but that makes such a difference now, because that's the boundary in the over. So if they then pick up the singles, then it's a good over for the Knights. Nice from Carmichael there again. Could easily have picked out the fielder. Got the gap. Was a poor ball, as we said. And it's brought about a change in the field. Point comes in now. I think Brandon Kruger's going to come into point. And yeah, there's a huge gap there, because that's where Brandon Kruger has come from, mid-wicket area. So there's nobody on the leg side. So they're basically asking Topping and Carmichael to play against the spin. That time, Carmichael well on top of it and pushed it into the leg side for a single.
Topping played straight to the fielder in the covers. First dot ball in a while.
So yeah, interesting here from the Reds, completely leaving the leg side.
Partnership 68 off 100 deliveries. And Topping with another single. I wonder how many runs he's going to score before he finally gets a boundary. He doesn't seem too perturbed. He's just playing the ball as it comes to him.
And I can tell you now, his coach will not be worried. If the Knights walk away with a win here and he's 60 not out, and the Knights get a win, boundaries won't be a worry. The other end, at the other end, Carmichael's quite happy to put his front foot down the track.
Super shot.
And hit that over mid-on for a boundary. So 2 in the over for the Knights, a good one. That just brings that run rate
that replay
back down.
Beautifully struck. Short backlift, thumped away over mid-on. Carmichael moves into the 60s, Topping on 26. That's the card after 30 overs. McCullum out for 30, Adair for 0, Pretorius for 8, Carmichael and Topping. Well, they've put on 73 now for the 4th wicket. Just over 100 balls. And it's 134 for 3. There's the Munster Reds bowling. Delaney 8 for 31. That's pretty good. Looks like he's going to come on for his 9th over. White a little bit expensive in that last over. And the rest of the Munster Reds bowlers, fairly good economy rates. Welcome back, Sean Huss. How are you?
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, afternoon, or good evening nearly. Now it's a wonderful day here in Stormont, and I think we're set for a really good finish. These two have batted really well. Kay Carmichael and Morgan Topping, they're just gone about their business really steadily without too much fuss. Kay Carmichael was dropped earlier by Ford, square leg, but I've been impressed by Gareth Delaney. But it's
Brandon
Kruger
coming on for the Reds after, was it 8 continuous overs from Gareth Delaney?
Yeah, I was really impressed by Gareth Delaney. I thought he bowled really well. I think it was good captaincy as well from PJ Moore. Brought him on early in the game when there were 2 relatively new batters to the crease. So Brandon Kruger, I'm sure they're trying to get a few overs out of him.
Single there for Carmichael as the 2 Munster Reds fielders more or less said after you, no after you. Surprised Kruger's coming on at this point. Delaney was into his groove, he was very good, and now the maximum of Kruger, and Topping gets his first boundary of his innings, and it's a 6.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Well, he tried it a few overs ago, but mid-off was back on the ring, on the fence. This is a brilliant shot and a relatively risk-free with mid-off in the ring. Just have to get it over the fielder. But it's good. Immediately puts pressure back on Kruger. And I think PJ Moore wants to get 3 or 4 overs out of Kruger. But with Northern Knights need to sense they want to put him under a bit of pressure.
The Reds need a wicket. And there's another maximum. Beautifully struck by Topping. 2 6s in quick succession. Who said he couldn't hit a boundary?
Well, this is again glorious shot, almost a carbon copy. Mid-off, still in. So once he gets it over the fielder, it's almost like a free hit for him. It's a glorious shot though, and as a result, mid-off has gone to long off. So clever batting from Topping.
I have to ask the question though, why Brandon Kruger has been brought on to bowl when Delaney was very parsimonious at one end, keeping things tied up. He was in his rhythm. Maybe he just wants to keep him for a couple at the end, but there's other bowlers he could have brought on apart from Kruger, and it's been very expensive, and it's really handed the initiative to the Northern Knights.
Yeah, 14 from that over, 148 for 3 after 31. I think it's because PJ Moore was thinking maybe he isn't going to get the full complement from either Ben White or Mick Granger, so he probably feels like he wanted to get a couple of overs, sneak a few in, and I don't know if we'll see Brandon Kruger again, but clever batting from Topping. Senses what the Munster Reds were trying to do, counteract it, puts them back under pressure, gives PJ Moore something else to think about. But 2 glorious shots, and now I'm not surprised by this change of bowling. I was wondering when Liam McCarthy was going to bowl his 5. He's going to come back and he adds real pace, and he might be the man to break the partnership.
No slip in, I notice, on this glorious sunny afternoon, with this partnership having yielded 87 runs already. Oh, that really hurried on to McCarthy, and the finger is raised, and the breakthrough on the first ball of the new spell from Liam McCarthy, his 3rd wicket of the innings, and the danger man Carmichael is out. LBW for 62.
Yeah, real pace, extra pace. And well, the 2 batters had got set against the spin, and Kay Carmichael is undone by Liam McCarthy. Fine piece of bowling. He has to trudge off, but really good captaincy. Well, we were saying he was trying to sneak a few overs from Kruger, went back to one of his strike bowlers. Here you'll see it. I thought maybe a little bit high. Yeah, I think it is high. Well, it's benefit of the doubt given to the bowler by umpire Rowley Black. And it's the 4th wicket to fall.
In such a tight game, such a pivotal moment, you hope that decisions like that are spot on. Coming to the wicket, Neil Rock, the hero of last week, stand-in skipper against the Leinster Lightning and top scorer that day. And he's in to join Morgan Topping, who's just got his boundary boots on.
Well, Neil Rock was in brilliant form for the Northern Knights last week, and indeed rushed for his club side in the Irish Cup. 100 off just 39 balls, hitting 16 sixes. Although Kenya is one of the smaller grounds on the island of Ireland, he's in terrific form, and you do feel like his wicket could be so crucial. And Liam McCarthy now has got a slip in place, so on the attack straight away, recognising that Rock is such a key component. McCarthy is one of the standout performers here today.
Bowling over the wicket across the batsman. Rock seemed to have plenty of time to just play that into the covers. Neil Rock, who is in great form, we know that, but there's still a long way to go in this run chase. 6.54 required per over. They still need another 122 runs.
Yeah, again, good pace, really good. And we saw that last week with Ruben Wilson. If you've got a bowler who's able to bowl with real pace and have an extra yard, people are talking always about a point of difference in the game of top level cricket, professional cricket. Liam McCarthy has that. He's just got that extra yard on the likes of Kane and maybe Mick Granger, and as a result he's a real wicket taking option. Outside edge of the bat,
just snicking away to third man for a single. Rock gets off the mark.
Yes, be interesting to see what Morgan Topping does here. He just hit 2 maximums in the previous over, and he was starting to find his feet. Now all of a sudden the wicket can change a game, can halt the momentum slightly. Facing up to McCarthy.
Well, he really needs to start again. He's facing McCarthy for the first time in the match, and he knows it's a completely different proposition to Brandon Kruger from the other end. Very important the Knights don't lose a 5th wicket quickly here. Just need to establish a little partnership, maybe 40-50 runs. Nicely played down to third, and an easy 2 runs for Topping. He's seen the ball well.
Yeah, that was nicely played. Just guided off the face of the bat. No risk at all. That's the final delivery of the 32nd over. Northern Knights are now 151 for 4.
That run rate has swiftly moved up from just over 4 to 4.72. The run rate required coming down well below 7. The question is now, will they continue with Kruger, who went for 14 off the only over he's bowled?
Yeah, looks though they are. I think PJ Moore does recognise that he's going to have to find a few overs from somewhere. It might be a good time when Neil Rock, left-hander, new to the crease. Interesting to see what the field is if and when Topping does get back on strike to Kruger, having hit him down the ground for 2 maximums in the previous over.
So it's Rock, the left-hander, against Kruger, and there is a slip in. Couple of fielders on the offside, 2 on the onside, and the rest spread out. Kruger round the wicket. An easy run taken to Liam McCarthy. So Rock with his 2nd run.
A little bit too easy for Northern Knights' point of view, especially when Topping And just hit Kruger for 2 sixes in the previous over. So 3 in the deep on the leg side. So there's a scoring option for him through cover. No one out deep there. Good bowling from Kruger. Long off in place now after the previous over. So if he has the reverse sweep, or he can get one through the fielders on the offside, might get a boundary.
Brandon Kruger with something to prove in this match, out for a golden duck in the Munster Reds innings. Single there for Topping, pushed down the ground. He moves to 42, not too far away from the half century. Bringing Rock on strike.
Yeah, just a slight change in the field with Tyrone Kane now coming to extra cover and replacing Lee McCarthy, where there was that single. Tyrone Kane, one of the standout fielders for the Munster Reds.
The easy single out to Delaney. 154 for 4. Chasing 270. The Wasp is 42%. So the Reds with just a slight advantage. It's getting back up near the 50-50. And that one's nicely turned wristily to mid-wicket. Topping back on his one trail. Had a couple of close scares out in the deep when he was on 9. And then the near catch by Ali Frost at long off. Big appeal there from wicketkeeper Moore. That ball has gone all the way to the boundary, waiting for a signal. Did you see him signal a 4?
Well, I think that's what they're just asking. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll have to get that double checked. And he hasn't singled that it's gone for 4. So we're just waiting for that clarification now, and it looks like a good shout from Brandon Kruger. I'm not sure quite what happens there. I'm not sure umpire Bradley has signaled the 4.
If he didn't hit it, you would have thought it would be a wide.
Well, you just see him on the corner.
Oh, there now, he has signalled. There was a snick. Okay, so...
No, well, I still think it's 4-leg boys. I could be wrong there. I think umpire Bradley was just in two minds. I wasn't unsure if it went for 4. So we might have to just get that clarified. But that is the end of the 33rd over. Just a little bit of confusion out there. But it's Neil Rock. He doesn't mind the sweep. So the field is set out there.
Yeah, Rock has been given the runs officially on the scoreboard. He moved to 7. So there was some bat on that. Now another single to Topping, who moves to 44 of 59 deliveries. These two just need to push it around. There really isn't any urgency to score at a fast rate. The run rate's already up to 4.82. They're only chasing 5.4. And that's been pulled away handsomely off his hip. Another 4 to the Knights. And another 4 to Neil Rock, who moves into double figures.
Yeah, that's the problem with McCarthy. A little bit of a tired delivering, not quite the same pace as we've seen earlier. And to a player of Neil Rock's ability and the form he's in, that's a bit of a freebie.
The Reds need to break up this partnership. We know how dangerous Rock is. Topping is really well set and very patient. And there's an easy single to cover. Rock just playing it softly off his hands. So far, in this last 3 or 4 overs, the game is just slipping away from the Reds a little. The Knights looking the more likely to get the 270 required.
And this is McCarthy's 7th over now, so he's only going to have 3 left, and he's been the pick of the Munster Red bowlers. Can he prize out another one? That one topping up. That extra pace really has been effective.
Better delivery that time, really got some life out of the wicket.
I think that's the problem with that length. Every ball really has to be bowled at 100%, because if it's in any way slower, well, this wicket does tend to sit up a little bit, but the batters are setting themselves for short delivery. That's what the field is suggesting, mid-off and mid-on in the ring.
Just short of a good length and well stopped. Wide cover. So just the single for Topping. He's gone on to 45. Rock on 12. McCarthy coming to the end of his 7th over. 3 for 33 looks impressive, but they need him to strike again. Down the leg side, wide the signal. Certainly looked like it with the naked eye.
I don't necessarily think that's a bad ploy, trying to tuck Neil Rock up, not give him any width. But that's just straight down, too far down the leg side. But it's not bad. They're trying to aim in at that chest area for Rock. Can't afford any width.
No run, straight to mid-off. The end of McCarthy's 7th over. 34 overs completed. 167 for 4. Just 103 required of 16 overs with 6 wickets in hand.
It'll be interesting to see, does Brandon Kruger get given another over? See Neil Rock and Morgan Topping there. Very comfortable, and it is going to be Gareth Delaney. He has 2 overs left. Could well be important to deciding the outcome of this match. You do feel like he would deserve a wicket here.
Brandon Kruger was the 7th bowler used by the Munster Reds. Gareth Delaney the 5th. 6 in the bag, 2 to go. Every run counts. They've got to stem this flow from the Knights, who are looking the favourite at the moment. That run rate of 6.44 so easily achievable in conditions like this. Nice shot by Topping. Played a patient innings. First of all, joining Cade Carmichael for that 87 run 4th wicket stand, and now continuing that good work with Neil Rock, who's on 12. Delaney just wanting the cover fielder to just go round a bit finer. And so Rock just plays it into the gap in front of him.
Yeah, he's just playing very sensitively. Neil Rock, I think, is quite a clever cricketer, understands the game, the nature of this one. Just dropping it into the offside. That's all he needs to do, just get himself in. You know, if he's there in 10 overs time, it'll go a long way to giving the Northern Knights another victory.
Quicker delivery, seized on by Topping, but hit very firmly to mid-wicket, where Kruger is the fielder. .169 for 4. Just played straight down the ground by Topping. Very impressed with his composure today. Didn't fuss when he wasn't scoring boundaries, and he's just kept the scoreboard ticking along. 100 required. Doesn't seem like much now, with 6 wickets in hand on a beautiful sunny Stormont evening.
Yeah, I just feel like the Reds have to find a wicket in these next 2 or 3 overs. That's the way it's going. with Neil Rock out there and with plenty of batting to come. Just all a little easy, like that is there for Neil Rock. Don't need anything else at this stage but cool heads for the Northern Knights.
I was saying to Ali a few minutes ago how the body language of the Reds didn't really impress me. I wasn't seeing players really encouraging each other and feeling like they had this game at their mercy.
Yeah, difficult when they're up against it. Sun's shining now and it's warmer. Here's the batter so far.
That's the situation. 99 required, 35 overs. Drinks break here in Stormont, and after we come back it'll be Ali and Sean to take up the situation. See you shortly.
And welcome back to a sunny Stormont. We've just had a drinks break and there'll be 15 overs to go. So that's the equation. 99 runs to win for the Northern Knights with 90 balls remaining and 6 wickets in hand. Sean Hussey here, delighted to say Ali McCalmont is in the box with me. Welcome, Ali.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Last 15, and I think we're in for a belter, mate. I really do. I think we're in for a really good game here. Could go either way. 2 guys now in. Neil Rock's just come to the crease and already he's hitting at a run of ball and looking pretty good. His form's been magnificent as we've detailed. Tyrone Kane is going to come on and bowl from the city end.
Good from Rock. It's been a feature. Being able to get off the mark and rotate the strike well. This is a big couple of overs for Tyrone Kane, because if he is to get himself back in international honours, his bowling has to come to the fore. And this is the part of the game where I'm sure the Irish coaches and selectors will be keeping an eye on him. Can he find the breakthrough? Can he give his side a bit of momentum? Because as it stands, well, the Northern Knights are in total control. Been very impressed, Ali, with Morgan Topping as he moves to 48.
Yeah, he's been. This is just the way he's been playing lately, you know, very controlled. And you saw him taking on Brandon Kruger. He picked that immediately and said, this is my chance to break the shackles, as it were. He hadn't hit a boundary. And he took his opportunity and hit 2 beautiful sixes straight down the ground. No real risk. And that changes his strike rate. And now he can go back to run a ball. And nearly that'll be good enough now.
Short ball pulled into the deep. It's not going to go all the way. Good change up from Tyrone Kane. Neil Rock is never not going to take that shot on. But you're right. I think so much of top level batting is between the ears. You saw a couple of times today Murray Cummins go through little patches where he didn't score too freely. Just came out the other end, hit the boundary when he had to, put away the bad ball. And Morgan Topping there, that over, where he took Brandon Kruger for 14. Really has put the Knights firmly in the driver's seat. Short ball again from Kane. This one time it's going to be given a wide.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it played between the ears at this, certainly at this level. Talent-wise, not much between a lot of these players, but it's all about, I mean, we talked about it earlier, when you score your runs, how you score your runs. This 48 currently from Morgan Topping, if he takes that to 60 or 70 and gets his side over the line, you almost double those runs, you know, in terms of value. But he's still got to get them. Takes him to 49. Again, just nicely, calmly played off down the leg side. Takes him to 49. Ticking over for the Knights.
Yeah, he hasn't looked overly flustered as well. Looks to have a good temperament. Seems to know his game pretty well. Not trying to do anything that isn't his forte. Hasn't really played too many false shots. Was a little bit slow to get going. But as Ali said, a couple of big sixes off Brandon Kruger has just helped him along. And a slower ball, that's a wide, and they're going to run. And just a little bit untidy for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, just those extras. There's already 2 wides in the over plus the run there. Then you add in the singles that they're taking almost at will now. And you're up to nearly double digits in an over, and without even taking any risks. And that, I think the Reds have to get to a stage now where they're making the Knights take risks.
Yeah, good from Kane. Again, mixing up his pace. Could well have proven to be a really good toss to win this morning. It was a little bit cold, very breezy. Although the Northern Knights didn't take many wickets up top, that century opening stand between Frost and Cummins does seem to be a good time to bat now. Pitch looks a little bit quicker, might have dried out. And certainly with the conditions here, with the sun shining, you would favour the Northern Knights getting home, getting over the line. And it'll be 50 for Morgan Topping. It's been a very impressive one at that. He rode his luck a couple of times, couple of chances. But that's a fine knock and one that his side needed. That's the end of the 36 over. And it's 179 for 4.
Yeah, really good from Morgan Topping. We mentioned earlier in the commentary that you know, he's come through the ranks for the Knights. Played a little bit here at Civil Service North and then went back to his original club, Warringstown, where he plays now. He's settled in the middle order there. He's looking to cement his place here in the Knights, and he goes to his 50, the first one in this IP50 tournament. No 4s, as we talked about, but he did take those 2 6s. And as we mentioned earlier as well, Simon Johnson, his coach, will be absolutely delighted if he can just do as he's doing and take it along. Neil Rock at the other end and see his team home.
Well, Delaney will bowl his 10th and final over. Has been really impressive. And that's a fine shot by Topping. Good work in the deep by Ben White, who's been very busy out there.
Yeah, he has been busy. That time Morgan Topping just delayed a little bit and was able to get it backward to square, and was able then to get back for 2. Really, he's been hitting the fielder for the single, but this time just able to delay the cut shot a little bit to get 2.
Poor delivery from Delaney. He'll be really disappointed. And to a man on 52, that is just a freebie. Well put away. And all of a sudden, the Northern Knights are really hammering home their advantage. Dragged down. He's done it a couple of times today. Got away with it early on, but doesn't get away with it this time.
Yeah, that's a gift. That is a literal gift. Hit me for 4. Nobody behind square. And just a 4 ball written all over it.
This time flatter. And good from Delaney. I must say it was good captaincy earlier from PJ Moore to get Gareth Delaney on early, especially when there weren't 2 set batters in. Sometimes it's so hard for a leg spinner. So often you see them delayed, their introduction delayed and delayed and delayed until there's wickets and there's new batters at the crease. So any opportunity you get, doesn't matter if it's early on, you've got to get the leg spinner into the game and let them get into their work. And he has bowled really well. He's been unlucky not to pick up a wicket.
He probably has. The unfortunate thing in this particular over, because of that bad ball, then he bowls 2 good balls after it, but Topping doesn't have to take a chance. He can just pat those back because he's got the boundary in the over. So it puts the pressure back on the Delaney, and it's good. 2's the early call. It's well placed to the right of McCarthy out on the boundary, and he gets back for 2. It's good stuff, this, from Topping.
That's something the Northern Knights have done really well. I thought Kay Carmichael in particular. Such a big ground here in Stormont. It's unusual to many of the grounds in Ireland. You look at where the Munster Reds played last week down at Pembroke. Huge playing surface. That's well played by Topping, which enables more 2s, more chances of running between the wickets, more focus on that. That's the end of the 37th over. And the Knights just need 82 now for victory.
Yeah, good point that, Sean, about the size of the ground. It is a bigger ground than we'd probably be used to playing on, but these guys, again, we talk about it again, go to international cricket, you're not playing on 60-metre grounds, you're playing on big grounds, and you've got to get used to not only hitting big 6s if you're trying to hit the boundary, but picking up 2s instead of 1s and running between the wickets. It's a huge part of the game. I remember watching New Zealand play Ireland last year, and Glenn Phillips just gave an absolute masterclass here at Stormont. He didn't hit a ball for a boundary really in his first 40 balls, and he was easily on 50 because he ran the best I've ever seen between the wickets. He was phenomenal.
Kane again, slammed in. I think that's hit Morgan Topping in the gap between thigh pad and pad. So it looks like it's going to be a little break here as he recovers from that one. But again, a little bit of pace off the wicket.
Actually, when I was off comms and when the wicket fell, Cade Carmichael's wicket, we can see this one again, and you can probably pick where it's hit Morgan Topping. Just skidding on a little bit from Tyrone Kane. Bit of an effort ball there. Yeah. I spoke with Cade. He was a little bit disappointed. I don't know what you guys thought on commentary. He was a little bit disappointed, like every batter I suppose is. Like we talked about earlier, every batter's never out. But he did think it hit a little bit high, and was a little bit disappointed he was given.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many LBWs given. I just see a little break and play as Morgan Topping, who's batted so well for 59. I think that might have actually hit him higher up than we thought originally. Yeah, it looked a tad high. It's always difficult to gauge, particularly from where we are in the ground. For those who know Storm, we're down the Dundonnell Road end, sort of at a third man from where Topping's batting now. It looked a bit high. It's always difficult to gauge. The umpires have such a hard job. But yeah, on the replay, I did think it was high. But oftentimes it's so hard with the advent of DRS in international cricket. You often find yourself, even when you're watching a game on a team, double guessing yourself and double guessing your eyesight. So I can't imagine when you've only got one look and you're out in the middle and you've been there all day and the umpires are donned in black clothes and in lovely sunshine. So it's
Well,
difficult.
When I saw it, I didn't think it was a shocker. I didn't think it was one of those ones you would say, that's a terrible decision. But just speaking of Cade, I know, but you can't really believe a batsman, can you?
Oh, what a glorious shot from Morgan Topping. Well, he just had a quick second break there after being hit, but that is a serious shot. And just so easily moves to 63. And although it was wide from Tyrone Kane, it was put away beautifully.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Morgan Topping, all in control, and he's moving through the gears here. Lovely now. He hasn't gone to the aerial shots. He's just continued to play his way, but he's picking up the boundaries.
In the air, Ben White does really well. He went for the catch. It bounced short of him. In the end, he saves the boundary, but he did the right thing with the game where it is. He went to take the catch. He went for the aggressive play. Just didn't quite carry. And it's happened a couple of times today.
That's the second time poor Ben White down there has been a 50-50 choice. I think you're right on that occasion. Really, you've got to go for that. Got to get a wicket here to break this up. Give the Reds any chance of getting back into this game. He went for it, but again, I think it was on the half volley. So he saves two in the end.
Slower ball in the air from Topping this time. Gets a little bit of fortune, which he probably deserves for how he's played. His innings today reminds me a little bit of what we saw from Mark Donegan last week for the Leinster Lightning, where you could see two youngish players, or two players not with a huge amount of inter-pro action behind them, or certainly inter-pro runs. But Mark Donegan just grew in confidence last week, and we're seeing that from Morgan Topping here. Saw that boundary he put away, his first four, although he's had a couple of sixes. Sorry, his second four, although he's had a couple of sixes. But he's just growing in stature. Short ball, Neil Rock takes it on, and will find the boundary. This is a really good shot. Neil Rock is so good on the short ball. This is an expensive over from Tyrone Kane, but put away beautifully again from Neil Rock. And, well, the sun may well be taking its toll on the Munster Reds, and they seem to be running out of a little bit of steam.
Yeah, you just look at Neil Rock there, how in control he was of that shot. Didn't try to hit it for six, just rolled his wrist, picked the gap down on the leg boundary. There are two men, one back on square and one fine leg, but he put it perfectly between the two.
Slower ball, beautifully driven from Neil Rock. Work again for Ben White, will just be a single, and that ends the 38 over, and the score has moved on to 200 for 4. But also with that, Neil Rock's on 21 off 16, Ali, and he hasn't played a stroke in anger really. He hasn't looked to do anything out of the ordinary, and yet he's still striking at over 100 and really helping his side.
That's the impetus he brings. He brings at the moment. It's just the confidence he's got. I think that brought up the 50 partnership as well between these two in quick time, and it just brings that impetus to the Knights.
Well, we'll be in Brady tomorrow, myself and Ali, for some more Raro Interprovincial Cup action. Looking forward to seeing what Brady has for us tomorrow, Ali.
Well, hopefully we bring a bit of this weather for us. It's been sensational this afternoon, and this in Belfast. I can attest it's not regular like this, Sean. I can tell you, it's been beautiful this afternoon, and if we can bring this to Brady tomorrow, another cracking game, like they all have been so far in this Rario IP50. Have been the Warriors taking on the Lightning, the heavily wounded Lightning, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. Leinster Lightning not having things their own way last week. It's going to be Ben White to bowl, coming on, replacing Gareth Delaney, who's bowled his full quota. Can he find a wicket? Neil Rock immediately goes towards the slog sweep. Now, absolute glorious day in Stormont. I think the ice cream man has missed a trick.
He has missed a trick. Sean, I promised you the ice cream man earlier, and he hasn't weighed in, which I'm really surprised about. We didn't read the forecast.
It's a good complaint to have anyway for some of the weather we had all across the island in April. To credit that the grounds are prepared in such condition, considering, and it adds to the game entirely. You produce quality cricket on quality cricket wickets, and we've had one today. It's definitely got better, dried up as the sun has come down. And Mark Adair's decision at the toss Looks to be a clever one. Again, Neil Rock, just so easy. Couple of dots, not bothered by the little bit of pressure, and just gets down the other end. But a fine wicket.
Yeah, I think that has bought into Market Dare's decision at the toss. Yes, early season teams have been deciding to bowl first generally, but a good wicket here, and we thought good batting lineup for the Knights. Would they go in and try and score 300 again? But Market Dare decided to put the Reds in, and as you say, with that weather coming down in the last few hours, it definitely has. I mean, you can see the wicket on the screen now. It looks a good one.
Morgan Topping with the outside edge of the bat as it runs down all the way for 4. Well, he's moving through the gears, and the Northern Knights are edging ever closer. Interesting to see that on the replay.
Yeah, just think it was one of those 50-50 shots. Do we give him the benefit of the doubt and say he opened the face? Yeah, he's played well enough to give him the benefit of the doubt in that one.
When you're on 70, I think you can get away with it. Probably wouldn't get away with that one. That was, again, another outside edge. A lot flatter from White.
Yeah, really pushed through from Ben White that time. And just got him on the back foot and hurried on to him. A little bit unlucky from the bowler that time. They just need that little bit of luck to break this up. Just get an inkling into this Knights lineup.
Topping again. We'll keep the strike. It's 39 overs now gone, and Northern Knights are 206 for 4. What I think will please Market Dare, Ali, is that for large periods of this game, they haven't had things their own way. They've lost large sections of the game, maybe you might say even quite convincingly, when Murray Cummins and Ali Frost put on that opening stand, and even earlier when Liam McCarthy was bowling with real pace and upsetting the Northern Knights. But I think it's a testament to Market Dare's captaincy. He's someone who doesn't seem to panic, as you see the run rate situation today. But he's not someone who seems to panic, and he seems to be quite laid back. Shouldn't detect from having a real desire, Market Dare, to be one of the best around. So it's oftentimes mistaken, that kind of laid back nature.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. In Northern Cricket, Northern Cricket Union, he does come across, he enjoys his cricket, and maybe he doesn't have that, like we talked about Tyrone Kane earlier on, all intensity cricketer and giving it his all the time. It's not to say Market Dare doesn't, but his persona is a little bit more laid back. But it doesn't mean when he gets a ball in his hand or a bat in his hand, he's not going all out for his team.
Wow, what a glorious shot from Morgan Topping. Well, he certainly is growing into this, and he'll be eyeing up a century. This is a glorious shot. Liam McCarthy, the premier bowler for Munster today. That's a beautifully driven boundary from Topping.
You can just take a look at this on the replay. Just moving. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there. I mean, it has to be said. Hands through the ball, pick the gap. That could even be the shot of the day there from Morgan Topping.
Short ball pulled in to the deep, didn't get all of it. Topping, but just going back to Market Dare, it's that kind of laid back nature, or certainly what he gives off, is actually sometimes often really beneficial to a captain. Look at Owen Morgan. Oftentimes you'd see Owen Morgan and he'd be really calm in a moment of pure panic. And I think Market Dare has just given this Northern Knights side real comfort, real freedom, real understanding of what they have to do. And if last year was a transitional year, they'll be hoping this year's a winning year. And Neil Rock has found the boundary yet again, and this is really good. Well, they understand that the game is there to be won, and they're going to take it, and they're going to go for the jugular.
Yeah, and I think just getting Market Dare back today, for example, just creating that atmosphere around the group. He's able to seamlessly come into the team, and that's exactly where the laid back nature maybe helps him, because he can just seamlessly come back into the team. The boys know kind of what they're doing, and I do think that last year, all right, it wasn't a great year for the Knights, but I think they're seeing the benefit of it now.
Well, again, you shouldn't confuse that laid back nature from Market Dare and not think he's serious about his game. The development he's had in the last couple of years into one of Ireland's premier players, one of Ireland's senior players, takes an awful lot of responsibility with the ball. It's probably only his batting with Ireland we mightn't have seen the best of, and maybe it is something we might see over this coming year. Obviously a big season.
It is. That could go to the boundary as well, and it is. That's going to go for another boundary, and a big over there for the Knights. The Reds, Captain PJ Moore probably bringing back Liam McCarthy for a bit of a punt. Just coming into the 40th over. He'd probably been looking to bowl at the death, but they've had to bring him back there to try and break the partnership. Instead, 3 boundaries in the over, and a big over for the Knights, and they have moved on to 219 for 4, and they're only requiring 51 now from the final 10 overs. We move into that final power play. Delighted to have Stephen Elkin back with me for the last few overs of this game. And since you were with me a few overs ago, Stephen, the Knights have put the foot to the pedal.
They certainly have, and what an innings by young Morgan Topping. And of course Neil Rock we knew was in great form, but Topping has excelled himself today. He's just stroked the ball about and hasn't minded that he hasn't found the boundary too often. Couple of 6s off that over from Kruger, and then a couple of 4s afterwards. But what an innings, 76 off 84 deliveries, and certainly one of the contenders for man of the match. Can't see any way that the Reds can get back into this.
Yeah, he's played beautifully. And that could be, that's poor piece of fielding on the boundary there. Spin from Ben White, and the spin out there on the second bounce. He's taking it past Brandon Kruger, I think, down there on the cover boundary, and it's another boundary for Topping. He probably would only have been thinking he was getting 1 there, but it's gone for 4, and he's moved on to 80.
Batting has looked an awful lot easier in this second half of the match, no question. And the as I was saying earlier, the body language from the Reds has been a bit dispirited. Has lacked a bit of urgency and a bit of fight. I don't hear any chirping going on out there. I don't hear any togetherness on the field of play. And it just looks like they're a well-beaten team today.
I find that quite strange, actually, Stephen, because if you remember back to the first 10 overs when Granger and McCarthy were opening up the bowling, fire, aggression, really in the faces of the Knights, and I thought this Reds team are cleanly at it. But since they've taken the 3rd wicket, Carmichael and Topping went about their business, and since Carmichael has departed, Neil Rock has just come in, stepped into and he's scoring at 150 strike rate. Topping's upped his game, he's nearly at 100 now, and the Knights are comfortable.
Yeah, plenty of runs left for Topping to complete what would be an amazing century for him. I feel a bit sorry for Murray Cummins with his marvellous 114. That seems a long time ago now.
Well, I think if you speak to one of Ireland's premier batters now, Harry Tector, he continues to score centuries for Ireland, but he can't win the games he's scoring centuries in. There's another beautiful shot from Neil Rock. He's playing in to out and carves it over the cover field for another boundary to Neil Rock, and the Knights are on the charge.
Looks like they've got some kind of appointment around 6 o'clock, I think. 35 now to Neil Rock, top scored last week in that win against the Lightning. 82 for Topping.
Yeah, we actually talked about this a little bit earlier, but Neil Rock, along with Lorcan Tucker now, I mean, Neil Rock obviously is slightly behind Lorcan Tucker in terms of the pecking order for Ireland selection, but he started this season so well. A football man like yourself, Stephen, will remember back in the 70s, the England goalkeepers, Clements and Shilton, 2 of the greatest goalkeepers ever in English football, and they would have had 130, 40 caps between them, but because they were so good, they were interchanging. That's where Ireland are looking with these 2 keepers. Neil Rock's in imperious form with the bat here. He's an excellent keeper, but Tucker's got the gloves.
Yeah, interesting call to be made there. Too short, too easy, and hoiked away over mid-wicket. Another boundary for Topping.
Class for Morgan Topping. He's just, as we talked about early in the innings, like most batters when they're first in, not sure of his foot movement and a little bit quick onto him. He's picked up the pace of this wicket now, and if you see there, he's on the front foot, pulling that in front of square, fully in control of the shot, and a boundary from the moment it left the bat.
Nothing in this wicket for the bowlers, it would seem. McCarthy bending every sinew to try and get something out of the pitch there. A rare dot ball.
Has been over the past few overs. I mean, we looked a while ago at the run rate, well over 7, and we were concerned from the Knights' point of view that it was getting out of hand, but really it's well in control now. 36 to win with 8.5 overs to go, and really what we're looking at now is whether Topping can get to his 100.
Flashed a bit there. Wide delivery, not called a wide though. He must be feeling like every delivery now is just there to be hit.
Yeah, it's called the zone, I think. Never really found the zone myself. I'm not sure where it was, but this guy's certainly in the zone at the minute. And but it brings his own pressure now. The individual score, he'll be looking for those 3 figures.
Oh, an uppish one to long leg. Oh, fielder couldn't quite get there. Good effort.
It's gone
I think
for
it was
a maximum.
Matt Ford.
Yeah, it's gone for a maximum.
Tried to reach it, but it's gone over the boundary. And another 6 to Topping takes his score up to 92.
Well, he's no longer afraid of taking on the short ball. McCarthy banging it in again. Topping takes it on top edge this time. See if Ford could have got around to that difficult chance. If he'd have caught it,
taken that, it would have been one of the catches
it would have
of
been
the year.
certainly
for sure.
of the tournament. He may even have gone into the ropes anyway, so quite difficult for Ford. That could be out this time.
This one is in the air, and there it is. A wicket for the Reds. And Topping has to go just 8 short of his ton. What a pity, because he probably deserved that. But now a 5th wicket for the Reds, and with 7 out overs and a bit to go, who knows?
Topping will be devastated. He'll be absolutely devastated, and despite having played absolutely magnificently, he's gone up to over 100 now in his strike rate. He would have loved to have gone to 3 figures. Same ball, same shot. This time though, he's picked out the man. It just drops a yard or so inside the boundary ropes. Not Ford this time, a couple more than that, and Ford gets round and takes the catch. You can hear in the background here, huge round of applause for Morgan Topping there. 92 from 92 deliveries. An excellent innings from the Warringstown man.
So now the Reds have to really galvanise themselves and see, can they get one more wicket? Can they have 2 new batsmen at the crease? Rock has to be their target. Next batsman is Mark Adair, who we know is no slouch with the bat. So it's not going to get any easier for the Munster side.
No, it's not, but that's what IP50 cricket's about. It shouldn't be easy. And McCarthy's got to do what Tom Mays did for the Knights. He's got to go bang bang here, get a little bit of panic into the Knights batters. They've got plenty to come, and they only need another 30.
This is the final delivery of his 9th over. 4 wickets in the match and a drop catch. Can he get this crucial 6th wicket of the innings? Adair just comfortably behind, and he knows he just has to stay there with Neil Rock. That's the end of the 42nd over. 240 for 5, 8 to go, 70 required.
Yeah, so looking at, just mentioning McCarthy, he's been definitely the standout for the Reds today.
I should have said 30 required.
30 required.
Silly me.
The Reds not been at their best, apart from those first 5, 6, 7 overs when Granger and McCarthy really steamed in. from there, they've kind of seemed a little bit lackluster and short of ideas. And in fact, it looks maybe now could be they're going to bring Granger back to maybe give it a last blast here at rocking it there and see if they can pick up another quick couple of wickets. Yeah, it is going to be Mick Granger coming from this Dundonald Road end. But really, the Knights should see this home now.
Well, if they don't, there would have to be a serious inquiry as to where this match went. Of course, we have to respect the fact that the Reds are trying to win a cricket match here, but they've been playing second fiddle ever since that fourth wicket partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they got 3 down, they were in the ascendancy, but we talked about it before. The intensity just dropped, and the Knights built a few partnerships, and they're in the ascendancy themselves now. But as we said, it can change. You know, if you don't show the same intensity towards the end of a game, and Neil Rock's doing it, Mark Adair's doing it, but you know, a couple of quick wickets here, and the Reds can sense it then. But you have to say there would be an inquiry at the end of this game if the Knights are not victorious.
The Knights, who have won their only game so far in the series at Pembroke last week against the Leinster Lightning, chasing a good big total. That's a good shout. He looked to be very much in front there, Neil Rock, but maybe a little bit too high.
Yeah, leg by. We'll get a look at it on the replay. Possibly it did look a little high. Hit Neil Rock high. As we said earlier, there's been a lot of carry from the Reds bowlers. Definitely more carry from them than there was for the Knights. PJ Muir's been taking the ball well up in the chest area. So, and these two bowlers have been hitting the deck quite hard. So, did look high on first viewing. That brings Adair on strike though. He's only faced 1 ball.
Just keeping the bowler waiting. A little bit of gamesmanship perhaps. Slip in for the Reds. They've got a couple more fielders inside the ring for Mark Adair. Need to apply some pressure. Try and get some dot balls. Maybe get a wicket. So let's see, what can Granger do here? No run. Played straight to the man at mid-on, Curtis Camphor.
Yeah, just drifting down on the pads there again, and you know, Mark Adair will be maybe a little bit disappointed he didn't get that away. A bit of a freebie on the leg stump, and if he'd been in again for a couple of overs and settled, he might have put that one to the boundary. But no dramas for his team.
Again, no run, but they won't worry about that, the Knights. Those runs to win well under the number of balls remaining, and with 5 wickets in hand. Well, if we had the Wasp, I'm sure it would be a very low percentage.
Certainly for the Reds, it would be quite low right now. As we've talked about, they need to take these 5 wickets now.
A little bit
That's a
short,
cracking
a little
shot.
bit wide, and a really good shot from Mark Adair. Cracked away to the boundary to get off the mark.
Yeah, the Reds
245 for 5.
Reds trying to build a bit of pressure by bringing everybody up into the ring, and then premium fast bowler bowls one outside off, and Mark Adair, even though he's only just come to the crease, he won't miss out on that, and once he beats the infield, picks up his first boundary.
Final ball of over number 43. The Reds desperate for something. Ball just played to the fielders in the circle. End of the over. 245 for 5. 7 overs to go. 25 required. 45 deliveries. 7 overs to go. 42 deliveries left.
There are 7 to go, yeah. 7
Let's
to go.
brush up on the old multiplication tables, I think.
7 to go. So as we mentioned, we've been up in Belfast today. We head off to Breedy tomorrow in the northwest of the country. We'll have a game on Tuesday in this Rario IP50 tournament between the Northwest Warriors and the Leinster Lightning. And then on Thursday, the final game of the first part of the competition will be in Brady again between the Warriors and the Knights. And if the Knights can get over the line here, they'll go top of the table.
McCarthy steaming in. Rock taking him on, swatting it away to mid-on for another boundary to the Knights, whose job gets easier with every delivery.
Yeah, McCarthy comes steaming in and the ball goes even quicker back past him. Rock taking no prisoners now. He is a man banging form.
His score has raced away to 39. That one almost carrying. And the wickets were hit there. And the finger is raised. It's going to be a wicket, and a bit of a shambolic one for the Northern Knights, who have lost Neil Rock on the cusp of victory, out for 39, run out as he tried to make his ground. Great fielding, you have to say, by the Reds, but an unnecessary wicket given away by the Knights.
That is a wicket given away there. Neil Rock was trying to clear the fielder at mid-off, didn't get any hold of it, and kind of just squirted it off. It was a chance for a catch, but then great awareness from the fielder, on his knees, picked up the ball, threw down the stumps. Neil Rock was short, and that's the 6th wicket.
6 wickets down, 21 required. It's Tyrone Cone who's coming in for the Knights to join Mark Adair, who's on 4. So 2 new batsmen, and that little hope that the Reds were hoping for has been delivered.
Well, we're down to 4 balls needed now. 4 magic balls for the Reds. So, can we see another twist and a turn?
You never know. This is a funny old game. It's incredible where defeat can be clutched from the jaws of victory, and vice versa. Ooh, that looked like it came up off something. May have been an arm pad. Love to see that one again. Yeah, was there any contact there?
I think it clipped his shoulder. He was sort of dropping his hands at the end. I think he just dropped his hands well enough and it clipped the shoulder as it went by. Yeah. But the Reds are going to be shouting for everything now. Why not? You know, they've got themselves a glimmer of hope.
Slip in, several in the cordon. And another short delivery. Thwacked away for the maximum by Mark Adair. That'll settle the nerves for sure. He moves to 10. The score pushes along towards that 270 total. 255 for 6 now.
Yeah, class from Adair. Really just almost as if he was saying, you're going to pitch this short, I'm going to rock back, and I am going to middle it. And middle it he did. No chance for the fielder on the square boundary. As soon as he hit it, he knew that was gone. And 6 runs to Adair. Just calms the nerves a little bit.
15 required now. The number of balls remaining almost irrelevant. It's either 4 wickets or it's a win for the Knights. And there's another little push through to the offside, but fielded. No run for Adair, who's moved to 10 from 2 boundaries, a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, just coming up to this last ball from Liam McCarthy again, just to give him a bit of a mention. It has been a great spell for him. He's gone for 67 runs. I'm not sure where those 67 runs have come from, but he has definitely been the most attacking and dangerous bowlers from the Reds.
There's his last delivery, flashing through past Mark Adair at the end of his 10 overs. 4 for 67, an excellent piece of hostile bowling by Liam McCarthy, but not enough for the Reds on this day, unless somebody else, like maybe Mark Granger, can find a miracle. Mick Granger can find a miracle.
Well, I think
just 6 overs to go.
I think you can hear just at the end of the spell there, obviously everybody in the Reds knew that was his last ball, and we can see his figures on screen there. 10 overs, little bit expensive, as we say, but 4 wickets. He was threatening, and the Reds, team to a man, give him a round of applause there. They know the effort that he's put in there for his team. As you say, Steve, maybe not enough today on this occasion, but definitely sticking his hand up there for a performance today, Liam McCarthy.
So he's bowled out, and Gareth Delaney is bowled out. Now it's Mick Granger to take the attack to the new batsman, Tyrone Cohn. Yet to get off the mark. Market Air on 10. Wickets or bust for the Reds. Nobody out on the offside. And quickly onto it is Delaney. And that one almost got through the covering fielders.
2 or 3 of them there, they nearly got in each other's way, and that could have been catastrophic for the Reds. They are trying to squeeze here, because as you say, Stephen, nobody out on the offside boundary. Man stationed on the leg side. Deep square leg, but nobody on the offside, so if Tyrone Cohn can get it through, it'll get him a boundary probably. But this is the chance that the Reds have to take. They can't just sit back and let them push singles.
And just pushed back towards mid-off by Tyrone Cohn.
Yeah, it's crazy how cricket can just change. We were looking 15-20 minutes ago, this looked completely comfortable for the Knights. The wicket was playing true, nice true bounce, didn't look in any trouble. And now just new batters to the crease, haven't faced it, not sure of the pace, and just look a little bit difficult to start.
No run there. Quickly across is Curtis Camphor to cut it off at mid-off. 3 dots.
Yeah, 3 dots, and as I say, there is no scoreboard pressure as such. You know, plenty of balls to come. But just getting started, you know there's only 4 wickets in hand now. If you lose your wicket, it's down to 3. And, you know, you've got to have a bit of personal responsibility to see this over the line now.
Cohn on strike, going for the big one. And why wouldn't he? Nice bit of lift from Granger.
Yeah, looking at the skipper down the other end. We mentioned Market there's a fairly phlegmatic character. He might be looking at that shot thinking, Tyrone, 15. We need 15 here.
Well, a glorious afternoon. Lots of people have come out to watch the Northern Knights against the Munster Reds here in Stormont today. If you're near Breedy, why not come out tomorrow to see the Northwest Warriors against the Leinster Lightning? Some of Ireland's best cricketers on display. That match starting at 10:45 in Breedy. This one, you sense just not too far away from its conclusion. Cohn gets off the mark with a single. Market Air on strike against Mick Granger. Bowled quite tidily, just 23 runs and a wicket off his 5.5 overs. Turns straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run, end of the over. 45 gone, 5 to go, 256 for 6. Adair on 10, Cohn on 1. And Ali, thank you so much. Lovely doing a commentary with you. Ali taking his leave, and coming in for the final dying embers of this game is Sean Hussey. Hi, Sean.
Evening, everyone. Evening, Stephen. Well, I think the outcome has been decided for the last hour or so. It's just a case of going through the motions.
I was getting worried actually, because I thought the game was over myself, and then all of a sudden 2 wickets, 2 new batsmen at the crease, and you know, strange things happen, but they would be very strange indeed.
Well, I think if you're the Northern Knights, you're really happy with today. having won the toss this morning, electing to bowl first. No wickets. Early on, there was a 100-run opening partnership, but they fought back so well, and I think Tom Mays has 3 wickets with the ball. So telling in the outcome of this game. Huge difference between chasing 270 and up around the 300.
Flashed away to third man, where Matt Ford is the fielder, just the single. 257, 13 left.
If you take this game in mini sessions, 5-6 over spells, well, the Munster Reds have won an awful lot of them, but when the Northern Knights have won them, they've dominated them and taken wickets in clumps with the ball earlier, and then scored at ease at times with the bat. And a very impressive win. And as I said earlier, that last year I spoke with Simon Johnson pre the IP series. He said last year was a transitional year. It was a real struggle for the Munster Reds last season. Well, they've started this year with a blast, and he also spoke about the work they did in the off season, and now their captain might get them over the line here.
And that's a beautiful shot, lifted up over mid-wicket for a boundary. Mark Adair moves to 14, the score to 261, and now there's just 9 runs to win.
Well, this is trademark Adair, it really is. He's so good, so powerful. It's not a bad ball, but just Adair gets in such a solid position, and as we say, once you beat the fielders in the ring, you're getting full value.
Respect paid to that straight delivery from Camphor. Back to the bowler for no run.
You have to feel sorry for Murray Cummins. That 100 earlier, played with such ease. I'd be disappointed with the efforts of his teammates. No one could really cash in on the work him and Ali Frost did. Short ball from Camphor.
That's one for the over. Adair rather asking the umpire why it wasn't signalled a wide, but his bat was actually above the ball, so by sticking his bat up there he was almost saying, look, I can hit it. 261 for 6, the target 270. And a slight miss stroke there from the Ireland player, Mark Adair. And that's the end of the 46th over. Granger 1 for 23 off 6. And we are just, I'd say, seconds away from this match being decided. Great performances with the bat by Cade Carmichael, 62, and Morgan Topping with that splendid 92. Pick of the batsman for the Northern Knights. Of course, Cummins with his century of 114 for the Munster Reds, but as you were saying, a couple of very good bowling performances. Tom Mays and also Theo van Workram, who got 3 for 58. A little bit expensive, but still 3 wickets.
I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with the drop catch by Matt Ford. Okay, Carmichael early in his innings, when Liam McCarthy was bowling with real pace and real hostility, and the chance fell. There's been a couple of little half chances out there that they haven't been able to hold on to, but definitely the drop catch by Matt Ford, you do feel crucial, because it was a good partnership between Topping and Carmichael. Just steadied the ship and built and led the way for this run chase for the Northern Knights.
So far played 1-1 in the series this year. This will take them to a second victory out of 2, and they'll be playing on Thursday up in Breedy, a match you can see live on HPV Studios live stream or through the ICC or Cricket Ireland, and that should be a great match between the two northern sides in the competition, both with big aspirations this year.
Yeah, it's a big week in terms of the IP50 competition. Leinster travel to Breedy tomorrow in the game. It'll be very interesting to see how that goes. Short ball.
Pulled away massively, and that's gone high and handsome over the boundary rope. That's 6 runs. Just 2 required now. Lovely strike by Mark Adair. 2 4s, 2 6s.
This is a big hit from Mark Adair, and he just stands and watches it go all the way over the tents. Massive 6 towards the pavilion, and the writing's on the wall, and it has been for the last hour or so. Perfectly timed chase, and they're going to get over the line with ease.
That one's straight up in the air. This is going to be another wicket. Curtis Camphor takes the catch. Mark Adair has to go, and a 7th wicket has gone down. 1 short of the tying score, 2 short of the win. We've still got a few overs left. Seems like this game just doesn't want to finish.
Yeah, Adair will be disappointed there. Granger gets his 2nd wicket, toe end of the bat for Mark Adair. Just not really what the doctor ordered for anyone. I'm sure the Munster Reds players have been out in that field a long time. They want to get off the pitch knowing that the game's done. Just toe end and skied into the air, and a good catch from Curtis Camphor, one of the best fielders around. So I think that's just a little bit of frustration for everyone. And Munster Reds know, they have known for the last while, that this game is up.
Theo van Workum comes to the crease, batting at number 9, joining Tyrone Cohn, who's on 2. Oh, if only Munster Reds will be thinking we had another 20 runs, we'd still have a chance, but with 3 wickets still in hand and just 2 required, it's still quite an inevitability. Or is it?
Yeah, the Munster Reds will rue the opportunity that they left certainly 30-40 runs out there from the position of strength they were in, with Ali Frost and Murray Cummins giving them a great platform, and with that middle order of Delaney, Camphor, Kane and Moore, they'll be disappointed that they didn't get a bigger score. And certainly when conditions, well, the pitch has got better. Of course, with the sun it's dried out a little bit, but in that latter end of their innings they just could not get anything going, and in the end Ford and Liam McCarthy did really well to get it up around 270. But I think it would be a day of frustration for the Munster Reds, and certainly feel like they've let one go here, let an opportunity go for victory.
Will this be the final delivery? No, straight to the fielder. That's the end of the 47th over. 3 left, 18 balls remaining. 2 runs to win. And when you look at the matches so far in the series, well, Munster Reds were beaten by the Northwest Warriors. They never got enough runs down in the Mardyke last week, lost by 6 wickets. And then Leinster Lightning losing 2 games at home. First to the Northern Knights, and then to the Munster Reds, who chased 287. So it's been a very competitive series so far. No team really dominating, but if the Knights win today, and it certainly looks like they will, it'll be 2 wins out of 2 for them, and their match on Thursday up in Breedy against the Northwest Warriors could be a great match. Great titanic struggle between 2 of the favourites for this year's title. Cohn then facing Camphor, and he's hit that straight and true, and it's gone past mid-off, and that's the match. Tyrone Cohn with the boundary gives the Northern Knights the 4 runs they needed. 272 for 7. They win by 3 wickets with 17 balls to spare. In truth, it was probably a lot easier than that, and it was a fine performance by them.
Yeah, comfortable win for the Knights, although they win by 3 wickets. And they were in control for the last hour or so, and they just made the Munster Reds toil in the sunshine here in Stormont. Very good toss to win by Mark Adair, and a good decision, electing to bowl first. And they've got the better of the batting conditions in this second innings as the pitches got better as the days got on.
4 matches this season in the IP50, and of the 4 tosses, 3 matches have been won by the side winning the toss. So Munster Reds trooping off a little bit disconsolately, knowing that they were in control of this match about 35-40 overs in, but they kind of lost their way in terms of momentum, in terms of run rate, and the loss of Murray Cummins and then Frost, Camphor and the rest. Admittedly, Ford and McCarthy did put a little partnership together in the end, but it always looked like they didn't have enough.
No, absolutely. And you see the handshakes there. Jeremy Bray's side will be a little bit disappointed. But the Northern Knights, well, they've started the season superbly well. See handshakes all around. Been a wonderful day's cricket here. High quality. Over 500 runs scored.
Yeah, good game. There's the card. 17 extras to add to that total for the Munster Reds, who made 269 for 7 in their 50 overs. And a good recovery, as I said at the end, from Ford and McCarthy after a great innings from Murray Cummins, who's really looking in wonderful form at the moment. The bowling for the Knights. Here's the partnerships first. 106 for the first wicket. That's the second time this year that we've had a 100 partnership in this series. And a very good 52 between Ford and McCarthy at the end after they rather lost their way in the middle.
And here were the bowlers. Tom Mays, the pick of them, 3 for 34, including 2 wickets in an over, which really changed the game. Van Bronckhorst with 3 as well. Mark Adair bowled beautifully up top. Probably didn't have the figures that he deserved.
Couple of times Munster Reds lost a couple of wickets in consecutive balls, and that really halted their momentum. Here's what happened when the Northern Knights came out to bat. Cullum made a bright start and inexplicably just hit a airy-fairy shot. He was out caught by Delaney off Granger, and that made it 3 down, and it was looking like the Reds were going to make a game of it. But look at that, Carmichael 62, topping 92, had the chance to get a century. Rock with 39, and Adair with a very quick 20, and in the end, very easy, 272 for 7. Here are the partnerships. You can see there in the middle, Carmichael and Topping with 87. Topping then continuing on with Neil Rock. They put on 92, and that was the real heart of the innings.
Well, 4 wickets Liam McCarthy ends up with, and he had 2 early on, nearly had a third when Matt Ford dropped Cade Carmichael early in the piece. 2 wickets as well for Mick Granger, and the rest of the bowlers wicketless, but Gareth Delaney bowled beautifully and maybe deserved a wicket, but in the end he couldn't quite manage that.
At 240 for 4, it was looking really easy for the Knights, but they lost a couple of quick wickets, 3 quick wickets near the end, and it made it remotely interesting at the death, with the Northern Knights winning with plenty of balls to spare. And that is the headline of the day. They've won by 3 wickets. Munster Reds 269 for 7. Northern Knights 272 for 7. We're going to do it all again tomorrow up in Breedy in the northwest, when the Northwest Warriors take on Leinster Lightning. That's starting at 10:45 in the morning. We'll be starting around 10:40. Do join us then. Streams available through Cricket Ireland, through HPV Studios and through ICC TV. And we look forward to having your company up in the northwest tomorrow morning. Join us then. But from Sean, from Ali and from all the crew here in Stormont, it's goodbye for now.